and Robin and Catherine. And we learned this doesn't happen alone. And that's why we have so many different disciplines in this room today, from healthcare professionals to farmers and ranchers to food supply folks to value chain to grocery store founders to scientists and researchers to eaters, right? It takes everybody. And so when we talk about systems and we talk about what it takes to actually create health in a community, we talked yesterday about we can't do it alone. And we also can't measure it just through a technology lens or just through an industrial lens or just through a economic lens, that it is kind of a combination of all these things. And really, it's multiple things at once. And that's going to be a thing we talk about. That one of the big shifts is becoming multiple things at once. How many of you have been healthy but tired? Right? How many of you have been sick but in shape? Right? It's possibly multiple things at once. And so often we talk about health in this linear aspect of one thing or the other. And health is multiple things happening at the same time, and that's why it takes so many people working together. And that's what it takes, and what is missing in these systems, and what we're trying to build through events like this is the human networks, the biology, bringing it back, connecting it back, so that health is the outcome, whether we're talking about soil health, or we're talking about community health, or we're talking about our own human health, right? It's this connectedness between biology. There's a guy named Jerry Brunetti I like to talk about who talks about quantum coherence, which is the ability to be in two places at once. Nature does this all the time. A fish is a fish, but a fish is also a part of an ecosystem, which is why they know when to migrate, right? This is kind of this amazing thing that we've disconnected ourselves from. But one of the beautiful things about regenerative farmers and folks who are living this way is that they are reconnecting themselves back into this ecosystem, and there's this feedback loop that's happening that restores the health. And it's phenomenal to watch, and we're going to end today with Dr. Jonathan Lundgren talking about this and helping us connect all these dots. So without further ado, I thought I'd get started with a little joke because I think it would resonate with everybody in the room. George Carlin says there's three types of people in the world. There's the people who see the glass as half full. There's the people who see the glass as half empty. And I think this is the one that might resonate with folks in the room. There's the people who see the glass as twice as big as it needs to be. Right? We're talking about changing the system, not just changing how we measure things, right? All right, again, we're Think Regeneration. We're a nonprofit. We work around the country between large-scale ranchers and farmers in the Pacific Northwest to family farms in Illinois, to food systems in Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, to looking at land protection in Arizona. We're really trying to come at this to try to understand how we can support communities however they're approaching this movement. And it is vastly diverse. Uh-oh, there we go. I want to thank our partners and sponsors. Again, we couldn't do this without them. You see small companies, you see big brands. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take integration between all of us across the supply chains to get this done. And so we're really proud to represent these folks. And please visit their booths during breaks and let them know they're part of this movement. They're a big part of this movement. We come at this through four lenses. Again, we look at economic development. We look at peer-to-peer education. Farmers learn from farmers. I was in a barn a few years ago, and they had a sign in the barn that said, if you tell the farmer the why, they'll figure out the how. That's why we're here today. It's to give a farmer a why. Why farm regeneratively? Why do this work? Why restore your ecosystems? Aggregation and distribution, we talked a lot about that yesterday under the tent. Why do we need farmers cooperating and working together to help institutional purchasing, to help get farm food at scale into places like hospitals, universities, schools, communities as a whole, governments, agencies. And then we talked a little bit about our community farm commons, which is really helping communities who do not want to lose land to consolidation and want to make sure they're protecting the land within the food supply. There are vehicles that we have out there to help them do that. There are ways to do this, and that keeps wealth in the community and keeps food in the community. Let me go back there real quick. Sorry, I'm clicking too fast. All right. I'm going to fly through a history lesson. I know everybody's like, oh gosh, history at 8:10, great. All right, here we go. 1877, this is our world's merging between healthcare and farming. This is the journey we're going to go on for about 5 minutes here. Louis Pasteur was working with the wine industry, right? And they hired him in 1877 to be like, why is some of our wine spoiling and some of our wine fermenting? And before it was like, does God love us or hate us? That was literally the answer. And he was like, well, I don't really know the answer, but I think it's the stuff falling from the sky called microbial life, right? Bacteria that's working, right? And when we can control it, and this opened up this whole new world where this idea of bacteria came, and then about 50 years later in 1920s, antibiotics came, being like, oh, we know how to kill bacteria now, right? We can get rid of it. And that helped us on a healthcare scale, but guess what? We also decided to apply that into agriculture. Say, hey, we can kill a lot of things, right? A couple world wars happened, or World War II happened definitely, led us into the idea of industrialization and pharmacy, and you can kind of see how these start to cascade a bit. But look at where we are today. We're coming full circle. We're talking about biology and connectedness again, right? That we can continue to adapt these systems, and we continue to learn these systems, and we're not done yet, right? We haven't reached the end of figuring all this stuff out. I'm going to pick on our worlds for a second. We have this kind of parallel in mindset between healthcare and farming. We've worked with a lot of healthcare professionals the last couple of years, a lot of farmers over the last 10 years. And these are the things they talk about. The top line is the rate of pharmaceutical prescription drugs as a percentage of income in the United States. The bottom is pesticide use in U.S. agriculture over the last 50 years, right? It's kind of these same trends. Again, I'm not trying to say these are linked, but I'm saying this mindset, right? You just take this one thing, we'll fix it. All right, this top left graph is rates of diabetes in the US. This top right graph is chronic disease as you age. So the higher you get, the older you are. That diagonal line through the middle, if you can see that, there's a diagonal line through the middle. That's the norm. And you can see as we get older, we get further away and away from the norm. Is that with the healthcare professionals in the room, right? The bottom left, that roller coaster, blue line in the middle, that's farmers practicing over the last 50 years. We've lost 2.3 million farmers in the last 50 years. Right? We've consolidated farms. We've lost the diversity in the food supply. We've lost the talent in the food supply. This, not roller coaster, but just ski slope, is rural population as a percent of our U.S. population. Right? We've lost, our communities have stagnated. Luckily, there's something we can do about this. And that's why we're here, right? The rest of the day, we're going to be talking about these actual practical things we can do to solve the problems that we're facing today that we know. And unfortunately, once we learn that we can solve the problems, guess what? We got to go do them, right? It's kind of our obligation. We're talking growing soil health and biology, bringing that back into our ag systems. We're talking about qualitative aggregation and measuring, not just quantitative within the food supply, understanding what nutrient density is. You're going to hear a lot about that today. We're going to talk about institutional commitments. What we really need is leaders in this space stepping up, going, I'm willing to take the risk, I'm willing to face the problem head on, I'm willing to use the resources I have to get stuff done. All right, talk through this a little bit. Move past this. Top right corner, that was the Stewart family. They're helping us do a food as medicine pilot in Pembroke Township. Denise, yeah, I'll talk about that a little bit later. Bottom was Marty Travis, who's our partner in Illinois, who helps us distribute food into that. He talked yesterday as well, so thank them for being here. And right now, we did a short documentary, 4.5 minutes, that I'm going to play for you guys before we start the program today. We call this Advancing Food as Medicine because we really want to make sure we're making progress every year, that we're not just doing the same program over and over and over and over again. So we have a guy named Phil in the back of the room. You're going to see him videotaping today and doing some interviews. You probably saw him on the farm yesterday. This is so that next year we can play a different video and keep advancing this conversation, right? So this documentary captured where we were last year, what we were talking about in the room. You're going to see some familiar faces who are here today. You're going to see some faces that aren't. But you're also going to hear kind of this common message that we can build on, that we really want to make sure that the presenters and everybody coming on stage can advance this conversation past what you hear. So we're going to take all of what we did last year and present it in about 4.5 minutes for you guys. All right.
Everybody, thank you for being here.
We have a really amazing mix of people in the room today, from farmers and ranchers. We've got grassroots nonprofits. We've got scientists. We've got healthcare professionals. We've got doctors. If we can't get something done with this group, I apologize in advance.
We're about 20 miles outside of Boulder, Colorado, with some of the most amazing people on the planet. We're making a stand that we don't want a food supply that makes us sick.
There's so many people that I come in contact with who really are in such denial about this until it directly affects them.
We've created an entire economic system based on sick care, and people are now realizing that the existing structures are not working.
The health crisis is an agriculture crisis. It's directly related to farming. Our addiction to convenience is killing us. We need a total paradigm shift.
People really underestimate the power of food and its impact on our health. Food is medicine. When diet is wrong, medicine is of no use. When diet is correct, medicine is of no need.
The food is medicine movement is spreading throughout the country, but something is very much missing from the movement, and that is the attention to where the food is sourced. The food is medicine world talks a lot about equity for people who are low income, who face a lot of chronic disease, but why would we give those people the worst food available? There's no equity in that.
There is a lack of awareness about the nutritional quality of our food system. Blueberries can be a great source of antioxidants. Our lowest quality blueberry samples that were sent in had less antioxidants than a wheat sample. We hear a lot about this hidden hunger in the United States and abroad, and that's the idea is that we get plenty of calories, but we're not getting the nutrition that we think we're getting. So much comes back to just how the food is grown.
That's why I'm trying to bridge regenerative agriculture with the food is medicine movement. I think food is medicine has the ability and the dollars behind it to support and stimulate a whole new market for regenerative agriculture, one that values quality over quantity.
All of this area was all horse pasture, and it was deeply compacted soil. There was pretty much no life left in it. Just being able to see how these regenerative practices are actually remediating the land and the entire ecosystem at large, it's pretty incredible.
It was about 20 years ago when I found out that soil is alive. That was a bit of an epiphany.
People say, well, the regenerative farming model takes more labor. Okay, so we're creating more jobs. What's not to like about that?
The big piece of this is really looking at land management, ecosystem management as a service.
As humans, we think that our job is to micromanage everything, right? No. We need to step back as farmers.
How do we improve our soil health? How do we document that this soil health creates healthier food? How do we know that that healthier food makes us healthier human beings? There's a lot to figure out.
We cannot heal from the soil in which we got sick.
We as farmers have to heal with the land. And until we do, there's no such thing as a healthy farm. There's no such thing as a healthy farmer.
How do we bring the idea of food as medicine to communities all across the United States?
The healthcare industry needs to be incentivized based on outcomes, and we need to help educate them on how to get there.
I want to see a check go back to the farmer because he helped somebody cure their diabetes.
It's an answer to so many problems. It's an answer to this idea of like, how are we going to feed the population? Man, if we actually feed them something that has a high nutritional content, we don't have to grow more food.
We may be doctors, we may be farmers, we may just be mothers, but all of us have to be activists.
Thank you. Mothers are leading this movement, by the way, from what I can tell. It's a phenomenal thing. Before we go on to our agenda, I got a minute to kill, so I thought I'd do an exercise with us, because we talk about being in multiple places at once. And that can also involve being here physically and being somewhere else mentally, right? So, and we're going to talk about a lot of things today, and I'm conscious that when we talk about health, we can trigger a lot of things today, a lot of emotions. A lot of us have some trauma around health care, right? We've either lost somebody that we've seen go through some terrible things, and dementia, or cancer, or diabetes. So I want to make sure that we're grounded too in this idea of joy while we're here, because we're going to be talking about these heavy things. So for just about 30 seconds, and if you can close your eyes if you feel comfortable to, but I'd just like everybody to put themselves in a place where they were joyful. This could be yesterday, this could be 20 years ago, this could be with friends, this could be on your own. So I'll be quiet for a second. Okay. Write it down if you have to, if you can. Come back to it if you need to today. You got a spot you can come back to if you need to. So, again, thank you for being here. Next, I want to introduce Denise Nickel. All of the details of this event, she organized and helped get you guys here. You probably saw her name on at least 1 or 12 emails between over the last month. So that's a symbol of the work that she's done and the process that we've gone through about 10 months to organize this event and get this program together. So without further ado, let's get this thing started. Denise?
Thank you, and thanks everyone for being here. Man, I got a little bit emotional during that 30 seconds. Whew. And it made me think of last year, which I'm gonna hold back because I don't think we have time, but maybe over lunch we'll do this. I know many of you here know Gail Fuller. He's such an amazing farmer in Kansas. Thank you. And he presented at one of our events, both of our events last year. And one of the things that he does is have everybody get up and hug a stranger. And I really want to do that right now. So let's do that over lunch. But thank you. Thanks again for being here. I'm so excited to see you all. And man, after yesterday, I just felt so energized. Like, honestly, it was such a long day, and we were out in the sun, and it was a gorgeous day, and we were walking a lot, but I felt so energized afterwards from just being with all of you. So I appreciate you being here so much. We cannot do any of this without you, and cannot do any of this work without people like you who care about what we're doing. So, real quick, I am going to just talk about the agenda super fast because I'm probably talking too long already. We're going to start off the day. We talked about nutrient density. We've got Dr. Stephan van Vliet who's going to dive into that for us. We're going to dive into the details of some food as medicine programs, some different models, what those look like, and just, start to get you thinking about what does it look like to actually think about developing a program. And then we will hear from Sherry Hess, who's going to teach us about the connection between flavor and nutrition and how important it is that we don't forget about the best experience of food, which is the flavor of it. And then we'll have lunch after that. We've got an hour for lunch. I'll be back up here to share details. If you shared that you have a dietary restriction, I think we're able to accommodate all of those. We've got vegan, vegetarian, dairy-free, gluten-free options. And I know we're going to have some pasta that's certified gluten-free. But if you have any questions about that, find one of our team members and we can help answer those questions. And then we've got a few breaks scheduled throughout the day too. Those are all noted in the agenda. I should mention there's a QR code on everyone's table that has a link to the agenda as well. We do have a small number of printed agendas. If anyone needs one of those, they're out at registration. After lunch, when we come back, we are going to hear from from Herb Young, a farmer who is diving deep into nutrient density. We will hear from a physician who's working with patients on behavior change, like how do you actually get people to change the way they're eating. And then we'll wrap it up with Dr. Jonathan Lundgren, who, man, just finishes out the day with like all of those things encompassing. If you have not heard about his research, you're going to be blown away. After that, after we finish kind of our speaker series at the end of the day, we're going to do what we call roundtable sessions, where you'll have an opportunity to spread out around the property and kind of rotate through a few different speakers and just dive deeper with your questions with them. So I'll provide more details on that later. We'll cue you for all the breaks and let you know how much time you have and everything. If you've not found them yet, the restrooms are to my right. If you go to the right of the stairs, they're straight back there. There's plenty of room to roam on the property. If you have to go outside and take a call or whatever, please feel free to do that. And just let us know if there is anything that you need throughout the day. I think I'm supposed to be clicking through these slides here. Sorry, I might have missed some things. Maybe. There we go. Okay, this is our agenda that I just went through. Lunch. Thank you to Cam's Cookery for catering this event. And, we find everywhere we go, when we bring in food, we have to practice what we preach. And so we're a pain in the you-know-what with anybody who's serving food to us, because we're like, where is your food coming from? And they're like, what do you mean by that? Well, like, what farmers do you get it from? And they're like, so sometimes we have to connect. But anyhow, Cam's did an amazing job of sourcing local food, including from Indigo Acres, where we were yesterday. And so that is going to be, yes. We really appreciate people doing that for us, and being able to support the local farmers wherever we are. So thank them for all their hard work when you see them. Okay. I think I've covered all the details. Did I miss anything? Good? Okay. So, without further ado, I'd like to call Dr. Lauren Jones up to the stage. Dr. Lauren Jones is the Senior Research Associate with the Noble Research Institute. And she's going to come and share a little bit more and also introduce our next speaker.
All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm Lauren. I'm from Noble Research Institute. We're housed in Ardmore, Oklahoma, so South Oklahoma. And we help farmers and ranchers apply the regenerative principles to their land and have productive grazing lands and also have business success. We have some educational courses that we do throughout the year in different states. We come to you and teach about regenerative principles to apply to your land where you are, about profitability, so making sure that you're having business success, and also if you want to learn how to graze regeneratively as well. If you want to know more, we have a booth in the back with some of the information about our courses. Nikki's in the back, we are on the pecan research team at Noble, and we work with 22 pecan producers across Oklahoma and Texas, and we help them monitor their soil health, their tree health, and their nut nutrient ability. So whatever their management is, a lot of them are trying to improve their soil health, and we are watching if that increases soil health and makes that tree healthier, and you have better nutrient density of your products. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having us. So yes, I'm introducing Dr. Stephan van Vliet, and he is a director of the Center of Human Nutrition Studies at the Utah State University. He earned his PhD in kinesiology and community health from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He received his postdoctoral training at the Center of Human Nutrition at the Washington University at St. Louis School of Medicine and the Duke Molecular Physiology Institute within the Duke University School of Medicine. His research is performed at the nexus of agricultural and human health. He routinely collaborates with farmers, ecologists, and agricultural scientists to study critical linkages between sustainable agriculture and the nutrient density of food and human health. So please help me welcome Dr. Van Vliet.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the lovely introduction. It's great to see such a large crowd of people from a variety of different backgrounds. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present this work. So today I'll talk about some of the work that we do and give some case studies about trying to find linkages between soil health, plant health, animal health, and human health, based on the premise that all of these are probably linked together. So, as Lauren pointed out, our research really has two pillars. The first one is linking soil, plant, animal health to food nutrient density. So what we use in our lab are advanced mass spec technologies to profile foods. And I'll talk a little bit later about how we try to take foods beyond just protein and beyond just fat. Because unfortunately we have dumbed down foods to usually single nutrients, but foods are very complex, containing thousands of metabolites that are capable of impacting our health. And then the second major pillar of our work is really also, and I don't know if you can see it, but we have a clinical facility where we perform randomized controlled clinical trials. So besides testing the food for nutrient density, we often feed these foods to people as well. And we look at how does that impact their health? And do we see this flow of nutrients from the plant to the animal and to the human, based on the idea that, of course, we as humans are also just animals. So I want to start with sort of painting the picture here, is that there's a half-truth to the saying, you are what you eat. If our grandmother tells us, well, Stephan, you are what you eat, it turns out she was about half right. But it points out that the way that we interact with our environment obviously shapes our health. And what we put in our mouth multiple times a day through diet, and this is really nice work from a group out of Israel that looked at a reference map of the potential determinants for the human serum metabolome. And I'll talk a little bit about what the metabolome is, but it's basically metabolites. And many of these metabolites within foods, right? Plants have metabolism, animals have metabolism. Many of these metabolites can serve as important nutrients to us, and then we also incorporate that into our metabolome within our blood. And what the authors found is that diet predicts about 50% of what circulates in our blood. So then the question is, and that's what we'll talk about today, specifically in regards to livestock, am I what I ate? And are you what you eat? So we perform a lot of on-farm sample collection with farmers performing field work, and this involves collecting soil samples, oftentimes. This was work that we did with a gentleman, Alan Franz Lubers, a scientist at USDA-ARS, and in this particular work, what I'll present about today, we wanted to compare grass-fed and grain-fed beef systems, essentially. What we had was we sampled the pastures on farms, and oftentimes we asked the grass-fed rancher, where's your nearest cornfield? And it turned out usually that was within a mile, so it wasn't hard to find. So we sampled soils on the cornfield. We sampled the soils of the biodiverse pasture, the cornfield. Obviously, part of it will go into livestock feed. A lot of it will go into ethanol fuel production, but it was a model of studying what happens when you grow feed for the animal, or what happens to the ecosystem if you just have it graze. So another thing that we did was we collected total mixed ration samples, pasture samples. As you can see, their makeup is wildly different, so you can kind of already see it just like the soil. But in that case, we also collected meat samples, and I apologize for absolutely defiling these beautiful ribeyes, but in order to study them, we have to pulverize them on a liquid nitrogen and turn them into a very fine powder, and that way we can extract all the different nutrients from it for the different assays. What we do after that is we really try to study, besides just the primary nutrients, the protein, the vitamins, the minerals, we also try to study what is oftentimes called the dark matter of nutrition, right? Because we need to move beyond protein and fat and really consider the food matrix. What is nutrient density? Well, nutrient density, there's various definitions, but for me, it is more beneficial nutrients per unit product. And that can happen in a wide variety of nutrients. So even though if we look at a nutrition facts panel, and I don't know if you can see it here, but this would be a nutrition facts panel for steak. It gives you something about the protein, about the fat, cholesterol, and a handful of vitamins and minerals. And there's only 13 of those nutrients that appear on food labels, and you can really see the difference in nutritional quality oftentimes from the current nutrition facts panels. Even within the USDA food composition databases, we track around 150 components in food, and they form the basis of our nutritional understanding, but it is estimated from food metabolomics work that food sources contain over 30,000 compounds that are capable of impacting our health, far beyond protein, vitamins, and minerals. And I certainly don't want to make the claim that we are able to study 30,000. I think we're still at the tip of the iceberg. We're able to maybe study 1,000 or so routinely. But what we're finding is that if you have a broader array of nutrients that you look at, you really start to see this difference between regenerative agriculture and conventional agriculture. Because why is that the case? Is, well, in a conventional system, what did we put back? We put back nitrogen. So there's no difference oftentimes in protein between conventional and regenerative agriculture. We also use mineral fertilization. So oftentimes those are not different either. We may formulate rations to be adequate in B vitamins, right? So it comes back to this idea that we are creating more simplified foods, and we are adding some nutrients back to the system, but we are not adding 30,000 nutrients to the system. And these 30,000 nutrients, they are often quite responsive to the way that we grow our foods or the way that we raise our livestock. So think of this also as complexity. So we study the food metabolome. Again, it's just a fancy way of saying that we study the metabolites that are found in foods, many of which are served as nutrients to us. But then we study the human metabolome. And over time, I have come convinced that a healthy animal is healthy food, and probably a more nutrient-dense animal or nutrient-dense human is also a healthier human. This is not advocating for cannibalism, but that's basically how I would see it. And then the interaction with the nutrigenome, so gene-related expression, or the various of these metabolites, even though they may not have the classical energetic or caloric value, they impact our genes. They impact our cancer risk. They impact how our insulin sensitivity. They impact a cardiovascular system. So, and then we have a feedback loop there. So if we, for instance, look at the nutrients of meat, and today I'll talk, in our lab, we study all foods. I always jokingly say, people, as long as you don't send a rock, I feel pretty comfortable about studying it. But today I'll talk about the nutrients in meat. And in the nutrients in meat, there's, again, estimated that there's more than 1,000 compounds in meat. These are various peptides, vitamin metabolites, energy metabolites, choline metabolites, omega-3 fatty acids, phytochemicals, and we'll talk about various of those in the presentation. So, nutrient density testing, what is it really? Well, oftentimes we work together with farmers, also through our service lab, where people can submit samples. We process these samples in the lab. Oftentimes, especially if it's a food that there's not that much known about yet, we do what is called an untargeted analysis. Basically, you look at anything that's under the sun to get a feel for what is in the food and how do you drill down on that further. And then oftentimes that's followed by targeted extractions where we extract fatty acids, run it on an instrument, extract the minerals and heavy metals, run it on a separate instrument, study phytochemicals, study B vitamins, study fat-soluble vitamins, etc. So all of these require different extractions to really accurately test the nutritional value of those. But it all uses mass spec-based technology. So I want to start with really illustrating that grass-fed isn't grain-fed and grain-fed isn't grass-fed. When we studied 800 metabolites in this particular work of grass-fed versus grain-fed beef, we identified 825, and oftentimes what you hear as well, and people say this to me all the time as well, is that, well, there's maybe a little bit of difference in omega-3 fatty acids between grass-fed and grain-fed beef, but other than that, there's not much difference. But if you're only looking at protein, and later on I'll also show you vitamins, that may be true. But if you're studying 800 metabolites, you can see that there's about a 50% difference. And I don't know if you remember from the earlier slide that about 50% of what circulates in our body is directly related to the foods that we eat. So you get a very much different phenotype. It is almost, maybe one analogy to use, let's say we split this room in half. And for a few months, we will put half of you on a standard American diet and the other half on a Mediterranean diet. And if I were to ask you, well, after 3 months, do you think your blood will look different or your metabolome will look different? You'd probably say yes, absolutely. Well, the same thing is happening within the animal when you feed two very much different finishing diets, being grass-fed and grain-fed. But we will talk about the nuance later on because grass-fed isn't grass-fed either, and grain-fed isn't grain-fed either. There's tremendous variation, and actually we found that some grain-fed samples might actually be more nutrient-dense than grass-fed samples, depending on the practice and feed that is being used. But we find the same thing in bison as well. So a 50% difference, so much larger than is perhaps appreciated at the moment. So we'll talk about not all 826 nutrients, because then we'll be talking until tomorrow, but I will at least describe, starting with the fatty acids. And if we look at the fatty acids, forages tend to be very rich in omega-3s, and corn tends to, or total mixed rations, tend to be not that rich in omega-3s. So end up with a different amount. This slide illustrates the omega-6 to 3 ratio. So the omega-6 to 3 ratio, typically a lower ratio in beef is considered beneficial, means you have more omega-3s, or proportionally to the omega-6, or at least you start to increase the amount of omega-3s in this case. So what is considered a good ratio? Well, typically we see that high quality grass-fed beef is about 2 to 1, 3 to 1 are typically very, very strong ratios. And you can see that here. And this was done as part of the Beef Nutrient Density Project, the work we did with the Bionutrient Institute, where we studied about 400 samples or so. And one thing that was interesting is that we clearly got the creme de la creme of grass-fed beef producers submitting the samples, because as you can see here, a lot of these fall in this, and the average was 1.7, but a lot of these fall in about this range of having an omega-6 ratio of about 2. When we actually looked at these samples, all of these were sourced from a wholesale or grocery store. So this was just basically us walking into a grocery store and buying grass-fed beef. And I'm not going to stick my hand in the fire for it, but you have to really try to get your grass-fed beef up to a ratio of 10, because it essentially looks like feedlot beef. So, and I think that also is important about the transparency within our food supply. And a lot of this was, like I said, these were samples that we got from, and I think a lot of samples that we got from farmers that directly submitted, and these were, again, a lot of it also coming overseas or just walking into a grocery store and buying samples. At the same time, as I mentioned, grain-fed isn't grain-fed either. When we source from smaller family farm feedlots, which are also the people that submitted to this, we oftentimes see that they have actually ratios that are quite favorable at 5, typically less grain and shorter finishing phases. But we did find a very strong relationship between regenerative or rotational grazing on biodiverse pastures. The strongest relationship that we found was actually biodiversity. So plant diversity really increased the nutrient density of the beef. So one omega-3 fatty acid that doesn't get as much attention is typically DPA. We oftentimes hear about DHA and EPA, which are found in fish, but they're also found in pastured livestock products. But actually, beef is quite rich in DPA, which can be rapidly converted to EPA. And we see that these values actually are quite higher, and they're about 3 times higher in grass-fed beef than grain-fed beef. But again, notice this incredible variation with actually some grain-fed samples being higher than some grass-fed samples. Again here, the strongest correlation, and probably the only correlation that we found, was with plant diversity. Of course, there's a tapering off effect. It's not that 200 plants is per se better than, I think the cutoff was about 8 or 9 plants, so quite that you have some diversity within your pasture. But what we found here in particular is that you typically getting enrichment in EPA and DPA, which are important for cardiovascular health. And we actually, I'll conclude the presentation today also with some human nutrition work where we can actually see that this enriches the amount of omega-3s in the blood of people. Because one thing that you often hear is that, well, this is such a small amount, this has no biological effect. But this comes back to the idea of that if you maybe look at this on an Excel spreadsheet, you would say, well, this is not much. But it does seem like when you get this within a whole food matrix, that the bioavailability is probably higher. That is at least our hypothesis. Maybe because of the presence of phytochemicals that protect it from oxidation. You have other cofactors that can help with the uptake. This has not been studied in this context. What we do know is that if you take vitamin D from a pill versus from eggs, you actually, the bioavailability is about 5 to 10 times higher. So it could be that something like this is going on here as well, because despite the modest amount, you can raise the levels of the in the blood of people. One thing also that I want to point out is that the difference actually not in omega-6 fatty acids between grass-fed and grain-fed beef. It is actually quite similar. So it's really the absence of omega-3s in grain-fed beef that really drive that ratio up. And so by having fresh forages which are rich in the omega-3 ALA, you're really able to enrich the omega-3s within grass-fed beef. So cows are what they eat. If we have more omega-3s in the forage and feed, we have more omega-3s in the meat. And this is a concept called the omega balance. One thing as you saw from the omega-6 to 3 ratio is that everyone hangs out at the bottom. So what the omega balance does, it basically scales it at a 0 to 100 score or percentage. So as you can see here, forages are very rich in omega-3s. About 80% of all polyunsaturated fatty acids found in forages are omega-3s. You see that this enriches the omega balance or the proportion of omega-3s in grass-fed beef, whereas total mixed ration samples are quite low. And you have grain-fed beef that is also quite low in omega-3s relative to total polyunsaturated fatty acids. Another study that we did was with the ranches, and we really wanted to see also, well, what happens when you have more of these intermediate profiles as well. So we had a pasture-finished bison on a diverse native range, pasture-finished on limited forage diversity, but the forages were still very rich in omega-3s. Pasture-finished with free choice corn, which was actually, you see that you still have a very favorable omega-6 to 3 ratio. And these were pen-finished with free choice access to hay and corn with low stocking density and high stocking density. You get a more intermediate profile. And this was from a more traditional feedlot where you get an omega-6 to 3 ratio of 8, which is about typically in line with what you see in feedlot beef and bison as well. The reason why we're particularly interested in is that in perhaps traditional or mixed farming systems, it was oftentimes quite normal to maybe run your animals over a spent crop field, and maybe you would consume some grains or would consume some byproducts. So in this work, we're particularly interested in also what if we feed some of those byproducts to animals. And with the bison, it was particularly because they lose a lot of weight over the winter. So if they can maintain some weight by maybe eating some grain, that could be potentially a beneficial thing, because I do think that one important way of looking at it is that it's not really black and white. It is gray. For instance, we also worked with a farmer that was able to get some spent brewer's grains from a local brewery and fed that to the animals on pasture. Well, they were indistinguishable from grass-fed. We could not. It's that he told us, but we also use predictive modeling where we're trying to work on, can we identify, based on all these metabolites, all these nutrients that we mentioned, can we identify grass-fed beef? Also, are there tools for authentication that can be used? Because clearly some of those grass-fed beef samples, well, like I said, I'm not going to stick my hand in the fire for it, but I'll keep it pretty close, because those are not, those don't look like grass-fed beef samples, right? So we have to be, if we can authenticate that, I think that will lift the entire industry. But some of those samples that were pasture finished with small amount of grain, they registered as grass-fed beef samples. They were not distinct from that. So another way of looking at this is really also pasture finished, and maybe that's an important nuance that we need to explore in the future. This is from other work that we did. Also, a lot of farmers that submitted samples to our lab, through our service lab, where we study nutrient density for them and give them their data back. As you can see here, there are similar findings made in other species as well, where corn, soy free pork with daily pasture, omega-6 to 3 ratio 5. When they were fed 50% corn, soy, about 10. And this is really just a corn, soy, fat pork with no pasture. It goes up to 30, which is incredibly high, as you can see, because our current standard Western diet, we consider that to be very high in omega-6 to 3 ratio of 20. But it goes even far beyond that. So in monogastrics, there's actually very strong opportunity to improve this as well. And probably the effects of feeding are much more pronounced. And we also have wild deer that registers about an omega-6 to 3 ratio of 2. So one of the questions you often get is grass-fed beef a good source of omega-3 fatty acids? Well, there's no US guidelines, but there are European guidelines. And European guidelines would consider anything above 40 milligrams per 100 gram, as you can put it on front of package labeling, sources of long-chain omega-3 fatty acids. And perhaps in the future we can do something like that in the US as well. But as you can see, there's a good amount of ribeyes from that study that reached that type of level, and technically in Europe could put a package claim on being a good source of long-chain omega-3 fatty acids. So we also looked at vitamins within that study. Again, the main thing that we find is that there's this incredible variation, but there were no difference in B vitamins. If anything, some of them, like vitamin B5, which enriches grains, was a little bit higher in grain-fed beef. And this is also partly by design, of course, right? Total mixed rations are designed to provide adequate protein, adequate energy, adequate B vitamins, adequate minerals. So it's really in the omega-3 fatty acids, in the phytochemicals, which I'll talk about later, as well as in fat-soluble nutrients, like the carotenoids, like the tocopherols, that are being turned into vitamin A, into vitamin E, into vitamin K, where grass-fed beef really distinguishes from grain-fed beef. We also see in this broader array of peptide, or what's sometimes called bioactives, the dark matter of nutrition. If you study a large variety of nutrients, you see that there's this 50% difference that starts to appear. But it's not really in protein and vitamins and minerals. And this is also oftentimes what various systematic reviews would suggest, because people will tell me as well, various studies find that there's no difference between organic and conventional, but it very much depends on the nutrients that you're looking at. If you're looking at protein and vitamins, typically no major differences, but that's also because those are being provided or inputted within the system, of course. So again, we find this incredible variation here, but on a group level, we didn't find significance in B2 and B3, with B1 being a little bit higher, because thiamine is rich in grains, so you get that a little bit being a little bit higher in grain-fed beef. Pantothenic acid, vitamin B5, was quite a bit higher in grain-fed beef, about 1.5 times higher. Reason being is that vitamin B5 is rich in grains. So we did find large variation amongst individual foods, but no clear separation between grass-fed and grain-fed. And I told you this is partly also by design, because you want those nutrients to not be different. Why? Because they're very important for growth. So that's why rations are often formulated to meet those needs. Now, fat-soluble vitamins, we do find differences. Fat-soluble vitamins, similar to in our food supply, right? What do we fortify our ultra-processed foods with? With B vitamins, with minerals, but not with fat-soluble nutrients, because they don't have a very long shelf life. Maybe the exception would be milk, because we drink that very routinely. So again, in the fat-soluble nutrients, which are very rich in green forages, carotenoids, the tocopherols are very rich in green forages. They start to become enriched, as you can see here. And then retinol, the vitamin A as well as vitamin E, as well as vitamin K2, which was significantly elevated in grass-fed beef. So cows are what they eat. Well, if we look at the example here of vitamin E, about 1.8 times higher in grass-fed beef versus grain-fed beef. Then when we studied the forages versus the TMR samples that we collected, we can see that the forages are quite rich in alpha-tocopherol, about 20 times higher, whereas the total mixed ration is really low in vitamin E. So this is probably the contribution from the pasture phase, with little contribution from TMR. So you see this decrease. And all right, there we go. The clicker is clearly slower than my brain works. So I guess that's good for me. But the phytonutrients, they transfer from plant to animal. So really another thing that we really wanted to look at is that, well, we know that forages are rich in what is called phytonutrients. It's a blanket term that really refers to the other 30,000 metabolites that are particularly within plants, and we're interested in studying how do they get biotransformed within the animal, and what are the effects on animal health, and then also our health. So plants they produce these phytochemicals. They cannot run away, so they have to find another mechanism to protect themselves. But when we or cows eat plants, and luckily we eat different plants, and that's actually a very good thing, is that we can upcycle unique compounds from forages through the animal, and that are again getting biotransformed and can make its way into us. Oftentimes we're able to access medicinal plants that we would otherwise not be able to access, and I think that's a very important nuance. So cows are what they eat. Phytochemical richness of forages. We studied various forage samples within the study. We find here that this is much higher than corn-based TMR, and when we studied corn only, it barely registers. So corn is a good source of protein and energy, but provides little antioxidants to the animals. So this was something that we really, I won't go into the details too much, although there's maybe an interesting sidebar, is that once we started this, people had studied this in the past using more UV vis, so photospectrometry. So we were studying, and there's some reports in the literature, especially with the French and Italian scientists, that maybe compounds like benzoate, which is very rich in green plants, would also appear in the animal source foods. Then we started to study this on a mass spec where we can actually measure the masses, and we're like, well, it's not there. So then we had to also figure out, well, and luckily we learned a lot actually from human breast milk studies, is that, because we're also just mammals, right, is how do these things get converted into downstream metabolites? And for instance, hyporic acid is one that we really found to be a good probably biomarker of grass fed. It's a major antioxidant. It's associated with reduced odds of metabolic syndrome in humans. In the absence of chronic kidney disease, if you have chronic kidney disease, this will also be sky high, so nuance or context matters. If you eat a bunch of blueberries, it'll also go up. But it's a biomarker of phenolic intake in mammals, in cows and humans, as this compound is produced from phenols within the gut microbiome. And we see that this is, in some cases, very, very high within grass-fed samples. Now there won't be a quiz on this at the end, but this is basically to illustrate that if we have pasture versus TMR, and this is the fold higher, is that these phytochemicals, they are 100 times higher, 889 times higher, 79 times higher, 50 times higher, etc. You get the gist of it. They're much higher, these phytochemical antioxidants. On average, 276 times higher in grass-fed, or in grass versus TMR. You do get a little bit of a dilution effect, but it's still 6x higher in grass-fed beef for various of these compounds. So we see that those compounds become particularly enriched within the animal, and actually might provide more complexity, more flavor. Another thing that I think I talk a lot about nutrient density, but actually the way that we first got into this work was by looking at, and the French and Italian scientists, they were not really interested in the health benefits. They were just thinking, well, if we graze our animals on the alpine pastures or on the Sardinian pastures, how can we make our cheese look better so that we can sell it to maybe Americans? No, I don't know, but that's really why they probably wanted it for themselves, actually. So that's one important thing to note. But then, as a nutrition scientist, I was looking at it, I was like, wait a minute, these are also have potent health benefits. So that's how we really got to study that. Another thing I want to talk about is terroir. Terroir, it means the territory. It means that if you eat beef from Kansas or from North Carolina or from Texas or Oklahoma, it will taste different because you're tasting the terroir, you're tasting the territory, you're tasting the land, right? So what we see is these very unique compounds appear in some samples that are not found in any other samples as well. And this is particularly a anthocyanidin, actually, that is probably found, that we know is found in purple and blue plants, and it actually makes its way into the animal a little bit as well. S-equal, which is an isoflavone studied for anti-cancer properties. Now, about only 30 to 50% of people can produce it, but the animal actually does a pretty decent job at producing it, and then it's another way of getting some of those compounds in. Ethyl gallate, another example. Again, I won't go through them all, but apine, also natural flavonoid. Again, you have these very unique compounds that you can find within grass-fed beef. And in this particular assay, we studied about 305 phytochemicals. Since then, we have raised it to about 500. This work was done probably maybe 9 months or so ago. But we find a wide variety of them. About 205 were detected in grass-fed, 187 in grain-fed, but this was driven primarily by the producers that were, I mean, I don't know if it's not a proper scientific term, but I call them an artisanal feedlot. Basically, it's maybe a smaller family-style feedlot where the farmer or rancher may finish their animals for 30 days or 60 days on some corn and hay to get some extra marbling. And those samples, while they technically would be labeled as grain-fed, as I mentioned, they are actually still looking very nutrient-dense. Now, history always repeats itself, right? This is an anecdote that I want to highlight from Warren Angus Ferris, who was an explorer who traveled the Great Plains from 1830 to 1835. And he mentioned that during those adventures, Ferris grew fat on bison, as indigenous people had done for ages. And he notes that bison in poor flesh were on the worst diet imaginable. I'm picturing an overgrazed monoculture. But as the animal fed on diverse mixes of plants, no other meat could compare. With it, we require no seasoning. We boil, roast, or fry it as we please, and live upon it solely. What seems to be most singular, we never tired or disrelish of it, which would be the case with almost any other meat. I'm pretty sure that he didn't know what he was referring. Well, he did know, but I'm pretty sure he's referring to the phytochemicals that are found within that meat, basically following indigenous practices that would be able to taste that meat, taste that terroir, taste those phytochemicals, the flow of nutrients from forage within the animal. And I think that's what we're seeing on the mass spec work. So the flavor of meat and milk is influenced by the phytochemical richness. They have potential health promoting effects. So flavor and health are related. Arguably the best mass spec is the one that's on your tongue, because if you have food that is more nutrient dense, you taste that, you register that immediately. Then if we run it through a mass spec, we might find, well, this blueberry, or as Herb will talk about, this citrus fruit, this orange tastes a lot better, has a lot more flavor complexity. If you then run it on a mass spec, then a compound like naringenin might be X amount higher, right? So these are things that we can definitely taste as humans as well. So animal health, human nutrition, are they linked? Well, one of the questions is, and there's ongoing research on whether a healthier animal results in a healthier human. I don't have the definitive answer for you, per se, today. What I do feel pretty comfortable about stating is that it's definitely making the animal healthier. If you look at something like homocysteine, which we also use as a biomarker in humans, or 4-HNE, which is an advanced glycation end product. And this is another interesting thing that to notice is that, for instance, 4-HNE, red meat is sometimes considered carcinogenic. Now, granted, if you're from California, everything's carcinogenic, but you know, in general, if we can lower that amount by the way that we raise our animals, that could be a benefit. And we see it here, less oxidative stress in the animal. So the animal's healthier, then what does that do to our health? So we see here that the animal shows a more healthy metabolic phenotype. And my background is actually in exercise science, and we were taking biopsies from humans, athletes, but also maybe people with chronic metabolic disease. When we first started to look at the metabolomics data from the animal, the parallels were very interesting, where the grass-fed animals look more like athletes, whereas the grain-fed animals, I'm not saying they have metabolic disease, but they start to show a phenotype that is very similar to the human phenotype, where you have impaired glucose metabolism, the mitochondria is not that healthy, you have more oxidative stress. With the question is, what does that do to us? Well, but I want to tie it back. What are the relationship with soil health? This is where we started with, right? The monoculture cornfield, the biodiverse pasture. When I showed this to my wife, she said, well, the picture says it all. And I said, and she's also a scientist, and I said, I agree, but we also need to actually study it and study the data, of course, right? We cannot rely on this. But it has been really interesting when we do this work with farmers, is a lot of times I feel like we're verifying what farmers already know. So we look at soil organic matter, soil exchange capacity, various macro and micro minerals. So we're generally enriched in the pasture soil samples compared to the adjacent cornfield. So overall soil health seems to be improved on a group level. We did this work together with Alan Franz Lubers. And what we concluded from this paper is that the study provides evidence that rotationally grazed perennial grasslands can store more soil organic carbon and nitrogen and improve soil surface stability conditions compared with neighboring croplands producing commodity COPP-free grains for feedlot finishing. So and this paper was published 2 years ago, where we came to that conclusion that managing the field as a pasture versus growing commodity field crops improves markers of soil health. Are there also biomarkers that we can study within the metabolomics assay? And the answer is yes. I don't know if you ever heard about the compound ergothioneine, but ergothioneine is produced by relatively few organisms, mainly within cyanobacteria and fungi within the rhizosphere. It's the only known source. And it makes its way up through the food web, into the plant, and then, as we can see here, also higher levels within the grass-fed animals. Histidine beta is its metabolite, its cousin, and it also gets enriched. So, the final part of this talk: is there an impact on human health? Animal health seems to be improved. Nutrient density seems to be improved. Can we then also improve the health of the consumer? And when we link animal and human health. So this is fresh off the press, because we completed this study in October 2025. Initially we did a shorter trial. Then we followed it up with a longer trial as well. This was 4 months. The original one was 6 weeks. When we completed the study, we had a randomized controlled trial where we recruited people. They either were consuming, they get randomly assigned to the conventionally raised meat, and this was beef, pork, chicken, and eggs, or the pasture-raised group. We gave them all of their meat and eggs for 16 weeks. They would come to the lab multiple times. We collected urine, stool, questionnaire data. Then we looked at a variety of outcomes. We have the RBC data, which I'll present to you today, the metabolomics data. We are going to analyze that probably this, well, pretty soon here, November, December. But it takes a little bit to extract because it's a lot of samples that we collected. But this is one of the longest and largest studies comparing pasture finished versus conventional. So the average omega-6 to 3 ratio in whole blood of Americans is about 9. Our dietary intake is about 15, but the average is about 9. We were interested, well, if we're feeding pastured animal source foods, can we then improve that? Well, the folks within our study, they didn't have quite a ratio of 9, but at about 6. So this is at the end of the trial. The conventionally raised group that ate grain-fed beef and then conventional pork, chicken, and eggs has an RBC omega-6 to 3 ratio of about 6. We were able to bring that all the way down to 2 by eating pasture-raised animal source foods. Mind you, we didn't feed them any fish or anything, of course, because that would be a confounder. But it does tell you that pasture-raised animal source foods can move the needle on omega-3s. Now, I know this is not a hard outcome, but if you do so for 30 years, in theory, you should lower your risk of a variety of diseases, Alzheimer's, heart disease, cancer, etc. So, again here, this was a very, very interesting finding, and one of the first studies in North America. Historically, there have been studies in Australia and the UK that had studied this. But yes, we find that pasture-raised animal source foods can meaningfully move the needle. And these are some of the initial ones. And again, DPA being very rich, EPA, DPA, and DHA. DPA, which kind of sits in the middle, also in the metabolic pathway, being very much enriched within the pasture-raised group. So we will study a broader metabolome profile, trying to answer those questions. Does having more 4-H&E, more oxidative stress markers in the animal, how does that impact our health? How does the flow of phytonutrients from forages that are transformed into these mammalian antioxidants, how do they impact our health or our metabolome? Those will be our ongoing investigation that we're working on, because especially randomized controlled trials, they take time. What I do note or conclude, what we do conclude from this work, is that phytonutrients become concentrated in the meat and milk of animals finished on biodiverse pastures. They give more complex flavor to it. They improve the health of the animal. And some of them have known human health effects, but we just don't know if from the consumption of animal source foods they can contribute to that. We're finding increased levels of omega-3 fatty acids in grass-fed beef, with little difference in B vitamins, but higher levels of fat-soluble vitamins. We also find that omega-3 levels can be raised in the blood of people. But I do also want to bring it back to sort of the bigger picture. We have done another study too, where we, and in the interest of time I didn't present on this here, but we fed people all foods from regenerative agriculture versus conventional agriculture, but they were consuming a standard American diet. If you eat whole foods or eat these things as part of a healthy diet, that is key, right? If you, I always jokingly say, if we turn a, if you were swapping out pasture-raised meat, but eating a food or a diet very rich in ultra-processed foods, you're not likely going to move the needle as much as you can. So bigger picture, diet quality is a main consideration. Eating pastured meat as part of a standard American diet is also not going to transform your health, but that's part of a healthy diet, rich in whole foods, that I know taste is subjective, but that at least have more flavor complexity. It may be an important piece of the puzzle. And we have a paper, a systematic review that's about to come out, where we actually looked at all the literature that was out there and actually found that there's quite a variety of compounds that are not found in the human metabolome or in the human diet, but that are being upcycled from the animal. And now arguably you could say, well, they're found then in the human diet, but that are make their way into the animal, because the animal really consumes plants that you and I cannot consume, providing another avenue by which we enrich the phytochemical richness of our diets, while providing omega-3 fatty acids and important critical fat-soluble nutrients. Now, I am in many cases also just the messenger. We had many people that worked with this with us on this together. Started this work while I was back at Duke. Also various collaborators at USDA-ARS, Scott Kronberg, David Archer, as well as the work with the Bionutrient Institute, the Beef Nutrient Density Project that I presented on today as well, and the team at Utah State that works with me. And last but not least, a lot of this work has been made possible from farmers that submit samples to our lab and have to have them tested. So, and also provide the resources to test the sample. So we're incredibly grateful for that as well, because the Beef Nutrient Density Project, while we had some USDA funds for that, that was essentially, a lot of it was crowdsourced and by farmers and foundations. So really grateful for that. And with that, I'd like to conclude this talk, and thank you so much.
We have time for one question. Is there anybody who has a question? Who wants to be the one? Yeah, we are. We are live streaming, so I'm going to ask you to speak into the mic.
Do you think that the phytonutrients from the plants are more bioavailable when we eat them via the meat versus eating the plants themselves?
It's certainly a plausible hypothesis, so I'm glad you pointed that out. We know that heme iron, or iron coming within the heme structure from animal source foods, is more bioavailable. Also, we do know that some of these compounds, they have to be transformed by our liver, but if we already get them pre-processed, that could be that to it. Yes, that is a working hypothesis, but I don't have the hard data yet to either refute or confirm that. But I agree. So you're onto something.
Thank you, everybody. It's good we didn't go too deep on that first talk, did we? Man, it's great to hear the buzz in the room. Next up, we're going to have a panel in front of us, but I want to introduce, before we introduce the panel, I want to introduce Denise Nickel. Again, she's been running our Food as Medicine pilot in Pembroke Township, Illinois, and I just want to take 1 minute to talk about the pilot we've been running. We started it earlier this year. We've connected about 120 farmers through an aggregator to a network of a community outside of Chicago. They were founded by runaway slaves in the 1860s and have primarily been underserved and impoverished since then. About 90% of the community is low income, and about 60% of the community has no access to healthy food. So it's a great model for us to look at how we can make a dent. So we're working with a school nurse named Brenda Stewart, and her family runs a farm called Runaway Buckers. That's a summer camp as well. And they grow a lot of different fruits and vegetables, and they raise chickens and some hogs, and they serve their community food and distribute food. And since then, we've seen a lot of success. We've learned a lot. It is a huge endeavor to go through. There are many, many, many different steps you got to take. Yet we encourage everybody to get started. We started with 5 people, okay? You do not have to start with 50. You do not have to start with 500. You can start with 1. You can start with 1 person in your community to work with. We're working with people with type 2 diabetes, and 1 patient reported a decrease over 6 months from the 13s of A1C, and if you know anything about that, that's out of control type 2 diabetes. And they reported a month ago that they were in the 6s, right? It's possible. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce Denise Nickel.
Hello again. All right, I'm on. Thanks. Okay, so I am really excited to introduce the next round of speakers that we have coming up here. And y'all can go ahead and come up on stage. We're going to do something that's a little bit different, maybe. We have a panel conversation, but This is so amazing. These are 3 folks who are running food as medicine programs that are different. There are similarities with all of them, but they're all different in how they're running, how they're funded, all of these things. I'll let them share about that. So what we're going to do first is we'll start and just let each of them introduce themselves to begin. And then each of them are going to have a few minutes to tell us about their particular food as medicine program. And then we'll go into some Q&A, and you all have a chance to ask them more questions. So I'm going to start with Erin first. Erin, would you just quickly introduce yourself, and then we'll introduce the others up here, and then head into our presentations.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Martin. I'm the founder of FreshRx Oklahoma. We're a produce prescription program founded in North Tulsa area in Oklahoma. We get referrals from 22 primary care clinics across 6 health systems. We work with 25 local organic regenerative farmers, and we've served about 500 patients since 2021.
Good morning, everybody. I am Jacqueline Albin. I am a pediatrician and internist and a lifestyle and culinary medicine physician. Who's heard of culinary medicine? Not very many of you. We'll get back to that in a little bit. So I direct culinary medicine for the University of Texas, Southwestern in Dallas, and also direct food as medicine innovation for Parkland Health, which is one of our largest county hospitals in the country, serving low-income patients. How do we transform their health when they're the highest risk? And I'm also a mom and the granddaughter of multi-generational farmers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Chen, and I'm a family medicine doctor. I function as the chief medical officer in Alameda County in California. Do you know where Alameda County is? Anyone? Cities of Oakland, Berkeley, right across the bay from San Francisco. And so we're one of the first in California to use Medicaid funding from in our state, Medi-Cal, to pay for food as medicine for our patients in our safety net clinics. And I'll share more in my presentation. Excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. When Dr. Stephen Chen received some USDA funding, and he was part of the GUSNIP program that funds produce prescription through the Farm Bill, and then I came on the scene about 2022, and we were all having to meet there in New Orleans, all the directors of these programs, and he's the only one talking about regenerative food and the impacts of that. And then I showed up and I said, me too. He's like, thank God, we're the only 2. So we've been echoing each other, and it's just really amazing to see all of us coming together about this issue and how really health starts in the soil. And when you see that, and when you understand that, you can't unsee that. And so it's really exciting to have our managed care organizations here in the state of Oklahoma all be on the farm yesterday and here today. And I just want to really thank them for having the openness to do that. So let's just get into it. I want to give a little bit of a landscape overview for a lot of people that may not know where these programs live and what the movement is going on. I mentioned yesterday that 2 years ago, there's a group of lawyers at Harvard University called the Center for Health Law and Policy Innovation, and they are these expert lawyers that help these laws get passed on food as medicine, getting health care in states and federal government to pay for these programs as a health insurance benefit. And 2 years ago, they had a gathering, and there were 17 people there representing 17 different states working on this policy around food as medicine. And 2 years later, just a couple weeks ago, or a week ago, whenever that was, I've been to like so many conferences, there were 40 states there. So 2 years, from 17 states to 40 states. And here you can see on this map that about 27 states, if I'm doing my math correct, 27 states have either passed a bill and started implementing at the state Medicaid. So this is lower income at state level. That's what states fund. They're getting some of these are getting federal match dollars to do these programs. And some have implemented them through multiple different pathways, and some have just passed legislation. Oklahoma is one of those states. You can see Oklahoma and Texas are now on this map. They were not on this map before. And we passed the Food as Medicine Act of Oklahoma, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So this movement is growing, and the regenerative ag movement is also growing. This is also a map of states that have food as medicine coalitions. So one of the big things we did in Oklahoma is we have a food as medicine statewide coalition. We have 180 members on that coalition across 50 organizations that include farmers, food hubs, managed care organizations, our healthcare authority, universities, food banks, all sorts of organizations. We actually have about 12 food as medicine programs in Oklahoma, actually. Some are little pilots, some have been done, some are planning other programs, and so we actually have a lot going on here in Oklahoma. So what is FreshRx Oklahoma? So I talked about how it's a produce prescription program. It's a 12-month program. It's entirely free to patients. They either self-refer or are referred by their providers. We focus on type 2 diabetics and are working on really expanding that to more metabolic disease. There's actually a GusSNP USDA-funded program now focused on cancer, so we're really glad to see that expand. So we work with type 2 diabetics for 12 months. They get free food for an entire year that we aggregate ourselves and buy directly from farmers. So they get food every other week for a year. They also have cooking, nutrition, and lifestyle classes that they're required to attend either in person or virtually. And so that's 24 classes they're required to do over a 12-month period. But we have many more opportunities, about 4 to 6 opportunities. And our education director is here, and Julie in the back. So if you have any questions on how we educate people, we do awesome stuff. We even do meditation. Amazing how much you can lower people's blood pressure by that. So education is critical. The food is a great incentive. And then, of course, it tastes so much better because the way we source it. And so they want to keep eating these vegetables, believe it or not. And then we measure outcomes. This is key. We have to have the data. Dr. Stephan talked a lot about that. And so we're measuring lots of stuff pre and post program on surveys, but we're actually measuring biometric data. We're measuring A1C, weight, and blood pressure. We have 5 metrics we get baseline and then quarterly throughout the program. And from those, we see who's reversing diabetes, who's drastically lowering their A1C and controlling their diabetes. And we're also seeing and estimating what are the healthcare cost savings that are produced from that. So this is our team. They're awesome. Many have had their own health journeys, and so I like to have people that walk the walk and can relate to people that we're serving, that they can trust them, they feel empowered by them, and our team does a great job loving on people because this is hard and this can be scary for people to change, and we are really helping empower people, not just handing out free food. That's not what this program is. This is a healthcare intervention. So this is a little bit how it works, just another visual. We have clinical referrals. We provide a starter kit with cooking utensils and cookbooks and other types of things, 2 reusable bags and some other things for them to help. And we track and report on participation, on these healthcare outcomes, and we're making sure that we're following people and finding out, are they staying engaged? If they're not, how can we help them get more engaged? And this is just another visual on I know it's hard to see this screen, so this is just another visual on how the patient journey is. They're pre-screened for readiness because not everyone's ready to change. Then they come to an orientation, we get their baseline metrics, they start right away. We do quarterly rolling enrollments. And so if you know anyone, we're enrolling people. We've expanded to all of Tulsa. We also work with Muskogee Creek Nation that's here, and we provide and source the food for 5 of their rural cities in Muskogee Creek Nation. And we also have a rural pilot in southeast Oklahoma in 4 counties launching. It should launch this year, but we'll really start serving people next year with that program. And then they go through a graduation, which the graduations are really fun because the farmers come, the patients are there, the doctors are there giving testimony. And what's really beautiful about that, and what I think is the thing we obviously can't have a hard data on, but we're creating community. And that's the thing that we're so desperately missing. And that's really in the blue zones, if you study those, that's the key component to a long, happy life filled with purpose and love with each other. So this needs to be updated a lot. This is just from our first 3 years, so I'll talk about a little bit more. So we have served over 500 patients. Our largest weight loss last year, it says 116 pounds, but then she lost some more and told me about it. So she lost 132 pounds. She fully reversed her diabetes in 8 months and came off of all of her prescription drugs, and she's a 65-year-old woman. Yeah. I don't know how much research we need. Food and education, pretty simple stuff. And we have spent over $500,000 on local food in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and a food hub in Arkansas, all within 200 miles. So we're really, really proud of that. That's a big deal. They say for every dollar you spend locally, that's like spending $3 because of the jobs that were created, because of all the different things that happened because of that. So we've really spent $1.5 million, and nearly about 40% of our program dollars go directly to farmers. And that we're really proud of that too. We have our first 3 years, we had an average reduction of across about 75% of our participants of 2.2 A1C points, and that's huge. 1 to 2 point reduction of A1C points equates to $16,000 to $24,000 in healthcare cost savings per year. So we say that we've now saved even over about $7 million in healthcare cost savings with pennies. So we say there's a 5 times ROI. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'd invest in that, I think. So this is the woman I was speaking about, who she was literally on her deathbed. Her doctor was surprised she wasn't being wheeled in on a gurney by how bad her diabetes was, and she lost 132 pounds. And this was someone who had diabetes for a decade, and this happens in 6 to 8 months, guys, quick. So we had a cost-benefit analysis done by an actuary firm. They got actual claims data from our state healthcare authority, and they looked at our first 3 years of data, and they said, well, Erin, if you can keep doing this, and your team can keep doing this, and you serve 5% of the people on have type 2 diabetes in Oklahoma, 5% of the people, you would save the state up to $28.5 million in healthcare cost savings. And they were super conservative about this number. We argued about it. So it's a no-brainer. We would like to save Oklahoma hundreds of millions of dollars, and so we are absolutely working on that. Farmers are healthcare providers, and that's what we believe. These are our farmers here, and actually a couple of them are here. One's online. Elizabeth Thau with Thau Family Farms is here. Really proud of our farmers. We could literally not do this because they grow food for nutrition, and the patients are absolutely taking responsibility and doing it, but they're providing the medicine. And so Governor Stitt, he did sign this bill on May 1st. So excited. There were 5 unanimous votes on this bill, and the final was 76 to 8. Believe it or not, today, this is something we all agree on that we desperately need. And so now we're working in tandem with our managed care organizations and our healthcare authority to help them figure out how do we implement this. And so we're really excited and really hopeful that we'll be doing a larger demonstration. We have been lucky to raise over $2 million the last couple months so that we can expand and serve people for another 3 years. And hopefully by then we will have a sustainability plan that we can fully integrate this into our healthcare system in Oklahoma. So we've got a little runway, and we're excited to build on that. And so with that being said, I will pass it over to Jacqueline.
Thank you, Erin. Can we get a round of applause for the farmers who are supplying FreshRx Oklahoma? I mean, that's amazing. Like, all you farmers in here, raise your hand if you're a farmer or rancher. You're growing good food. Okay, you are where health begins, and I know that's why we're all here, and that's not mind-blowing to anyone, but thank you, Erin. Jacqueline.
Okay, does anybody need to get the wiggles out? This is about that time. Please stand up with me if you need to get your wiggles out. Not required. You can do a few squats. That'll get the blood flowing. Because talking about food while you've got a whole lot of digestion happening is a little bit tricky to keep the blood flow to the brain. Okay, so I was Actually thrilled to see some people have heard of culinary medicine, because when I started doing this work over 10 years ago, there would have been no one probably in this room. And I'm going to give you just a 10-minute overview of how this field is transformed medical education and healthcare in very hopeful ways. And many of us have health stories. I have a health story. My beloved paternal grandfather, who taught me how to farm and is why I have a very hobby level farm in my backyard, he died of leukemia, and it was likely due to his USDA experiment station pesticide exposures. And my aunt died at 42, also of a blood cancer from lifelong pesticide exposures. And so I have a complex relationship with the way that we have conventionally farmed in this country, and really made these ties in my own mind after pursuing medicine as the first person in my family to pursue a healthcare field. I started asking questions that I didn't see a lot of other people asking. And it was my husband's diagnosis of celiac disease 16 years ago during my residency, when he came home and said, well, I got diagnosed with this after 20 years of being sick, and his symptoms were really atypical, so it got missed. And then finally we got the right answers, and he said, but they didn't really tell me what to make for dinner. I hope that you know. And I was training to be an internist and a pediatrician, and we had a lot going on, and I didn't know. I mean, we both knew what gluten-free kind of meant, but how does that actually play out? And so my vision from that moment was to make sure that fellow physicians were equipped with accurate information for diet-related disease. Even if they're not going to be able to take people all the way, let's start with people having awareness. And the biggest thing that comes up, though, is that many of our patients aren't ready to make change, aren't yet interested in making change, and human behavior is a complex thing, and I think we're going to hear more about that later. But I can tell you, who likes to eat? Almost everybody gets excited about eating. So if you make this about the beautiful, nourishing food that we're going to enjoy together, you can get people on board. And taste is still number one. Healthfulness is not the number one selling point. But if we make it about deliciousness and about a human experience, we can get more people engaged in this work. So culinary medicine fundamentally is a field that combines the expertise of chefs and culinary professionals, whose job is to make things magical and delicious, with nutrition expertise. What do we actually need to do for diabetes and heart disease and cancer? What are the preventive strategies? What are the treatment strategies? Infusing that nutrition science, even some of the science that you've heard this morning, how is that going to change how we advise people with different health conditions with actual medical practice? So culinary medicine is blending those three together, which means that you can go to see a health professional in a kitchen. And that is really the fundamental summary of my work, is making that a payable strategy where people can do it today. Because almost every doctor I talk to knows that their patients need more about food and nutrition, but has no time for it, and cannot, from their health system that's controlling their day, cannot change strategy unless they can immediately find a way to get it reimbursed, okay? So, by the way, we're training the next generation to do this. I've trained thousands of medical students, residents, gastroenterology fellows, cardiology fellows, endocrine fellows in kitchens. We're teaching them how to talk about food. We're teaching them that nourishing food heals, and they love it. They eat it up, pun intended. And they are going to think differently. So I have huge hope for the 20-somethings. Am I the only one doing this? Absolutely not. There are probably there's been a few reviews recently, there's probably about 75 medical schools that now teach culinary medicine. And then we just have a review that's a paper that's under review, where we looked at all the residency and fellowship programs. So doctors who have already passed medical school, they're now getting it in their subsequent education. There's about 35 of those. And we did a deep dive on that. And I think we're basically creating FOMO. Do y'all know that phrase? Fear of missing out. Like, this is way fun, and your program isn't cool if they aren't teaching it to you. And that's working as a strategy. So what exactly does culinary medicine do? It goes from the what. We often stay stuck in the what exactly should we eat? And we can come to some different conclusions about what the breakdown looks like, and they can all potentially be better answers than the current standard American diet. Doesn't take a lot to get better. And sometimes we need to make sure that perfect is not the enemy of better, and that we really meet people where they are and where they're willing to make change. However, getting from the what to the how is what all of my patients are struggling with. They don't know how to change their life. And at the farm, one of the speakers yesterday was talking about like the typical circular life of, you know, you go to work, you pick your kids up from school, you take them to their sports practices, you try to do homework, you try to get everyone to bed on time without yelling. And how do we break people out of this cycle? It's a whole lot of support. And so we actually say, what does it look like if we bring this into the healthcare system? And so I also want to make the case that food access alone is not enough. And I'm going to say it again. Food alone is not enough. People need the food, and then they need the nutrition education, and they need culinary stuff, and they need culinary literacy. Because it is not enough to know that healthy food matters if you don't know how to turn that into a dinner that your kids will eat. And that is where the real people are struggling. Any parents in the room? If you thought you had control of anything in life, that gets like swept out from under you, and then you start to realize that this is a lot harder than we think for many of our people we serve. So my general philosophy, and I realize that many people in healthcare, they feel so stuck, and they stay stuck because maybe it's too scary to unstuck yourself, and especially your system. But my big belief is stop what's not working. Like, we're all here beating our head against the brick wall trying to fix healthcare by doing the same things or just making tiny changes. And what we really have to do is say, hey, there's not going to be a magical door right here. Let me go look for a tiny window that lets the light in and try that. And so wherever you are, whether it's in farming or healthcare or payers, what isn't working is what we've been doing, and what we've been eating, and how much we sit, and how much we don't prioritize sleep, and how much we scroll our phones. None of that's working for our health. They have to have a holistic approach to what's not working, but you start with one small thing. So you look for a window, and you find a way out, and then you have to be brave enough to recognize that you're gonna make it up as you go. There isn't a playbook. I'm just gonna tell you a recent study that came out. 3 key points here. Patients say that less than half of them can find any sort of clear nutrition advice for their health condition within the current health system, but they absolutely want it. And who wants it most? People who are food insecure. They want it. They're desperate for this information. And they actually list diet-related conditions at the very top of their health priority list. They want this in the healthcare system. So about 6 years ago, we got the idea, well, let's convince our health system that culinary medicine is a clinical strategy. And even just getting it on the website of a major university, that took me a couple of years. And so it takes time for these things to be taken seriously. We started a model of payment structures for the services that we provide to treat diabetes. And I'm a recovering primary care physician, by the way. So I've been in the weeds. I practiced after training for an entire decade with, I'm pediatric and adult certified, so I see all ages, and I did that for 10 years. And I told my husband, I'm either gonna kill myself trying to do the right thing for my patients, or I'm gonna neglect my family, or I'm gonna become a mediocre physician. Those are the only 2 options. The system is so broken that you can't be a good doctor anymore without literally sacrificing your entire existence. And you can't meet your patients' needs and the things that they want doing the current model. So instead of leaving healthcare, I'm like, well, I'm a bridge builder, and I'm gonna figure out how to do this from within, because that's the only way that they're gonna listen, is if I stay. So I chose to stay. A lot of my colleagues have gone to private practice models and ways that they can do things on their own way, but I believe some of us have to stay and build a new way out, okay? So you can check out culinary medicine at UT Southwestern to learn more, but I'm most excited that we just published our model in the New England Journal of Medicine Catalyst. And the #1 question was, patients show up to this, diverse patients show up to this over and over again. #2, all the payers pay for it. And that to me was common sense, but no one believed me until we proved it. So we do an e-consult in culinary medicine where we provide very specific advice, physician to physician. So the other doctors can ask me and my chef dietitian what do we do about this? And we give them the advice. Number 2, we do one-on-one coaching consults. We like to, it's not funny, but we kind of joke that we have at least a 50% cry rate. Because when you ask someone, what's your relationship with food? They tell you their story. And it's usually really hard. And well, when I was 6 years old was the first time I knew that I was obese. I had someone tell me that just this month. And then she went through a lifetime of shame and self-loathing. And many people don't believe they deserve to get better. And that is heartbreaking. And we have to slowly give that back. So some people are ready to go full court press. Some people need very gentle strategies. And so part of our job as clinicians is to be able to meet people where they're at and bring them forward in the strategy they're ready to receive. So finally, we ended with what's called shared medical appointments, which I think is magic. And it's where we put a group of people into a teaching kitchen and we cook together. And we're talking about hypertension, and we're talking about diabetes. And guess what? I'm deprescribing diabetes medications too from the teaching kitchen. And this is a reimbursable clinical model. And what's most important to me, I don't do this in the health system, I do it in the community. We figured out how to make church kitchens and food pantry kitchens billable sites of care. And so it's a strategy that anyone can do anywhere because there's a kitchen everywhere. You don't have to do this, and maybe you shouldn't do this in the ivory towers because people are much more likely to show up somewhere that's familiar and that's easy to park and that allows them to feel like it's not such a big deal. And the community building is the power here. In our recent study of our patients with diabetes and food insecurity coexisting at our Parkland County Health System, 90% of them also report depression and social isolation. So our strategies around food have to bring the communal element in at the same time to be truly successful. And just a couple quick quotes from patients. This is like a gym. We start in the gym and then we go into the church kitchen where we have a setup. And these pictures are going to be in an upcoming publication, so they'll be open access. But one of my patients said, a lot of people think it's very hard to eat healthy, but it's not. It's very, very I think it's back now. All right. I'm technology limited. I actually had to ask someone riding with me where to find a button in my own car this morning. Okay, so, and then the last one, this patient actually cried when she said this. It's life-changing. I wanted to feel better, to sleep better, to have more energy. It's meant so much to me. And so when we change people's entire journey and they have the agency and the power to take it forward, there's nothing more beautiful than that. And that's actually what most health professionals really want to do. They just don't know how. So as you think about your own community, I think you always begin with what is the gap? What's missing? Where can I enter in and fill a gap? Or where is something not working? And then don't do it by yourself. Try to find at least one friend. I've actually only had one friend for most of this time that does it with me, but even one friend is enough to keep you afloat so you're not alone. You do have to prove it. Even if we believe and know that it works, when you want to uproot the status quo, we do have to show over and over again that it works. And we can be annoyed about it, but the more you can show the outcomes of what you're doing. So just do the thing and measure it. And then lastly, centering community. And I also want to speak to indigenous communities have incredible wisdom in culinary medicine. And going back to the cultural roots of many different populations we work with, that is how we truly meet people where they are with food. And then this is my last slide if you want to hang out, but every single one of us needs to care about this. This is not a turf war. Sometimes people think, well, this is that people's problem and this is that people's problem. Literally everyone needs to care about this and be part of the solution, and we need to keep building bigger tables until we each have a space at it. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Dr. Alban. We're going to have Dr. Stephan Chen up next. I just want to, there's so many things I want to highlight from what we just heard, but I'm not going to do that. We'll talk about that later. But one thing I do really want to stress on, what Dr. Alban just said, is that literally everyone has a role in this. That doesn't mean, she did not say literally every doctor has a role in this or literally everyone in healthcare has a role in this. She said literally everyone. And I really want us to all take that to heart and really think about what is your role in this. So without further ado, Dr. Stephen Chen.
Thank you all so much. Wow, give it up to these two. Incredible. Incredible programs. And I just want to say I'm very thankful and I'm grateful for all of you being here. We are too siloed as a nation. We are too siloed in our professions. Last week I was asked to speak to the state public health officers in California, all 58 counties and their staffs. And I asked the question, how many of you are X, Y, and Z? Health officers, farmers, etc. Certainly we had all the health officers. We had one farmer, a former health officer, or a former farmer that was a health officer. The health teams need to hear from the farmers, and so I was so pleased to see so many farmers here. Erin and I were in Boston a few weeks ago at the National Food as Medicine Summit, and it was the first time at a national audience where that conference had farmers, and we heard from people who are growing the food. So we need more of this, so thank you to Think Regeneration, to Ryan, and to Denise. We need to do this together of the silos, because we're not going to solve it in our own silos. You saw incredible programs with Erin and Dr. Albin on all of this work. I'm going to share not only our program, but a potential pathway to scale. And it's not just in scaling any pathway, it's scaling a regenerative pathway. And often in health, in these conversations in health and conferences, we kind of get close to it, we say local. And that's cool. But in California, local doesn't always mean regenerative. Local can be big, big industrial ag. So local is not specific enough to us. We need to break that out a little more and continue to speak the language of regenerative and organic. So I'm going to share a pathway, a fundable pathway. And you know, our program is called Recipe for Health. And like with any recipe, you have ingredients. And I want to share our ingredients as a potential pathway to scale the work of our collective work here. So that's why I'm calling it Recipe for Health, a pathway to regenerative food as medicine. I know it's hard for many folks in the back to see this. Some of the slides might be tiny. I'm just going to jump into our program because you heard some incredible work already happening with my two colleagues up here on the space. What is Recipe for Health? Well, when I talk to clinicians and patients, I say, we are prescribing you pretty simple things. Food and health coaching. Food and health coaching. Why? Because we are trying to treat, prevent, and reverse chronic conditions. Two things about that. I remember when I first started talking about this work and about reversal, you know, a lot of my physician colleagues are like, come on, Stephen. You know, we're trained. You put someone on a blood pressure medicine, you put them on for life. You know, you're overreaching with reversal. I'm like, well, how many years of practice have you been doing? Have you been thinking about how you take care of your patients in different ways? And if you've been practicing enough, you'll see cases where patients actually do improve and can be deprescribed and come off their medicine. So I'm pleased to hear that many people are using the R word, the reversal word, the remission word, as part of the care and treatment of our patients. The second thing I want to name that's really important is I use the word chronic conditions, not just chronic disease. Because in the healthcare world, when you think chronic disease, you're often thinking very end stage, diabetes, heart disease. But sometimes we get a little technical, and especially with some of our health insurance colleagues here, they may say, well, we're not sure we want to cover pre-diabetes or hypertension, because that's not really a disease. It's a risk factor. So I really want to encompass this as we want to get beyond just disease. We want to move upstream, and so I often use the word chronic conditions. Third thing I'm going to say, actually, you'll see food and nutrition insecurity. I think there's many folks in the food as medicine world that are saying, well, this is just about chronic disease or chronic conditions. Many of us went into medicine not just to deal with the patient in front of us, but to move upstream and work in community. Many of our patients are struggling with food insecurity, and so we see our work as food as medicine as treating both the patient in front of us with their chronic conditions, but also the upstream issue of food insecurity and nutrition insecurity. And that food as medicine is broader than just the funding of chronic disease treatment, but also should include these upstream drivers. Sometimes it's a wrong pocket question. You guys are trying to take on too much for healthcare. You know, let's just have the social services people take on food insecurity. Well, when my patients come into our clinic, they're not thinking who's funding what. They're saying, I'm coming to you as a whole person. I have food insecurity, I have diabetes, I have depression. Treat me as a whole person. Take care of me all the way through. So how do we do this? It's pretty simple. We talk about food in our program, and it's not just any food. Our model is produce boxes. This food is all local, organic, regenerative, and when we can, include as many BIPOC-led farms as possible. This is a 12-week experience. In California, our laws allowed for just 12 weeks. I'm so jealous of what Erin's able to do with 12 months. Ours is 12 weeks, but you can renew. We also pair that with health coaching, and similar to Jacqueline's, we do the health coaching in group medical visits or shared medical appointments. This is we partner with the community-based health coaches. They're certified health coaches. They're moving, nourishing, connecting being. It's not just me talking to you. We're moving together. We're breaking out in small groups, and I'll show you about that a little more. And that's paired with the food. But not all our patients need the health coaching. Some already have a nutritionist, they get their coaching elsewhere. So we allow a lot of opportunities for our patients to engage food as medicine. I do want to also highlight this really important concept. I'm calling it a health multiplier. Recipe for Health acts as a health multiplier. It's not just me as a doctor thinking about human health. It's not just about health in the human health piece. When we ask the question, where does the food come from? Fundamental question, a fundamental equity question that creates a cascade of other questions. Who's grown the food? How is it grown? When we ask this question, we get a health multiplier. When we don't ask this question, we don't. And here's what I mean. And hopefully by the end of this, you'll hear how we're getting to this health multiplier effect. In Alameda County, where of course our food and our food as medicine program covered by Medicaid, we have an intentional sourcing strategy, all on this question of where does the food come from. We use, for us, local is within 250 miles. We're a big state, big area. We start fundamentally only with organic and or regenerative. That is just a decision we made. That's our North Star. We're on the ground. This is not a pie-in-the-sky ivory tower idea. This is happening in the ground, in a county. I'm representing the county government system. We try to include as many BIPOC-owned farms as possible. We want to make this available to all farmers. And we know we have a history where that hasn't always happened. By doing that, and this is where I'm going to get a little nerdy, guys, we're calling it this health multiplier, health cubed equity. Health cubed equity, H cubed E. Why? Because, again, I was saying it's a health multiplier. You're going to get a benefit to human health. You saw all these, great research by Dr. Stephan this morning, bridging, showing the metabolome in our bodies, et cetera, health outcomes. We're also going to get an economic health benefit. That's that second H. And then the third H is the ecological health. A lot of what we saw yesterday and what many of you do in your practice. But I'm a child of immigrants. My grandfather was a farmer in Taiwan, third grade illiterate, smartest guy in the village. My dad, his son, came here, part of the brain drain post-65 when Asian folks were allowed to come back into this country. I was born here. He was a PhD. Kind of skipped me. I didn't get into the farming piece, but I'm coming full round, right? I'm not the best green thumb. But I want to name this, I named this my own story in that because of the issue of equity and inclusion. And I know these words aren't popular words nowadays, but certainly I wouldn't be here if these policies weren't in place to allow folks of all colors and all nationalities to participate. So I'm always, thank you. I appreciate that, especially coming here to Oklahoma. I know it's easy to say in California, but I'm not always sure how this is going to land with everyone else, so I appreciate that. And equity to me is just making sure everyone's included, right, in the gains. If we don't do that, right, if we don't ask this question, where does the food come from, and design our policies around that, we run into what has happened where we go to an economic race for the bottom. This question protects us, and if we can design policies to prevent an economic race to the bottom, which has happened in school meals. This is what my children, I have twins that are 11, they were in elementary school last year, and now they're in middle school. This is the breakfast. I don't know if you can see it, but it's frosted cornflakes. It's Nutrigrain bars. It's Trix. I'm a family medicine doc. We have Dr. Jacqueline up here. This is a metabolic bomb about to happen, right? It's happening in our communities. My kiddos eating this every day are going to show up in our clinics in Alameda County. So we have to ask this question, where does the food come from? We have to double down. We have to create the policy change and the guardrails to center this. Otherwise, we may go down this pathway. So here's the ingredient list, y'all, that you can take on to your locales and figure out how you're going to implement the ingredients. And I have six ingredients to scale impact. The first one is safety net health centers. So I work in a public system with safety net health centers. We don't discriminate based on if you have health insurance or not. We don't discriminate on if you are undocumented or you are not. We are here to serve as the public, as a safety net for all patients. The second piece for this ingredient, I'm going to go through each one of these, is what we call a food pharmacy. Notice how I'm spelling pharmacy, right? I used to think, man, maybe we invented this, back in 2014. But, I was realizing other people are using this word too. But everyone uses it a little differently. And for me, I'm going to tie this question to this whole issue of pharmacy. We also tie in behavioral pharmacy because, I'm speaking from the lens of healthcare. And when I'm trying to help doctors and nurse practitioners and clinicians adopt, it's easy for them to think about pharmacies because we're trained to prescribe. What is a pharmacy? So, Denise, if I prescribed you an antibiotic, where would you take that prescription? CVS,
Yes,
or
that is my pharmacy on file.
Yeah, pharmacy on file. So CVS is there. It's local. It's available. It's covered by your insurance. It's hopefully $5 or a small copay. What happens if you didn't have a CVS around? Could you fulfill my prescription for that antibiotic? Okay, now Jacqueline's want to go to Walmart. Now, what happens if Walmart's not around? The question is, really, what I'm getting to is, if you don't have a pharmacy, how are you going to fulfill your doctor's prescription for health, right? Isn't that what we do every day in primary care? I tell people to eat better, go get exercise, and I say, hey, I'll see you in 4 months. It's a prescription to nowhere because we haven't built the pharmacies, if you will, the comparable pharmacies for our patients on food and behavioral support. So that's why we name it as a pharmacy, easy for doctors and healthcare teams to adopt. Now, the fourth part of this ingredient is how do you pay for it? I know we have some healthcare insurance companies here, and they play a big part of it in our country, right? So we have a braided model. We are drawing down county dollars, so I utilize our county dollars. We're using Medicaid. We're drawing grants from the USDA and philanthropy. And so we're putting it all together to be able to make this available. The fifth ingredient is one of those ingredients that you need to kind of make that food come alive, right? Make it all happen. And that's my team at the county. We are the training and administrative hub. And so we train the clinicians on how do you use food as medicine in a 15-minute visit. We pay the farmers a good rate. We pay the health coaches a good rate. We help the health insurance plans meet all the regulatory pieces that you need to make food as medicine covered. And so you need someone to do that in your communities because it's too tough for any individual health center to do it all alone, or any farmer to meet all the regulatory pieces of Medicaid, right? Or any health coach. So we provide that platform. And then I like to add the sixth ingredient, which is community. See if it'll show up here. There we go. And so, I'm thinking downstream. I'm in health centers, but we have outside of the clinics of the four walls, we have the community. And so there are programs in public health where we're connecting this work and moving into the community. You saw some of that happen here with the church-based community group visits and whatnot. All right, are you guys with me so far? Are we good, or I'm putting you to sleep? We're good? Okay, I know I'm at the end. So I'm going to show you pictures now, just to highlight this. Again, first for us, it's safety net health centers. And so we're in Alameda County, and I know there's only 2 people that know where that is. This is Alameda County. It's greater than 800 square miles, half the size of Rhode Island, 1.65 million residents. So this is kind of my jurisdiction, if you will. 57 languages spoken. Right now, we have 18 clinics across 5 FQHCs, or 5 federally qualified health centers, including our health system, our county health system. Lifelong Native American Health Center, Tiburcio Vasquez, Alameda Health System, where I used to be the medical director, and now Bay Area Community Health. And we have other clinics that are signing up. We're just a small team, though, but we think we have a little secret sauce here for how to do it. So that's one of them. This is our mix of who we serve. You see lots of folks who are BIPOC of various gradations, Spanish speaking. We serve all. Now, this is why I think there's a pathway to scale. Federally qualified health centers, they're scattered all over the nation. 1,400 separate organizations, 19,000 clinic sites. And we're just right here. And you guys are over there, right? Whoever the 17 states here represented, every place has a health center. Let's get the health centers on board. So that's one possibility. That's ingredient number one. Ingredient two, clicker's going out. This is our ingredient two, our food pharmacy. We're paying our farmers, including our BIPOC farmers, as pharmacists. Pharmacists get paid pretty well in traditional healthcare. How do we pay our farmers well? We are using Farm Fresh to You. They are a local network of farms and a food hub where they do last mile delivery. And so far we have over 45 local farms sourcing for our clinics. We start only with regenerative and organic. They're all organic certified, although I'm okay with non-certified as long as you have the practices. All this nutrient-dense, delicious produce in a box, going to your doorstep weekly for 12 weeks. This is, and I put discreet, I added the word discreet now, because many of our patients fear going to public areas because they may get picked up by ICE. So we're now doing, and we've been doing discreet delivery at the doorstep. And so this is our model. This is one possibility of how to do a food pharmacy, an infrastructure, and it may look different in your community. This is just highlighting one of our farmers, is Tony Serrano. He's had his farm regenerative organic certified since 2014, also fair trade certified. He's paying all his farm workers, not just the farmers, but the farm workers are paid thriving wages. In Salinas, 406 acres. I just want to name this because I think it's really important. Again, for me, it's all about, hey, would I be able to show up and do all of us show up in part of this fabric of America? Racial equity is important. Black farmer attrition, because of systemic racism, is true. 1920s, we had almost 1 million black farmers. 1997, I think it was 45,000. Now, even less. Now, this curve is similar for many of our farmer curves, but this one in particular has a dramatic drop-off. And if you look at the history, you will see why this has happened from the racism and the systemic barriers that have occurred. And it's been acknowledged by USDA as well. 98% drop-off. That's huge. Sorry, it's not clicking. All right, third one. I'm getting there to the end. Behavioral pharmacy. How do we do this, right? It's not just the what, like Jacqueline was saying, it's the how. And so we can't amplify this behavior, this food, if we just get the food and it goes to waste. So I said it earlier, in clinic, we have behavioral prescriptions, eat better, right? Exercise more, reduce your stress, etc. I'll see you in 4 months, and then we wonder why not much has happened, right? Well, don't blame the patient. How do we structure the support so our patients have the support they need? They have the pharmacies they need for behavior support and for food. So that's where we partner with Open Source Wellness, and they provide health coaches to our clinics. And Erin talked about the power of community. This is what's happening. People are connecting in small tables like this in our clinics, in group visits, with certified health coaches, with me as a clinician in the room. They are moving. Online Zumba sometimes is moving around, doing movement together. They're talking about that kale that just came in, like, what is this? How do I cook it? What spice do you use? They're connecting in small groups, in community. Diabetics learning from people with hypertension, with depression. It's a trans-diagnostic group, not just a diabetes group, not just a hypertension group. It's doing mental health as well. And the health coaches, I should say, they call the patients, so they text the patients weekly. You set up that plan. How's it going? How can I help you? Coaching. We all need some coaching in life, right? And then there's a mindfulness piece. How do you re-regulate that nervous system to manage stress? So that's that third one. The fourth one is braided funding. Getting close. We use county, philanthropy, and USDA. I'm going to get a little wonky here for the policy people, since we probably have policy people. There's this mumbo jumbo 1115 waivers, 1915B, ILOS in lieu of service. What is all this mumbo jumbo? It's basically a pathway that the federal government allows the states to pay, to test new ways to deliver and pay for care. Well, one of those ways is for healthcare to pay for food, which hasn't happened in our history, but it's happening now. And it has to be medically appropriate. It has to be cost-effective alternatives to standard benefits. And you have to address social drivers of health. And so our local health plan, Managed Care, is Alameda Alliance Health, Alameda Alliance for Health, and they've been leaders in this space to help make this happen. I'm going to skip this slide because Erin used it in the first pathway, the first one, but it's 32 states that have engaged. And in terms of the breakdown, you got, oh, this is going slow. You got the waivers, the 1115 ones. Sorry, y'all. This is slowing down. 13 states already approved. 3 states are pending. You have also ILOS. That's another pathway of medically appropriate, cost-effective. 10 states doing that. Legislation, and this is where Oklahoma rocks, right? Texas rocks. Even without these Medicaid waivers, Arkansas is in there. You have states passing legislation to make this happen. And you saw this slide earlier. All right, we're going to close. Economic health. Ryan's, there's the whole theme here around economics. And one of my organic farmers showed me this slide, or this picture, and I put it up. Pay the farmer or pay the doctor? And the doctor says, we think the doctor would say, pay the farmer, but see me when needed. Right? How do we actually pay our farmers? So I'm going to share a little economics as we close. And I know it's slowing down. Tell me. I want to ask you a question. This is an important one. Can we transform or reinforce? Is healthcare going to transform or reinforce status quo? How much do we spend on healthcare a year? Okay, but I want to hear from the audience. Ooh, very close, 4.5. It's actually 4.9 now. But that's a lot of money, right? 90% of that is chronic conditions or chronic disease. How much do you think we spend on the farm bill every year? 400 million, a little more. We get all caught up about the farm bill, right? It's a big political football. Let's put it in context at healthcare. The farm bill is about $86 billion a year. A lot of money. It's a B. It's not an M. 86 billion is a lot of money. But compared to healthcare, it's 2%. The sleeping giant in the room is healthcare. So I'm always asking the question, well, what can we in healthcare do in terms of pulling some of that funding over to pay our farmers to grow vegetables that would be great for and fruit for our families and communities instead of just corn and soy, right? This is a sleeping giant. This is what I'm trying to leverage. And many of us are trying to leverage. This is the economics. The impact for us in California, for every dollar spent in Recipe for Health, that's a $1.9 multiplier. So we put $1 million, we get 1.9 million back. So that's a local impact. And then I'm just going to close with our training, because you got to train, and you have to have some type of platform to put this together. And so in our county, I train the clinicians on how to use food as medicine, 15-minute visit, to treat, prevent, reverse chronic conditions. We train our medical assistants, everyone, to screen for food insecurity. We also connect into SNAP-Ed, or to SNAP. SNAP-Ed has been cut, but food stamps, integrate that into the care plan. And then we do all the non-sexy work, right? All of that back-end electronic health record, clinic workflow, paying all the claims, all of that. No one likes it. No doctor in the room likes to fill out a prior authorization, right? I've never heard one doctor that wants to do that to get something covered for their patient. My team takes that on. So the clinicians can do what they can do best, which is take care of the patients. The farmers can grow the food. The health coaches can coach. We've trained the basic point here is we've trained over 865 attendees, and we have a net promoter score when we do our surveys. Would you recommend this training, right? These are webinar trainings that I do. I'm also on site. 95% say yes. We would want our colleagues to train up. And these are busy doctors working in the hardest conditions with the hardest patients. They still want it. Thank you. I know I'm going over. we'll close with just this. We've served over 9,000 patients by now at scale, 113,000 produce boxes, 2.1 million servings, again, all organic and regenerative. So the question is, well, how will you bring Recipe for Health or some version of it to your community? Join the movement. Thank you all.
We have some time for questions. About 6 minutes? Yeah. So,
okay, I see a hand up.
yes, where's the hand? Oh, here we go. You're not super short, you're just sitting down.
Okay, and this is, I love every single piece of this. I'm a small ruminant rancher, so meat proteins. And so I know, Erin, in this state too, you've worked with a lot of our ranchers. Also, just a question on, as we're moving forward to this, a lot of the model is based on being able to provide fresh fruits and vegetables. And so here, where we grow grass, and then we grow animals on that grass, and that's 2/3 of the country. As you're expanding this model and the thought process of animal proteins and how they're playing a role in healthy diets and do play a role, and nut proteins, obviously, same thing here. One of the pieces that I was curious about is one of the biggest for the farmer or rancher is processing. So the bottleneck, and I know we've experienced this in Oklahoma, Texas experiences too, is not only the bottleneck for fresh fruits and vegetables, but as you go up into complex proteins like animal proteins, our bottleneck is the same place. So locally sourcing becomes more difficult, right? We can't source fruit and vegetables here because we don't grow them. So 250, is farther. No problem with any of the programs. No problem with any other type of farmer and rancher. How do we also move into the complexity of animal proteins into this piece? And what are you seeing? And and not picking on Stephen, but maybe a seventh is processing. We need processing technologies so I can get my goats to people faster and more. Right now it's long, and beef processing, my gosh, if you want to get in line, you got to go 9 months, right? So we can't channel beef or meat proteins, which we'd like to channel through this process that fruit and vegetables, but where are we in the U.S. working with processing technologies to help speed up locally regenerative or biodiverse foods faster? Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's kind of two parts to that question. The processing is certainly a whole issue, and so the local food system, lots of folks in DC are working on this issue. There's only 30 processors, pretty much, of the big guys across the country, and that's really a national security issue. So yes, a lot of people working on that. As it pertains to food as medicine programs, we just happen to do produce prescription and the funding that we got through USDA, but we do have an interest in expanding that. But in the food as medicine space, there's actually 3 different types of food as medicine programs. There's produce prescription, there's medically tailored grocery that also includes meat and dairy, and there's medically tailored meals that also include a full meal that includes protein. So yes, I get that question often. Erin, when are you going to do meat? I would love to. It's an additional logistic question for us, and we understand that there's really great nutritional value, especially with the ranchers raising cattle in the way that is really beneficial. So I think it's a very important component. I think for us especially, there's there's ways that people can use their SNAP and their double up when they're low income to access the same food that we're providing. And we want to make sure that they can afford and access this type of food we're providing beyond the program. And so that's something we're working on at a food system component with the Tulsa Urban Ag Coalition, the Oklahoma City Food Hub, and the Oklahoma City Urban Ag Coalition as well. So yes, lots of work to be done there. Want to say anything on that? Next question. Yeah. Yeah.
Just wanted to add real quick, our pilot that we're running in Illinois does include regeneratively grown meat and dairy. The results that Ryan mentioned up front, where we had the patient who decreased from in the 13s of A1C to 6, was receiving 2 pounds of meat per week, as well as some regenerative dairy along with that. So definitely a proponent of that option.
All right, I think we got time for one more question, and then we're going to take a break.
Oh, I feel pressured. Yeah, no problem. So I know that Erin and Dr. Chen, you talked about, well, Erin specifically, folks that are going through your program, they're there for a year. Can you talk through what successes you've seen once they're out of the program? Are they continuing the pattern, right, of purchasing local foods? Because I know it's, when you have that support, you know, and you're kind of, you know, it's easier, right, when you're having that support. And do you see, we talked about education and how important that is, right, for the community to get that education piece, and especially when we talk about Medicaid populations, hearing from other folks in your family that are living, you know, what we're trying to teach is really important. So if you could just kind of talk through what you've seen, successes past the program, how long you follow them, or even Dr. Chen, you said, you know, the 12 weeks. So what happens, right, if they don't renew, what kind of education and what outcomes are you seeing past the program?
I think we all want to speak to this, so I'll just say briefly, for us, we have a partnership with Stanford and UCSF that's looking at our data. Ours is a 3-month intervention. We've looked at 12 months, what happens to our patients, and we're seeing still significant effects in terms of the drop in the hemoglobin A1C and the drop in some of the cholesterol indicators. So that's number one. So there's a lasting effect because of the behavioral pharmacy that allows for change beyond in terms of habits. I also just want to mention, though, too, many of us go in and out of healthcare. We fall off and on the off the wagon, right? And so the primary health centers being there, the health centers having that space for the patients to come back to and to be referred as another pathway of support.
So I just want to say that this is very individual. Some people take this on and they are transformed and they are holding to it. And others will say, you know what, life happened and I fell off the bandwagon. We actually run a reunion series now that's a new thing where we take patients who've graduated from our series of culinary medicine classes and then bring them back 6, 12, 18 months later. And some of them are absolutely holding to it. And others will say, I am all alone and I have no support. So it is really about support and community. And then certainly the urgency of health conditions affects people differently. And so the ability to stay true to this is hard. We're actually launching additional studies of what the in-home environment looks like and how that influences the ability to hold the behavior change. But we're teaching people skills that can't be taken away. I actually have no funding, by the way. We've been talking about various funding sources. I have $0. I do this all on health payer billing. And so I'm not able to provide food. I teach people how to find food differently. And that's a skill that you can't take away from them. You teach them to buy seasonal food. You teach them to go to the farmer's market. Many of them have never experienced this. We have a regenerative agriculture partner that we've actually got on our health system food purchasing contract, that was a feat, if anybody wants to hear that story later. But it's the little things that move the needle over time. Even if you don't have the resources for food itself, you teach people skills in navigating the food system, and it's hard to sustain, but it can't be taken from them.
Oh, I mean, I would second those things, all those things, and that's why we also allow people to continue to come back and keep coming to the classes if they need to refresh on what they're doing. Yeah.
And Dominique, since you asked as representing health plans, I want to say something really important, because I think when we use medications like GLP-1s, right, these anti-obesity injections, at 1 year, only 1/4 of the patients continue to use that medicine, and yet we still continue to pay for it. So I want to say that food, we don't want a double standard or a higher standard in order for people to access food. A GLP-1 every month is about $1,400, $600 to $1,400 a month for that injectable medicine that you're supposed to be on for, quote, life. And yet we don't blink an eye necessarily for many of these interventions. But when it comes to food interventions, we have, well, how long does it last? Will they stay on it? All important questions, all things that we're researching, all things that we want to improve. But let's not necessarily have that as a barrier or in order to allow for this, right? We'll continue to do the work like we do in medicine all the time and refine. But let's not create higher standards or double standards because something is new and innovative.
Thank you so much. Just want to say real quick, and I'm going to walk us into the break. Man, if you're wondering, still wondering what is my role in this, we have someone from a university medical center, the government, it's county government, but it's still the government, and a nonprofit running these programs. It is possible wherever you are. So I hope you all are inspired. I know there's so many more questions. In our roundtable sessions this afternoon, you'll have more time to dive deeper. So thank you for the time. We're gonna take a break until 10:40, and then we'll meet back in here and we will continue on. A couple things I forgot to mention this morning. One is that we have composting in the back and all the plates, and if there's paper napkins are compostable and you can throw your food in there. Just don't throw the actual silverware in there. That's reusable. You can put it in the little tub on top. And I think there was one other thing, but I forget what that is now, so I'll mention it the next time I'm up here. Oh, yes, that is exactly what it was. Thank you. The Wi-Fi network is Edmond guest, I believe. And then the password is all lowercase, T as in Tom, S as in Sam, E as in Edmond, guest. Does that make sense to everyone? TSE guest, all lowercase. All right, we will be back here at 10:40. Thanks so much, everyone, and thank you all.
Morning. Just to recap, again, people, please. Hey, everybody. If you're having a conversation, please. Please be respectful for the folks on stage, not just me, but for everyone. Already, we saw the science behind regenerative agriculture practices, and then we learned about the models in practice, and they're very diverse. And as we learned, anybody can get these started. So you're going to hear that a lot today, and we're just going to repeat message that over and over again. If there's one takeaway we want from today, that's it. All right, I want to introduce Carl Mayhope on our team. Carl is another person who's kind of one of the masterminds behind this event. He's worked with us for about 2 years now and comes from us from California. Now, I know we've heard about California, but he's a good guy, I promise you. And he's really passionate about this. He's a master gardener in his community and works on to prevent local land consolidation and does all sorts of things to support the local food movement. So, Carl, welcome.
Thank you, Ryan. It's actually my pleasure to be here. I am a kind of escapee from the corporate world, but the regenerative community, when I started reaching out, including Ryan, Ray Archuleta, were also welcoming to me that I had to be involved and do it for myself, but also for my family and my family's kids. I get the pleasure of introducing Sherry Hess. She is the founder and brains behind the Flavor Remedy. Talking flavor, you've probably had breakfast, you might have just had a snack. What did you taste? Was it sweet, salty, savory, bitter? You've all probably done the same thing I have. I've bought in a rush big box strawberries. I didn't get to the regenerative farm and pick up my strawberries that I normally do. What did that taste like, the difference between those? And you've all probably had a similar experience. Sherry has been in the food industry from a long time, from childhood. It started when she was in her dad's garden learning how to grow food for her family. She's been in restaurant management. She's been an executive chef. She's writing a book currently. Pardon me? Yes, you do. So she was an executive chef and developer of food products. She also went to culinary school. And it was the usual training and the taste and flavor, but they also had the students go to the local organic farmers and ranchers and spend time with them, learn about the soil, the importance of healthy soil to plants and food that taste really good. Taste, flavor, nutrient density, and soil health all have an impact. And today Sherry is going to talk about that, but I think a question that I asked her, and she was hesitant to give me, but I think it's a great view, is what's your favorite food? And she said, really quickly, my mom's meatloaf. So with that, would you welcome Sherry Hess?
And is the clicker? The clicker. Ryan just had it. I got it. Okay. Wow, that was the best introduction I have ever had. Thank you, Carl. I mean, how much better is that than like reading off of a piece of paper? You brought tears to my eyes, so thank you for that. I'm so honored, truly, to be amongst so much brilliance and so inspired by what I've seen happen and is happening. And this food is medicine. This is a side story before I start my way too many slides that I have here for you. I was just talking to someone about the fact that I did a TEDx, and people might not realize this, but I was not allowed to say food is medicine on the TEDx stage. And I got censored for saying that. This is just 2021. This is not that long ago. I don't know if they still do that, but I'm so, so excited that we are here and that insurance companies and like people are funding this and talking about this, and we're not being censored for saying food is medicine. And that just is so huge for me. So thank you for all the work that everyone is doing. And has anyone else noticed the pattern of talking about flavor and taste in this regenerative space? This is part of why I'm so inspired to do this work, because everybody's having this conversation. It tastes better, it tastes better, it tastes better, but why does that matter? And why aren't we using that as the, maybe not metric, but the impetus to build the will to make this a bigger thing? So we're gonna go through a lot of things here. Oops, I gotta point this way. Why do we taste? It's the simplest question. And as we go through these slides, some of you are going to be like, oh, I know that, that's obvious. But then hopefully there's going to be things in these slides that are going to make you think differently about taste and flavor and why it matters so much. So why do we taste? Who has a thought? Shelby. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you think the general public thinks about it that way? Okay. Sorry, I keep pointing the wrong way. So the important thing to remember is that taste and aroma are very intricately tied. And the reason why this is important to, I don't know why the slides are kind of off there. The reason why this is important to talk about is because part of the reason why we don't trust taste to be the thing to guide us for nutrition is that the food industry has figured out that aroma is a big part of taste. And the reproduction of flavors in the food industry is primarily reproduction of aroma. So I try the jelly bean experiment. Has anyone done the jelly bean experiment where you taste the cantaloupe jelly bean, the strawberry jelly bean, the coconut jelly bean, and then you hold your nose and you taste them all again and they all taste the same? It's kind of a thing kids do, but it's a real good indication of how much aroma affects. Oh, Sherry, learn your clicker here. Oh my goodness, my slides got kind of messed up. I'm sorry, guys. Now I'm going the wrong way. Hang tight. Okay, so what I really want to talk about, and I think this is a big reason why this topic isn't, people don't have the confidence to talk about flavor as an indicator, because a lot of times we're talking about preference. When we say things are subjective, yes, absolutely. Flavor, preference, and aversions are subjective. Preferences of people liking things and not liking things, we all know there's lots of influence in these things, right? But if we talk about flavor in a way that we look at preferences and aversions, my slides are really not coming through. I don't know if that's just the conversion to PDF. It's all right, I don't have to have the slides. When we talk about preferences of flavors, right? So naturally we like sweet flavors. Everyone likes sweet flavors, and there's a reason for that, right? Evolutionarily, sweet flavors are providing the energy that make it, it's survival, right? Sweet is survival. So of course we like sweet things. And when we talk about aversions, we're typically thinking about bitter flavors. People don't like bitter flavors. And there's a narrative in the food system that follows that, and where bitter flavors, we're taught, are something that indicates poisons or toxins, right? But the level of toxins that show up are the key. It's like the poison is in the dose, right? I always talk to people about bitter flavors being, think of it like a bitter pill to swallow. So medicine in the right amounts is going to benefit you. Medicine in the wrong amounts or the wrong types is going to poison you. So bitter flavors are where the magic is. Okay, so I wanted to go through, hopefully we can get this set up. Is it looking okay on your end? Okay. You know what, it's okay, let's just go through them. I'll just use them as a cue, and I apologize if you can't read them. I don't have to read them, I'll just use them as a cue. Okay. So, let's go back to where we are. Okay, how did we get here? This is no news to anyone in this room, right? Industrial agriculture focuses on yield and shelf life, and this has resulted in nutrient and flavor decline in whole foods over the past 6 decades. We all know this. Everyone in this room knows this, right? The correlation of flavor to nutrition is real, and it's really relevant. But what's happening is that people don't care. So this is a quote. This is a screenshot that I took off of, I'm not sure if anybody noticed that the government websites have changed a lot in the last year or so. This was actually originally on a quote that I found when I searched for the definition of natural flavors on the FDA's website. And this is a quote from the director of the FDA's office. "Not everyone cares if the food actually includes a certain ingredient as long as the flavor tastes right to them." Is that insane? How do we get here, right? This is not available on the FDA website, right? Happening. And part of that is because guess what else bitter does? Reduce satiety. Induces satiety, sorry. So if you're going to talk about GLP-1 and this trend in pharmacy, and I'm not, believe me, I know that we're in a state in this country where these are things that are providing I have friends that swear by it because of the benefits they've wise. But when we have a food system that's removing all the bitter compounds in order to make it more palatable, there's a big need for us to really understand taste better and flavor better. So in the food world, what's happening is we are not only removing or masking the bitter flavors, and masking is, masking bitter flavors is a little bit different than complementing flavors. So I'll get to that in a little bit, but this is where the magic is, and this is what's missing in our processed food world. Umami. Umami. Okay, so this one, MSG, right? So umami is essentially the indication of glutamate, which is the amino acid. Glutamate doesn't show up in protein all by itself, right? It shows up with a lot of other amino acids. In MSG, it's just a flavoring. So you see how there's no correlation of flavor to the actual nutrients that it's indicating, right? You could say the same thing about artificial sweeteners or non-nutritive sweeteners. We have flavors that don't match our nutrients. This is my friend Fred Provenza. Everyone know Fred Provenza? How can you not love Fred Provenza? So somehow I skipped a slide, I think, in all the chaos. Fred talks about the same study that I talk about a lot, and it's this study by Clara Davis, 1939, where they studied orphans being fed whole foods. Does anyone know of this study, have heard of this study? Okay, so the idea of this study was that they had these orphans. This is not a study that could be done today. There'd be lots of, moral issues with it, but they had these children that they basically gave them, I think it was 27 different whole food options every day. They didn't tell them what to eat. They didn't tell them how much to eat, and they followed the patterns of these kids understanding what they needed to eat. And a physician was following along with them the whole time, allowing these kids to self-select what foods they would eat and what nutrition they were taking in. And the doctor concluded that these were the healthiest children that he had seen. So the idea behind that is that taste is our innate wisdom. This idea of flavor being so manipulated towards palatability, it's really, really scary. And so Fred's work in studying animals really proved that animals understand how to self-medicate. So this term, zoopharmacognosy, basically is animals that are self-medicating based on the foods that they're choosing. And I'm not the extreme scientist that Dr. Van Vliet is, but there's scientific references in all of my slides. And this is something that we as humans need to really recognize, that we have this innate ability. Why do we taste? We taste to understand the nutrition that we're taking in. And how do we understand that? Through flavor. And that's why this is really important. So This is the part where I feel like is missing in this conversation. Everyone says taste is subjective. I can't talk about flavor because people don't always like this kind of a thing. Yeah, preferences and aversions are different than what's actually happening biologically in our body. So this is where I feel like we can really elevate this conversation about taste, because taste isn't just about do I like it or do I not like it. It actually affects biological systems in our body. And the one thing that Carl didn't mention in my introduction is that I'm currently getting my nutrition certification, and I kind of decided to do that as a checkbox. Like, people will believe me better if I check boxes. But this is why I'm so glad I'm doing that. Nutrition Therapy Institute is one of the sponsors. That's where I'm going to school. This is why this matters. Because you can talk about subjectiveness of flavor, whether people like it or don't like it. Maybe that's not scientific. Maybe that's really hard to discern and make like a point around. But what's real is the effects of our taste system in our bodies and why that matters. So, taste in the nervous system. Does anyone really realize that taste affects your nervous system? That the very first sensory response of sitting down with your meal and smelling it and tasting it actually puts your body into the rest and digest to help your body better assimilate your nutrients? It works with your parasympathetic nervous system. It stimulates the vagal nerves. It sets your body up for ideal conditions for digesting. I mean, that's just the most basic thing, the importance of taste, right? But the taste receptors are also affecting neurotransmitters. Now, the flavor industry understands this really well because they understand how to create all the reward systems, right? But there are, I can't believe how many people asked me this today, or last night at dinner. Carl just brought it up. Did anyone else know that you have taste receptors throughout your whole body? Specifically your bitter taste receptors, okay? Bitter taste receptors are really important, and yes, it is because they're trying to look for those toxins, and they're trying to stimulate your digestive juices to get things moving. To if you have something that's toxic in your body's going to do everything that it possibly can to get it eliminated, right? And so bitter taste receptors are throughout our bodies, and it's really, really important to understand that what we're tasting and what it's stimulating. So it stimulates the immune cells. Bitter compounds are being studied in health all over the place. Bitter compounds are what pharmaceuticals are made out of, if you get right down to it. So the idea of taste being subjective when it comes to preferences, yeah, I get that. But the idea of taste not being scientific, we need to elevate this conversation. So taste in the immune system. So this is what I just said. Bitter compounds are being studied for health benefits, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antioxidant properties, neuroprotective, and anti-tumor capabilities. And yet bitter keeps being removed from our food. And I had this on the previous slide about bitter. There are technologies in the food industry that are now promoting bitter blocking technologies. So blocking our bitter taste receptors. And this is all being driven by the palatability science, right? We want our food to be palatable. I have nothing against palatable food. We need palatable food. But what I'm really trying to raise is the relevance of what you guys are doing, what the farmers are doing, the fact that you're talking about your food is tasting better, but that's not landing with scientific relevance. And you can land it with scientific relevance. And I think that's what I'm trying to do here, is make this conversation a lot bigger, a lot more powerful, and a lot more fun. So also taste in the endocrine system. I already touched on this, but metabolism, the bitter taste receptors influence glucose homeostasis. Bitter taste receptors are highly influential in endocrine activity, and that's hunger and satiety. Hormones, GLP-1, there it is. Where's my laser? Da, 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 da. Bitter taste receptors, right? So, and I want to point out that bitter doesn't have to be offensive. When we talk about the complexity of flavor in the meat, right? The steak, Nobody will eat a piece of steak and say that it tastes bitter. But all those compounds are bitter compounds that are kind of muted by the umami flavor. So part of this is understanding how to layer flavors to be able to get more of those compounds into your body. Dorito Effect, anyone read it? Yeah, it's a great book. One of these days, my dream is to be on the stage with Mark Schatzker. I think that'd be so cool. This quote is amazing. I'm glad it didn't get all funky. Nature endowed us with our most sophisticated bodily systems because it performed the body's most essential task, getting important nutrients. By manipulating our richest and most direct source of pleasure, we have warped our relationship with the fuel our bodies require, food. We have taken a system designed to bring our bodies to a state of nutritional completion and turned it against us. We've let this happen because we're not looking at taste as a biological system that has an effect on our body. And we're paying the price. So what do? We prioritize and value flavors that are grown and raised into their food. Thank you very much, farmers and ranchers. Embrace flavor complexity as a quality and nutritive indicator in whole food eating in both animals and plants. Okay, this is Herb. You'll hear from him later. Quote from Herb, a farmer, citrus farmer: "The microbiome of the soil affects the flavor of the fruit." Right? I mean, you guys are seeing this. Let's talk more about the importance of flavor and why it matters. I'm like, everybody who's coming up on stage, I have you in my slides. This is from the Bionutrient Association. This is an image that I took off of their website about the nutrient variation. Again, this room knows this. My general public does not understand that this is a thing. But when you talk about the variation of nutrients, you're talking about the variation of flavor. So how can nutrient-dense stakeholders like yourselves guide consumers to recognize the beneficial effects of tasting real food? Today, we're not focused on flavor as a nutrient density indicator. Why not? Well, you can't measure flavor, I guess, but I would argue that you can. So I'm going to run through a couple challenges that I've faced in my work and bring you the yes ands, because I'm not denying that there are challenges in bringing this message forward. But I think there's a lot of opportunity that we might be missing out on. So flavor preference is personal and subjective. Yes, and we can separate preferences from the biological responses and speak to how they influence each other. Preferences come from exposure to foods, culture, accessibility, traditions, locale, etc. They all play a role in making food familiar and likable. But preferences can and do change based on biological exposure to benefits and beneficial foods. And though preferences are subjective, the biological response in the taste receptors is not. Who doesn't know someone who gave up sugar and then came back and had something sweet and couldn't believe how sweet it was? Same thing with salty, right? You go through these changes, your body adapts. Your body adapts with what you give it. Another challenge. Flavor is thought of as an ingredient, not an experience. Hello? How did we get here? When flavor is an ingredient, like naturally flavored or artificially flavored, there is a likelihood that there's a misalignment of flavor and nutrition. Whereas ingredients that represent real food, like spices, extracts, whole food ingredients, have a greater chance of nutrient flavor alignment. The experience of flavor should be variable and not consistent and mundane. Here, this word was already brought up today. Embrace the terroir of food, right? We do this with wine. We do this with chocolate. Why aren't we doing it with food? I keep saying we need to be food sommeliers. We need to be able to taste, ooh, this must be an Oklahoma steak. Ooh, this must be a Texas steak, right? But this idea of consistency, and I wanted to apologize to the woman who asked the question yesterday about how do you meet the standards of consistency, and I was like, you'd break the system. Like, sorry for just throwing that back out, but part of it is this, right? That in our brains we think we need consistency, and what we really need is variability. It's the most prolific opportunity to expand awareness and generate a greater demand for nutrient-dense flavors. When I talk You know, when I'm taking my nutrition classes and I'm thinking about how am I going to guide people nutritionally, you know, I'm talking about how do you crave the right food. But what I'm really trying to do is generate a greater pool of people seeking to support the regenerative farmers. Honestly, that's my whole goal here. Okay, challenge and potential opportunity. People can't trust their sense of taste and their cravings. This is where you explain the difference between preference and aversion versus what's happening in palatability in the manufacturing world, right? All the food science right now with flavor is focused on palatability, and we need to see the flip side of that. It's too hard to prove that flavor matters using science because it's subjective. Here's what I was saying. Separate the preference and aversion from what's actually happening in our bodies. That's a really important conversation. So a couple talking points for you guys. This is an obvious one. Flavor from regenerative agriculture eliminates exposure to hyperpalatable ultra-processed foods. Seems obvious, but people need to be told that. Nature provides flavor nutrient complexity that's both appealing and nutritionally complex, often providing complementary biological balances. When it comes to flavorings, we're in a diseased world where diabetics really need to rely on non-nutritive sweeteners. So I can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater because we're in a condition where we need these kinds of things. So looking at some flavors as allopathic is my approach to that. Here's the bionutrient densities device. So my plea to farmers is to complement your nutrient density testing with flavor. We're dragging our feet on something that can make a big difference in consumer understanding of why your food matters more than just, oh, it's a pleasure thing. It's more than a pleasure thing. This is another way to do that. This is an image that kind of demonstrates the things that you're tasting. I know you can't see this, but this is breaking out acidic compounds that are sour. This is breaking out the sugars that are sweet. And this is breaking out the antioxidants that are bitter. Just a quick example of what you can do with your nutritional. I can look at your nutritional breakdown and go, okay, this is what I expect this to taste like. And that's what people should be doing. This is an obvious slide. Layer flavors to embrace palatability. This is another thing that helps things taste better without eliminating the good things. I'm rushing through now because I got the 5-minute warning. Encourage possibility and preference change. This is for practitioners, right? And I know Dr. Casey is going to talk about behavioral change, but you know, people think they can't change what they like, and they really can, and it happens all the time. This is a big one for you guys. How stakeholders can benefit. Talking about nutrient density, flavor, nutrition and flavor correlation simplifies the science-backed data. This is a big one. Everybody wants to simplify all the science that we're doing. Flavor is a perfect way to do that. When consumers demand that flavor be grown and raised, it will support you guys. That's what I just said. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And consumers can see taste as an innate wisdom that they can trust. It's huge. This is more for brands, just kind of reminding brands that if you're going to create a packaged good, the way you focus on flavor really matters, and what you drive, what that flavor industry is driving really matters from a bigger perspective. This is just me. The most influential participants in the food system are the eaters, those who choose what to purchase, what to eat, because we have disconnected from our innate wisdom. We've alienated ourselves from the sanctity of life that feeds us. Life. We need to remember that food is a form of life. It's a love language. Flavor is a love language. So what role do you want to play? And this is me. There's more work to be done. These are the people that I support. I want to make sure I get to this slide because these are the people that are doing this with us. I mean, Herb's here. A lot of you, I'm sure, know Edacious, the Bionutrient Association. These are my people. And I'm so grateful for the work of all of you guys. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. We're fighting over how long we have to answer questions.
Hey, yeah, thank you.
Are we good?
All right, I see we have a question from Shelby here.
It's part question, part statement, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. From my experience and my experience coaching others, helping others, be it in the regenerate yourself or regenerate your ecosystem or both space. Flavor is wisdom that we have forgotten or ignored. It's also intuition that we have been trained to not know is there. And it is a simple step in the right direction to help you understand your own knowledge, your own power, your own wisdom. And when you start accessing the act of letting your taste buds talk, you can also start learning intuition from other parts of your body and your ecosystem. And this is important for not just you as a human, but you in your ecosystem, in your business, with your family, in your relationships, as you farm or ranch, any piece of it. What else would you like to add to that?
How can you add anything to that?
And it's more than just for the cattle, it's also for the people, for us to be healthier and conscious of that as a farmer on what we grow. I want to get away from the synthetics, the chemicals, all of that to make a healthier, more nutrient-dense product. And that's why I'm really excited to introduce Herb today. Herb, makes no bones, came from Big Ag. Big Ag, using lots of chemicals and everything. And the thing that's so impressive to me about Herb is how he's open-minded. He's open-minded enough to say, hey, when I'm doing this on my own, am I trying to control nature or am I trying to work with nature? And he found out we can make a lot better product. And when I say make a better product, make better food and make food as medicine by working with biology, working with nature instead of trying to control and to fight it. So I don't want to steal any of your thunder, Herb, on the message that you're going to bring to us today, but so grateful for all the work you're doing, the research that you're still conducting all the time, and can't wait to hear about all the results. I know that we can all learn as farmers from what you're doing. So, further ado, Herb Young. There you go.
Thank you, dear, and that's so nice. What I really want to do today is share with you a day that changed my life. But I'm going to have to go through quite a bit of background to tell you how I got there. Darren's right. I spent my whole career and eventually retired from the pesticide industry. I was in field research for 25 years. A lot of different capacities, went up through the system. Into marketing, and then eventually even launched products. What I thought about was in retirement, we have a brand new citrus industry in South Georgia. Some new developments that have made it possible, and it's collapsing in Florida, so we're growing fresh fruit. And I thought, that would be interesting, and in retirement to grow citrus. And so initially my thought process was, I bet there would be an economic advantage to grow it organically. This is a pesticide person, talking, looking for an economic advantage. And so I started looking into organic. And a friend of mine who actually worked for In-Soil Algae sent me a podcast. The first one he sent me was Christine Jones, then Elaine Ingham, then John Kemp. And this was a year before I started the Grove. I absolutely couldn't believe it. 38 years in the ag industry, and I'd never heard the word regenerative. It's unbelievable. Communication is our biggest challenge. There was no awareness. We didn't talk or weren't aware of soil health, the ecosystem that was alive in the soil. I was developing products that were going to be applied to the soil and that would have wiped out so much of that. So almost immediately, I had a life change. It transformed everything that that I knew about, realizing that there was now research on all of these things, a lot of new information. I realized we're rediscovering ancient information and technologies, but now we can prove it. We can do all the, we can evaluate exactly what's going on. So that's my assistant manager at the Grove that's there with me. He really is an innovator. He does a lot of great things. So right from the beginning, so I spent 1 year while I was still working 3 to 4 hours a day listening to podcasts and YouTube videos to learn everything I could get my hands on about regenerative agriculture. I was absolutely transformed by it. And then my goal immediately became, I think I need to be certified if I'm going to do this legitimately. So 3 years in, I'm certified organic and certified regenerative by A Greener World. So what did it mean to me to grow regeneratively? These were my goals, and this is what I did. So my grove has cover crops year-round. I plant 10 species in the spring and 10 more in the fall. Absolutely tucked to green cover. To me, cover crops are the delivery system. I'm a microbe farmer, and cover crops are the best way for me to deliver microbes to my trees. Once the trees are in the ground, it's a permanent crop. Soil's never going to be disturbed again. So cover crops are a great way to do that. I add microbes. I use compost tea, a lot of microbial inoculants. The soil in my grove, I bought literally a cotton field. Had been in a cotton peanut rotation for many, many years. And that's where I planted my orange grove. So there's a lot of transformation that needed to take place. It had a lot of things on it. Cotton field basically is bare 6 months of the year and exposed to ultraviolet light, continually tilled, destroying any possible beneficial microbes that might be there. I actually feed the microbes all year long, at least once a month. I mean, they get everything: seaweed, kelp, fish hydrolysate, molasses, long chain carbons, humic acid, fulvic acid. So it's a continual process. Last week, I literally was irrigating, and I thought, microbes could probably use a little boost. And I had organic cane sugar, and I mixed up a pound to the acre. They love it. So citrus are an interesting tree. They're an evergreen. They don't ever drop their leaves. And so they just continue to grow. Genetically, they could get 5 flushes of leaves a year. So that's a citrus grower's dream. That would be unbelievable to get that much growth continually. Average growers probably get 2 leaf flushes a year. So that was my goal and my dream, to get more. My trees are incredibly healthy. There's not any sign of disease. We have lots of fungal and bacterial diseases on citrus. I attribute that to what's going on, to the microbes in the soil. The growers around me are applying 2, 3, 4 fungicide applications per year, a couple of bactericides, 5, 6 insecticide applications, and then the ground is kept clean. Constantly Roundup or something to have clean ground under the tree. But ultimately, my goal is nutrient-dense fruit. And I guess I had this in the back of my mind, but didn't realize how significant it was going to be, that nutrient density would be really what changed my life. So a professor called me from the University of Florida. I'm not too far from the Florida line. I'm in South Georgia. And he said, there's no other organic growers. And he said, Herb, I've got a grant to evaluate organic citrus versus conventional citrus for nutrient density. Could you do that? I said, yeah. So I proceeded. That was 2 years ago. My very first harvest. There wasn't a huge amount of fruit, but I had page mandarins, and then I had some grapefruit. So I organized and found a conventional grove not far from me, and on the same day, I went and picked my mandarins and mandarins from the conventional grove, cut them and juiced them and froze them. And then 3 weeks later, I did the same with the grapefruit when the grapefruit were ready. Went to a different grove. And these growers, they're excellent growers. I even bought my trees from the grower that has that fruit, has nursery. And so froze it, labeled everything, and waited for the unit. Lined up the laboratory to analyze it, which is, at that time, it was horrendously expensive. Now we have audacious, thanks heavens, that it's something that actually a grower can afford. So I waited and waited, 2 months, 3 months for the university to call, say, yeah, go ahead and send the samples off. When he called, he said, I'm afraid the funding for the grant has fallen through. And I thought, oh great, I've got a freezer full of frozen juice samples. I thought, this is not going to go over well at home. And my dear wife, after about a month or two, seeing me struggle over it, she said, you know, if you're going to do this, you might as well just spend the money and go get the samples analyzed. So I did. So what happened, this was probably the start of the day that changed my life. The day that changed my life was the day that I got the results back from the laboratory. I knew I could get a 50% bump in nutrition, and I really hoped for 100%, but 800% had absolutely no idea. I was floored. This is a consolidation of, they analyzed 26 different things, 9 flavonoids, 11 carotenoids, and 5 or 6 vitamins. And it's complex data. There was a lot of it, but when you condense it and try to analyze across it all, that was the difference. My fruit was 8 times more nutrient dense than conventionally grown fruit. So what I'd like to share is some of the details of that. So these are some of the flavonoids, and coming after sherry is perfect. Flavor is nutrition. Where does flavor come from? From flavonoids. So these are the world's best kept secrets. I mean, flavonoids. Citrus has 90 different flavonoids. 90. Each one of them, almost all of them, are antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, and then they all have a unique role, some health implication in the human body. And so I get this data and start going through it and analyzing it. Across the bottom, I'll just read them to you. Didylamine, hesperidine, nirantin, and then total flavonoids. These 3 here, they're completely missing in the conventional fruit. To be honest, that's scary to think that we have fruit, any produce, that's going to end up in our grocery stores that we're going to eat. And there's components that we need for nutrition. Well, they're not at very high levels anyway, but for some of them, they're completely missing. All 3 of these, was interesting, were involved with brain function. I mean, think of that. So the ones that were missing were ones that were very significant, that would have been important for us. So I tried to think through, okay, this data is complicated. I built charts, which is what I always have done, and showed it to some people and to my family, and they said, no, that doesn't make any sense. So they came up with this new communication system. 1 orange stands for the level in a conventional fruit. And I've got some of these charts that I brought with me if anybody'd like one. It's a long ways away to read that. And then my fruit had this increment, this much more. There were actually 4 of them, of the flavonoids, that were that were missing. And then I correlated for each one what the health benefit was. Having AI now, it's an incredible tool to go into ChatGPT and go through all these things and find out what are the benefits, what exactly do they do. This one that is so astronomical, hesperidine, when you dig into it, it's circulation, blood circulation. It has a direct impact on cognition, brain function, and memory. And my fruit was 39 times higher. So this is just about a memory bomb. So this was a way that I chose to try to communicate it. And I think getting our message out is so important. So I've made it into a little chart, and I include it in a box of fruit when people get it. I want to be able to see what it is that they're getting. And I know I'm talking about citrus, but this applies to all crops. It applies to the vegetables that we saw yesterday. It applies to cereal grains that are raised regeneratively, and it applies to the beef, to all the meat that you all are raising and selling. This is just an example, but nutrient density is there. And it's something that, just like I said, that as somebody in big dive, again, this is pretty tough, but this was my way of evaluating, trying to categorize what all of these nutrients in my fruit did. So across the top is anti-inflammatory, really numb. I was documented as the effect that it has on 14 different forms of cancer. My downside of growing regeneratively. As Darren mentioned, I did my own grove. That's continually what I do. There's a lot of practices that nobody can give me advice. I don't know. There's no documentation, so I do replicated plots. I take data. I spent the first 3 years measuring trees down on my hands and knees, seeing how quickly they grew. I research everything. Compost, the treatments, in-soil algae. I've evaluated it several times. All the organic insecticides, which there's no information about what's going to control the leaf miner that I've got. But when you use synthetic fertilizer, this is what you get. You get a bigger tree. On the left is my regenerative. This was a big trial. I did was 135 trees. A row is a plot, and I had 3 treatments, and I replicated it 3 times. So it ends up being a lot of trees and a lot of data. In 2 years' time, they were twice as big, and by the 3rd year, they were 3 times as big. So, but there's a reality to it. It's a sacrifice that I felt comfortable making because I knew the quality of the fruit that I was going to produce. Think about it. Everybody knows the nitrogen stimulates growth. That's why growers use it, big and tall, increase yield. But if that's literally creating cell expansion and there's not the horsepower, there's not the physiological changes in that tree to fill it up, those are hollow cells, hollow trees. And what I've shown in my analysis is hollow fruit. That's basically what it comes down to in the end. So there's a lot of changes in my grove. The most interesting is the soil. Literally, for people that are not farmers here, this is an exciting thing. This is one of my favorite tools. It's called a penetrometer. It's a 3-foot-long rod with a pressure gauge built inside of it. And so you push down on it with 200 pounds of pressure, and you see how far it goes in the soil. Well, in between the rows, every tree that I have, the way we grow them, there's a microjet sprinkler under every tree, and I can put everything through there, all my nutrition. I can inoculate microbes. I can feed the microbes through the tree, and it goes a 6-foot radius around the tree. So I can go a few feet outside of that and put the penetrometer in, and it goes in 3 inches. Even though there's cover crops there, that's all it'll do. And then I come 3 feet over next to a tree, and it sinks just about to the handles, 30 inches, 36 inches. The ground is actually spongy, and it's got tree roots, cover crop roots, but what it's really got are microbes, the proliferation of microbes that I'm constantly guarding. In the summertime, I watch the temperature. I have temperature and moisture gauges all through my grove. I don't let the temperature of the soil get above 85 degrees because it can kill microbes. So that's when I irrigate. I irrigate to save the microbes. At least every month, I'm feeding the microbes. And they're returning that in the incredible fruit. And the organic matter in my soil has increased from 1.1% to 2.2%. They don't sound like big numbers, but in South Georgia, sandy soil, nobody has got 2% organic matter. The organic matter is what fuels the system, keeps the microbes alive, keeps everything going. One of the most interesting projects that I've done is to do DNA analysis of my soil. I didn't realize what a nerd I am, but I guess that kind of proves it. So before I ever planted my grove, I applied for a grant with Biomakers, which is a company that does DNA analysis. And they have supported that trial with the regenerative versus conventional for 4 years. And so this is one of the visuals that you get. They analyze bacteria, archaea, all the fungal species. They've got a catalog of 24 million soil microbial species that they've identified. And so this was a pre-sample before I ever planted my trees. So I knew what the baseline was, how much, and I was shocked. There was 600 species in this lackluster soil. So just after 7 months, I looked at, thanks. I looked at both the bacteria and the fungi. So this was the pre-treatment. Here was a conventional treatment. The graphs are the quantity of fungal species. The conventional actually went down. And I had a middle treatment of indigenous, organic with no microbes, and then this with me added the microbes. So this big increase, a doubling in the quantity, but the number of species across the top went from 268 to 507. That was incredible. In 7 months, that was my first season. And then after 3 years, I continued to look at this. On year 3, again, the fungal population was now dominated by an absolutely worthless dwarf puffball. 89% of all the fungal activity, whereas mine still had those 500 species with a great diversity. That's what we're always trying to get, diversity, whether it's bacterial or fungal. That's what gives the soil strength and resilience. So it's been truly interesting to be able to track it now with these scientific tools that we have and to know everything that's going on in our soils. So I'd just like to end it there if we got time for a question or two.
Thank you, Herb. That was amazing. I'm sure there are lots of questions. Who's got one to kick us off?
Hello. My husband is also a tree farmer. We farm pecans here in Oklahoma. And we moved from a conventional model to a more regenerative model starting about 5 years ago. And our journey has not been a smooth road. It's been pretty rocky. It's good, but there's been a lot, like fungal issues are huge in Oklahoma. We've reduced our fungicide by 33%, and then we had the wettest spring we've ever had, and we had a ton of fungal pressure. We are applying a lot of what feels like a lot of biological products. Is very expensive, but definitely not every single month. So my question for you would be, how can you affordably feed your soil microbes every month? Like, do you have any recommendations about that?
I'm having some of the same challenges. I mean, I hear vegetable people talk about, there's not much cost difference. For me, there has been. A lot of it's labor, but the products that we're needing to use. Some of the things that to support soil microbes, literally, sugar is something. Organic molasses, some things that are not so expensive. But I really sympathize. Yeah, I think, there are organic products. I think fungal problems on the leaf until the tree developed, it's called this phyllosphere, develops this population that's on the leaf that's going to seed them every year. That would be the dream. In the winter, I have great luck. I seeded 2 weeks ago. To me, cover crops, there's two great functions. They feed the microbes. 40-50% of everything they produce goes down to feed microbes. But even better than that, to me, I use them as carriers for my inoculant. So my trees are permanent. They're in the ground. I can't get to their root system, but the cover crops can. So I heavily inoculate the cover crops before I put them out. I put mycorrhizal fungi inoculant and then 2 different bacterial inoculants. I've even mixed dried molasses cattle feed with it to feed the microbes as the cover crops are going out. But I try to do a complete mix, which all these company green cover can put together a great mix that fits your area. But it's about 1/3 legumes, 2 grasses, daikon radish, 3 different brassicas, all in there for the winter time, and then Austrian winter pea, hairy vetch. That's a great one for the south. In the summertime, we have better luck with sun hemp, buckwheat, and then all the grass species do well. And then clovers all year round. We have some summer clovers that I can use in South Georgia, and then I use 3 different species of clover in the wintertime.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
How can we utilize some of these practices on the soil, feeding the microbes when we're using dryland farming and pasture management?
I'm sorry, one more time. I couldn't quite catch it.
On your on your soil, on feeding your soil microbes, how do we utilize those practices in dryland farming and pasture management?
Even though I have irrigation, the irrigation is just around the tree, so I put out cover crops. I wait till I have a great weather forecast of 2 or 3 days of rain. So I want to put them out when they're going to get a rain right behind them. It's a challenge, especially in the summertime. We have real high temperatures, and if I don't get them out early enough, I've gone in the wintertime, I just spread them with a fertilizer spreader, but in the summertime I've had to use a no-till drill to put them in, and I get great germination that way as long as there's some soil moisture. But if there's not enough, those seedlings don't do well and survive. So a lot of them I lose in the summertime. The grasses push right on through and do well, but some of the broadleaf stuff has a real tough time. Yeah, it's synchronizing it with the rain, and that's what I have to do too.
Herb, we have a quick question over here. We know you're in South Georgia. What growing zone are you in?
Growing zone?
Yeah.
It's 8B.
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 Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm right at the northern limits for citrus. We have a new cold hardy rootstocks, and we have this new irrigation methods by putting a sprinkler. I run the irrigation. I'm out there all night long when it's going to freeze, checking those nozzles to make sure they haven't frozen. Those two things keep the trees alive during a freeze. That's why the citrus production has kind of worked its way north a little bit. So.
We have time for one more question, and my mic is maybe going out, or it's just me. Any other questions? All right, Patrick, I'm coming to you.
You've put a lot of work into describing the quality of your fruit. What do you do with that, or who buys your fruit now?
I'm only into my second season. Last year was my first season. I sold 2/3 of my crop retail. I sell it all online, and 1/3 was wholesale to farm markets, people that have probably their own store, that are market gardeners, and I've sold it to them, and then they resell it. But we've had to. It's customer acquisition is tough. So we've done a lot of marketing, and it's been really expensive to find. There are people out there, but we shipped to 36 states last year, my first crop. So Instagram or Facebook advertising, and you have to pay for it to get the exposure. Even LinkedIn, where you can talk about more scientific stuff, and people come and find the site. So you got to develop a fantastic website. You got to have killer social media. You got to pay for advertising, Google ads. You got to have branding, which all four of those things, that's marketing. All four of them are expensive. But that's what it took. We felt that we were so specialized that that's what it was going to take to find the people that really were seeking nutrient-dense fruit.
Next, I want to introduce a guy who works with us because a lot of what we talk about is how do we develop the human resources in this movement to get it done? How do we create more of us to actually go replicate the systems and replicate the projects that need to get done all over the country to make what Herb is doing and what everybody else is doing a reality and more normalized. Along the way, I got a call a few months ago from a guy named Brian Pugh, and he's like, hey, I'm a Marine, and I'm leaving the Marines. And I know what I do is I take really complex systems and I develop tools and strategies to make them make sense to people. Is there any use of that in the food supply? After I got up back in my chair, I said, sure, yeah, I think we'd probably work together. It tapped us into a program called the Skill Bridge program, which is something I want to make sure everybody's aware of. There is about 200,000 military veterans every year that leave military service. And they're looking for trainers, and they're looking for work. And the Skill Bridge program is managed by a nonprofit called Hiring Our Heroes, And they reached out to us and they said, hey, most of the time we put people into the economy, they're going into the Fortune 100 companies because they make it really easy, right? The John Deeres can take on 20 at a time and get them placed. But the heart and soul of the military service is being on the ground in communities, making them better. And sometimes that's a little bit distant from the corporate jobs. And so they were like, how do we help activate this human resource with what you're doing? And like, what an opportunity, right? So we're really happy to have Brian Pugh here and Shelby Hare as well working on our team. Both are transitioning. Brian just retired. Shelby is transitioning, and we're so happy to have them on our team working with us and teaching us so much. So without further ado, Brian.
Thanks, Ryan, and thanks to all of you. It's definitely an honor to be here today. It's been exciting to be out here and listen to all the speakers, and yesterday out on the farm. So I've learned a ton already. It's been an incredible experience. And now I'm honored to introduce Dr. Casey Carr here. She is a nature enthusiast, a plant enthusiast, a global adventurer, and also a doctor. So she has been around the world to different farms and working with different doctors because she was just looking for something different. She was looking for a more holistic solution to the wellness problem that she saw in the world. Through personal experience and the experience of others, she wanted to know how she can help her patients, not just treat them, send them back, and then see them come back shortly thereafter. So she's been out there, she's been studying and looking for a more holistic solution to how we can make people's lives better. She's gonna get up here and talk about helping those folks transition through this. So how do you change that behavior? We've heard a lot of information today on what's been going on, the scientific research behind it, and it seems pretty clear. We have a lot of early adopters out in here, but not everybody's going to be an early adopter, as we all know. And it's how do we get that middle market to more exposure into this area and get enough of those folks to adopt where we hit that tipping point. It's been interesting to see this, to watch this movement over just the last about year or so and see the transition that it's already gone through and the direction that it's moving, which makes me really excited to be part of the team with Ryan and Denise and see everything that's going on here. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Casey Carr and learn a little bit about transitioning behavior and helping people adapt to this new life.
Thank you so much, Brian. Looking for that clicker. Thank you, Brian, for that introduction. I was not expecting the parts of adventure and sort of all these other things, because I'm here to talk to you about what I do basically as a primary care physician. So, and naturopathic medical doctor. What does that term mean? I think oftentimes it can be as confusing as regenerative. Like, how exactly do you define that? And it's like, how much time do you have? Because there's sort of a lot that goes into it, right? So actually when I speak to regenerative farmers and I consume regenerative farming sort of literature, I often think, I'm like, man, we use a lot of the same words. I'm sort of the rebel. I sort of swim upstream a little bit. I don't have a system supporting me. I'm not in conventional healthcare, even though I am an insurance-taking primary care physician. So all that to be said is that naturopaths, I sort of feel like we are the ones that are trying to create a bridge, and that's oftentimes how I see my role, is sort of between the natural world and also the conventional world, and basically how can I best meet my patients. So I'm working with patients one-on-one as a primary care physician in North Idaho and trying to get them to basically care about what they eat. And we'll talk about today how there's so many different levels of that. And I guess one other thing I'd just like to say about being a naturopathic doctor, naturopaths for decades have thought human health begins in the gut, in our microbiome. I think before we knew that we were actually more bug than human, which is actually true. We've got more microbials than actually human DNA cells in us. All naturopaths thought that health starts in the gut, and I think most of us here were on the same page as soil health, nutrient health, plant health also starts in the soil. And so for me, if soil health is a direct reflection of what's happening to our human microbiome, I'll just say that GI complaints are one of the things that I seek into my office most frequently as a chief complaint. So really we are all on the same team trying to promote the same things. And so we've been talking so much about sustainable soil, sustainable farming practices, how we're seeing benefit in that. How about sustainable behavior change? But first, just a little bit of sort of a personal journey. Denise asked me to touch base of sort of how did I get here? And I think, well, I wanted to ask of how many of us have had a food as medicine moment, sort of your eureka moment. I think if you're in this room, you've probably ever had that moment or a series of moments leading you to this place where you have a recognition of what you put in your body matters and it makes a difference. And I was really lucky. I had mine when I was about 14 years old. I saw my Aunt Jan, who I was very close with. She was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. As many of you might know, that's usually caught in stage 4 when it's already metastatic. And that was the case for her. And I had already had a lot of family members die early from cancer, actually. So I grew up in a really small family, and I was already asking, you know, as a 10-year-old, Mommy, why don't I get to meet my grandparents? You know, why do I not get to meet 2 of my 4 grandparents? The other one passed when I was 5. And, you know, cancer took most, and my Aunt Jan was no different. She was young. She was 46, and she was one of my best friends. And she did all the conventional things. Growing up in Buffalo, New York, that's really all we knew. But she also took a little bit of a different path than the rest of my family members. And she decided to change what she ate. She started to see a functional doctor. She started to do sauna therapy. And she sort of did these more esoteric things that in the early 2000s weren't really that hip or cool yet, like they may be now. And her husband did it alongside her. And as a 14-year-old, I saw, wow, both Jan and Scott's whites of their eyes are whiter. Their skin is a little bit brighter. Their energy is so much better. And it really clicked for me in that moment at age 14 of food is medicine. And I feel really grateful to them and my whole family that I really got to see that live out in my teen years. So with that in mind, I sort of always had a calling to be in medicine and healthcare. And so I went to Cornell University, and I don't name drop that, just be like Andy Bernard and be like, did you know I went to Cornell? And I'm not gonna sing an a cappella song up here either, but I only say that it's a big ag school. It's also a cutting edge and sort of frontier school in nutritional sciences, which is what I got my degree in, as well as pre-med, because again, 18-year-old me, I'm like, food is medicine. I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna go study it. And really it was 4 years of being taught USDA guidelines, RDAs, recommended daily values, and just sort of regurgitating information that I didn't really believe in. Don't even get me started on the fact that I didn't learn until my senior year. We actually had an organic farm on campus that nutrition students were never taken to. I only knew and started to go because I had a friend working on the farm. And I started to WOOF, which is an organic farming program over in all over the world actually, but I started to do that when I studied abroad and came back and thought, well, where can I find this in Ithaca, New York? And sure enough, it's been right underneath my nose the whole time. I still have a little crusade in me if I want to go back and take some of those nutritional science students to the farm. But I did that in my own way because right after graduating, I'm feeling really jaded. I'd been shadowing doctors at that point too, thinking, well, I'm not sure if health is in this healthcare system that I'm seeing. I'm also feeling unsure about just being in medicine in general at this point. I did an internship in organic farming and sustainability over in Italy, and I maintain that I learned more in those 4 months than I did in my 4 years of undergraduate at a university, because I was actually getting to experience nutrition, nourishment, and real food from the ground up, be able to pick it, grow it, cook it, and then enjoy it in community. So I'm really grateful to that internship, and then that spurred me for the next basically 5 years volunteering on different farms of all sorts and also shadowing all different sorts of doctors, medical doctors, naturopaths, osteopaths, nutritionists, and then in between also being on different farms as well, trying to learn our food system. Because at that time of my life, in my 20s, I was thinking, well, how do I want to contribute to human health? As a doctor or as a farmer? Because from my point of view, I was seeing that farming done in a certain way really had a potential to affect human health a lot more than what I was seeing in some of the healthcare I was being involved in. I sort of took an in-between route, as you might have guessed, going to naturopathic medical school, where I looked at sort of the curriculums of the 2 different schools, and I saw a year of nutrition, I saw botanical medicine, I saw counseling, I saw physical medicine, I saw pharmacology, all on the nutritional, or all on the naturopathic degree. And I decided to go to a route where I could meet my patients with a few more tools. And so I have been in practice in the last few years in North Idaho, practicing as a primary care physician. And I'll get to this at the end, but I recently founded an initiative called Food is Pharmacy, because even as a naturopathic physician, I'm like, I'm still feeling disconnected from connecting my patients with food. And so in my one-on-one conversations with patients, change is really hard. And I think we all know this. Maybe all have that habit of, it's like, oh, I've been trying to eat more slowly at the dinner table for years now. And sometimes we just need someone else to help hold our hand, or something that's important enough as a why for us. And so even as giving an example of trying to get a patient to quit smoking, or even if you're in a family and you're trying to get a family member to quit smoking, so much easier said than done. And so just setting the scene a bit, these are all things that we know and we are already aware of, but I just want to lay the scene of sort of the system and the boulder that we are all trying to push uphill against as a collective here. And so one is this research from Dr. Chris Van Tilliken. He is a NHS doctor practicing over in the UK, and he's written this book, Ultra Processed People. And this is his brain scan here of people eating ultra processed foods and its effect on basically dopamine signaling. So the dopamine signaling, it's coming into the prefrontal cortex here, creating new pathways, basically of addiction. This is pretty similar patterns if you were to be looking at a brain on cocaine, a brain on heroin, so basically any sort of addictive substance. And then there's also some relation to the memory back in the hippocampus back here. So basically your brain gets used to this signaling. And so number one, something we're addicted to is just ultra-processed foods in general. We've talked about this a bit with the taste of it. Sherry went through that. We also have an addiction, or rather this sort of, Sherry talked about we are wired to survive, and sugar is a survival signal. So this is something I'll talk to my patients about, where I'll say, we are in a system where your biology is hacked, and it's not your fault, but it is your problem. So I really try, even just naming that and trying to take the onus off of them of, hey, we have hacked biology at this point. We've got brains that are still on the Sahara Desert searching for food, and we've got sugar on every single, basically, corner in the United States. So it's something where, again, we are fighting an uphill battle, and we're also addicted to convenience and quick, especially here in the US. As I've spent quite a bit of time working, farming, guiding, living over in Italy, and this is a movement by Carlo Petrini called Slow Food Revolution, where basically in his small town in Italy, he saw a McDonald's moving across the street, and he just put a flag in the stand and said, I'm not standing for this. I want slow food in my country. I want slow food in my town. So it's basically a community of now people all over the world trying to get back to slow food traditions and preserve certain food cultures. And just as some Gallup World Poll data here, in the United States we rank 72 out of about 140, so we're just about half. And this is total meals cooked per week. 2021 is on the left here, and 2022 is on the right. 6.7 basically meals cooked per week was in 2021. And that's now dropped to 6.1 in 2022. So as Americans, we're not cooking a lot of meals at home. We are addicted to that grab and go convenient culture. And guess what? Regenerative food does not come in plastic wraps so much. And so Slow Food Revolution, just putting a plug out for them, because I work with some slow food farmers. You might have a chapter by you. You might want to start a chapter by you in whatever way that you do. So that is something for you to possibly look into. And then we're also addicted to cost. We, as Americans, are used to cheap, subsidized food. Guess what? It also makes us sick. So at what cost is it coming to? And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, and I know this slide is a little bit hard to see on this screen, but just to point out, in the United States, we are some of the lowest on the average expenditure of disposable income for our food. So again, in case you can't see this, again, I have the most experience with comparing Italy. 14.6 of disposable income is what Italians spend on their food. We're less than half at 6.7. So how much are we willing to spend on our food to support farmers? And again, that's going to take a cultural paradigm and shift, and being willing to pay, you know, $20 for that regenerative pound and a half of meat that's going to be at your farmer's market versus the grab and go that's at Costco. All this to say is I think we all know we're dealing with this big web and mess. And this is what pops into my brain when I start to have these conversations and speak with others, is basically this spider web of you try to pull on one thing and you're going to move everything else with it. You can't really have talk just about one thing in isolation. It is also connected. And I'm sure each of us could put on 5 or plus more things on this spider web that I just sort of made this one day thinking about, well, how do all these things interconnect and what could be on here when it comes to talking about food? But really today I'm supposed to be going on psychology, basically how do we make a change to all these things. So that's what we're going to be focusing on now that I've set the scene of we are really trying to make people change in a really difficult landscape and bringing someone to their why, bringing someone to their eureka moment, which you may have had yourself. It may not happen in a doctor's office one-on-one. It may be a part of the process, but at least some ways in which I, as a primary care physician, am using to try and help support my patients in sustainable behavior change. So 1, we're going to talk about meeting patients where they're at. 2, what gets measured gets managed. 3, understanding the real why. And 4, being driven by data. So with meeting patients where they are, this is a model that I've been sort of working on in my own head because unfortunately very rarely as a primary care physician in a more rural area am I getting to talk about regenerative ag with my patients. Sometimes it's right here of just like making them more aware of what they're putting in their mouth has an impact on their health and trying to see how can I maybe help step them in one level at a time to try and get a bit more to the bullseye. So the ultra-processed eater, this might be someone, and we'll go over a patient example with this too, this might be someone who standard American diet, really no sense of what they're putting in their mouth has an impact on their health. The second rung, we might have the awakened eater. This is someone who they might have an understanding of, oh, if I eat less carbs, I lose weight, or they say paleo is good for me, so I'm gonna try paleo and try that for my health. The third sort of inner rung is the whole foods eater. This is honestly probably where a lot of my patients are coming to me at, where they might be shopping at Whole Foods. That's why I sort of termed it this, of they're trying to spend their dollar in a better way, try and do the right thing, try and source better. But really what ideally we're all trying to get to is this regenerative eater, where this type of eater is thinking about what they eats, and how that is such an important aspect to their health, to planetary health, and how can we sort of, because most Americans, we are in this sort of thing. We have really no awareness what's going on. We're in this really broad scope. And again, trying to think about when I look at the patient in front of me, where are they on sort of this level, and how can I try and step them in one at a time? Because if I try to go from here to here, I might lose them. That patient may not be coming back to my office, and they might say, that hippy dippy doctor, she is off her rocker. What is she talking about? That what I put in my mouth has an impact on my health. So really trying to meet someone where they are, trying to get a read on that in the first visit. And also just, you know, as a physician who's trying to practice food as medicine, and someone who's believed this for most of my life at this point, in healthcare, as physician, as any sort of healthcare worker, you just have to start with the question, what do you eat? You know, how many people are asked that in their doctor's visit? I'm actually curious. Has anyone asked that in their annual visit? What does a typical day of eating look like for you? I saw a couple hands go up. It's happening more. It's not so common necessarily in a 15-minute visit. This is another reason I chose to become a naturopath, is because I get a 90-minute intake with my new patients. I really get to go into all determinants of health with them. What's your support system like? We've talked about that a lot today, of like, what support do you have? What are your stressors? What's your sleep like? What's a typical day of eating like for you? And this is where I'm also careful of trying not to shame either. Because number one, we've talked about accessibility. We've also talked about where is someone in awareness. And we've also just talked about we have a really perverse, unfortunately, sort of food culture in the U.S. We tend to be about deprivation, about restriction, about fad diets. I'm all in, I'm all out, I'm on the bandwagon, I'm off the bandwagon. This is why the term sustainability for me in terms of behavior change is so important. So number one, just starting with the question, me asking my patient, what are you eating today? Doesn't have to be perfect. Could be what you ate yesterday. Let's start with breakfast. And just trying to make it a really low-key thing where I'm not judging them of like, oh, you didn't eat a grass-fed Kamut, bulgur burger. It's like, no, let's start it casually and not make it so pretentious. So I've changed all patient names, and these are no real patient pictures just for sake of privacy. And this is John. I started to see John about 2 years ago. He was a 39-year-old male at the time, presenting for chronic reflux. He had never been to the doctor before, really, since he was a kid. And for those who can't see in the back, this was his determinants of health. I literally just copy and pasted this from my chart, so I'm not making this up. Breakfast was 2 Egg McMuffins, lunch was Subway, dinner was Chipotle, snacks were chips. And he's currently fasting. He's lost 13 pounds. He's trying to eat primarily low carb. So like, hey, food is medicine, right? Like he's not doing that bad, I think, in his brain. And he was coming to see me for chronic reflux. And I was really going through with him. I was like, okay, do you drink caffeine? No caffeine. What about alcohol? No, I don't drink. Like, well, processed foods could be having an impact. Oh, we went through it, and I really had to dig until I finally said, okay, well, no, you don't drink coffee, but how about energy drinks, anything like that? And he said, oh yeah, I have 4 5-hour energy drinks in a day. Well, gosh darn it, John. Man, we got to minute 60 before I was able to get that one out of you. Man, you're really hiding that. So it's like, haha, this is that amount of caffeine. That is why you are having so much reflux. So his treatment plan was, I educated him on basically reflux triggers, which included caffeine. Instead of taking something away, I didn't say, hey, stop the Egg McMuffin, stop the Subway, stop the Chipotle. I said, add in 1 vegetable. I said, when you go to work, take an apple, take a fruit, add in 1 fruit or veggie per day. I'm going to try and add with patients versus subtract. I'm going to try and meet John where he is, which is really no awareness of what he's putting in his body is having a difference. And I'm going to try and say, add something in, and basically we're going to just sort of reevaluate, and we're going to run labs. 5 months later, his labs did come back as pre-diabetic, by the way, so that also put a little bit of a fire under him. 5 months later, he hadn't eaten any fast foods since last time I saw him. He had lost 30 pounds, and a question I always ask, do you feel like these changes are sustainable? Because if this is just going to be a roller coaster, actually research has shown that crash dieting and on again, off again may actually be more stressful to the nervous system and overall poor for metabolic health. And I just sort of, again, recopy and pasted his updated, when I asked about, because it's not just enough to ask about it once. As a physician who cares about food as medicine, it sort of has to be a regular but also like non-judgy question of like, hey, what's your eating pattern like these days? And it had changed to now some sort of protein, so simple chicken steak or beef jerky with Dave's Killer Bread, and then he was having more steak, salad and eggs, occasional soda, no energy drinks for months. Reflux also went away, by the way, which is a huge one. He was having 15 Tums in a day. I was like, oh my gosh, for 15 years. Yeah, really not great, but he's in a much better place, which is fantastic. Phrases that I use with John to try and meet him where he was at, because, again, 39, he's in construction. He does not really want to make any of these changes, but it was moving the needle slowly with him and sort of buying his trust. I told him this is an experiment. This is not permanent. In the end, you get to choose. We're just going to see if things feel different in your body one way versus the other, and it can be temporary if you want it to be, but in the end, you get to decide, and we're just going to see if there's a difference. And again, the other thing I will say is adding and not subtracting foods is a good place to restart, because if we're feeding people more nutrient-dense foods, they're actually going to stop and not be craving so much some of that other stuff as well. So that was John. The second pillar that I'm talking about is what gets measured gets managed. I've sort of stolen this phrase from Peter Attia, who's a medical doctor who's doing a lot of sort of longevity research. And he's all about data and measuring, and I am too, the ways in which we can. So this is actually my data from a continuous glucose monitor here. And just as an example, this is the same meal, actually, and same time measured after a meal. So this was I had rice, brown rice first, then roasted veggies, and then salmon. Same meal the next night, I had the salmon first, and then the veggies, and then the rice last. So this is something I'll talk about with my patients and sort of an educational thing of it's, okay, sure, what you eat matters, but also, you know, in terms of blood sugar management, the order in which you eat it also matters. So sometimes people seeing this data, I mean, this was a big light bulb moment for me. You know, so when I'm looking at our breakfast plate this morning, I'm thinking, well, I'm gonna have the sausage first, and I'm probably gonna have that piece of toast last. And so a patient I use something like this with is Laura. She was a 63-year-old female presenting for prediabetes and weight gain. This was my first visit with her. Again, copy and pasted from her chart. Her diet was oatmeal with blueberries, 2 eggs. Lunch was yogurt or dinner leftovers, and then dinner was meat, salad. She said she really likes sugar. She goes in spurts of eating it. And her labs, actually, when she came back to see me that she brought to this visit, they were 6.7. And the fasting glucose was 137. And so for those a little bit more medically inclined, you might recognize 6.7 is fully into the diabetes range. So Laura and I talked about it that day at that visit, and she said, well, you know, both my parents were diabetic, so I guess I'm just sort of destined for it, and I sort of, you know, I can't really escape it. And I did my best not to jump out of my chair and shake her, say, Laura, no, your genes are not your destiny. And we did have a long, thoughtful talk about it, and it took a lot of motivational interviewing skills sort of on my part, and also her openness as well to feel like, okay, I am maybe ready and motivated to make some changes, because we talked about the long-term effects of diabetes. So her treatment plan was, we're gonna keep a really close eye on your A1C. We're gonna ped it in 3 months, return to my office. So again, my patients, they know that I care. They know that with the time that I'm spending with them and that the amount of education we're talking about and discussing, I literally have a slideshow for basically my prediabetes people. I'm like, let's go through these educational things. And it goes through food pairing, postprandial movement, which basically moving after you eat, and glycemic index. And for those who are open, I'll also prescribe a continuous glucose monitor. I just saw Laura recently, so this is a year and a half later. I just saw her in August. She reported overall her energy has improved. She lost weight and has maintained weight loss over the last year, which I don't really care about, honestly. I care more about the metabolic markers. The weight loss is a nice side effect that comes along with that. But her A1C was 6.7, now down to 5.8, and she's maintained that for over a year now. Because Laura and I, what Laura needed, reading her as a patient, she needed someone running that A1C on her every 3 months. So she had a deadline of something to be accountable for. So for Laura, that regular data management of taking a look at her A1C is what has kept her on track. Her fasting glucose is also 30 points lower, and her insulin is under 10, which is almost optimal. So some other tools of what I will use for measuring in patients. We already talked about A1C here. Insulin, I'll do on some as well, depending on insurance. CRP, which is an inflammatory marker. You know, we've talked so much about omega-3, which is an anti-inflammatory component in beef today. And that's something with some of my weirdly high inflammation patients. I'm like, well, if we changed around your meat source to regenerative, would that reduce it? That would be a fun experiment to do with these people. Tools that I'll use, continuous glucose monitor. Just a side tangent is like, what was the word that Jacqueline used? She was a recovering primary care physician. Oh man, that resonated so much. Oh, fighting insurance all the time. It's really, really special. I don't even know what word to put in there. But continuous glucose monitors, which are a very handy little tool that will sort of taste your blood and the sugar in your blood for 2 weeks at a time. It'll give you really great feedback data. The insurance will only cover these for insulin-dependent type 2 diabetics. So I recently had a man come in, he was diabetic, used to be insulin dependent, no more. He asked for a continuous glucose monitor. I said, of course, I'm not sure if insurance will cover this. He took it to the pharmacy. I got a prior auth. In case you know what that means, it basically means a lot of paperwork for your doctor, which I do myself, and that was still denied, even though I put in all the medical reasons why. So insurance can be tricky. These usually cost about $50 each if you're doing out of pocket. Fitness wearables can be helpful. And then we've alluded a little bit to this food density meter that Dan Kittredge and the Bionutrient Institute is working on. Like, that would be a really interesting thing for people. Again, people like data. They want to know what they're doing. And then the accountability piece, people do great with regular check-ins. Our medical system is swamped right now. You know, as a primary physician, I'm also swamped, but people being on the books to be like, oh, I have an appointment with Dr. Carr in 3 months, I better be on my game for getting that A1C. And as Sherry talked about the taste, I have a lot of those patients come back and they're like, I had that brownie that I'd always get every week when I went to the grocery store. I couldn't eat it. It made me sick. I had to leave the grocery store because I was so nauseous. So people's taste buds, they adapt and they change. So, and that's actually one thing I meant to say is, like, a naturopath, I believe in the regenerative capacity of the human body. Like, that is something, that's a core tenet of naturopathic medicine, just as we all believe in the regenerative capacity of the soil. While as much I think we humans think we're separate from nature, we actually are a miraculous reflection of it, and I believe in the miraculous regenerative capacity that all of our bodies have in healing. So that's a tenet that I hold true, and I tell all of my patients about, of, you know, and I've seen such miraculous things in my office. Our bodies truly are miraculous, regenerative, capable, more than machines than we have. The third tenet, understanding the real why. Root cause medicine is sort of something that gets thrown around a lot these days, but as a naturopath, you know, I really try to think about, well, I get to ask the question why, and I say that to all my new patients. I like to ask the question why. Why are you having this symptom? What is it trying to tell us? What is your body trying to tell us with these symptoms? So while I've now understood there are many little roots, as there are in any good mycorrhizal complex fungi system, is there one sort of main taproot that we can get to? And as an example, I'm going to talk about patient Janine, who was a 49-year-old female presenting she already had diabetes, diagnosis of diabetes, and weight gain. Her diet recall was frozen breakfast burrito, canned chicken for lunch with quinoa, brown rice, and dressing. Dinner was beef in a crock pot. She liked Kit Kats and would have snacks of popcorn. She said she can really crave sugar. And her labs that she brought to me were an A1C of 7.6, so somewhat managed well in diabetes. She's not on insulin. And my impression from that day from her, this is what I, again, just copy and pasted from my chart when I was preparing for this presentation. I wrote, Janine is a 49-year-old female presenting to established care. She has, we've used this phrase before, fallen off the bandwagon from her previous goals of weight management and hemoglobin A1C. She reports it was due to the influence of her husband, to cistisk, and from self-sabotage. As a mental emotional component is at play, an addition of a counselor would be useful at this time for the whole person approach. So again, as a naturopath, I'm really trying to take that holistic person care into count, and I can't do it by myself. Also, visits, while longer, they're still not that long. They're not long enough. So I made a referral to a counselor. So we got updated labs for her. I referred her to a counselor. In the beginning of my practice, for habit change, I was telling patients, go read Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's amazing. Or I would give them this handmade exercise I've done. It's called Values and Vision, and it gets people really clear on their why. And it's like, post it on your fridge, put it on your mirror. Those didn't work, which is why I'm sort of talking about all these other tools now. People never did those. And 1.5 years later, I just saw her in July. She's using a continuous glucose monitor to help keep her accountable. She's also using ChatGPT for feedback pretty regularly, which is interesting, I thought. It was sort of her accountability buddy. Interesting use of that technology. Her diet is now sort of a shake of almonds, kale, protein powder. Lunch is chicken and broccoli. And dinner is a smashed burger with no bun and goat cheese. Her A1C is now 6.8. And towards the end of the visit, she told me, I am just waiting for when I screw up. So to me, the root cause, that relationship with food that we had talked about earlier, I think it was, again, Jacqueline again, who had said, when you ask someone what's your relationship like with food, which I do ask that, if someone has a certain relationship with food, it's more than just what they eat. It's connected to that whole spider web that we looked at, right? So for her, I said, She hadn't yet started with counseling despite the referral a year and a half earlier, and we really got clear on why she needed to go and seek counseling. So that's sort of what her homework was for this last time. So for Janine, understanding her impetus for change was getting to the real why and bringing more team members on board and sort of getting over that self-sabotage aspect of things. And the last aspect here is data. People love data. I love data. I love to be able to say to my patients, studies show, or a recent experiment just came out showing that grass-fed beef is 6 times higher in omega-3s than grain-fed beef. Like, people want to hear that. People want that data. So I'll use some data to go through with my patients. This is sort of old data now at this point, but this is from David Montgomery's lab, basically omega-3 to omega-6 ratio, which Dr. Van Vliet went over so beautiful this morning from his own research lab. So basically, I'm looking for things like this that I can present to my patient and say, this is why you need to make the change. Studies show, latest research says, because people will buy into that as my patients, and then also investors, funders, entrepreneurs, this is what people want to put their dollar behind. This is research out of the Bionutrient Institute with Dan Kittredge, which we've also talked about a bit today. And this was hydro tomatoes, so basically percentage change of hydroponic from soil-grown tomatoes. And you can see that there was a negative correlation with basically the amount of micronutrients. So this is zinc, iron, calcium, potassium, sulfur, phosphorus, magnesium. Those are all in lower amounts. And again, I'm a naturopath, so I measure some esoteric things sometimes. B12 and folate are things that I actually measure pretty regular on people, because I think those, I forgot who mentioned it, maybe it was Dr. Van Vliet, but he said, oh yeah, he did say that, bees are so important for growth. They're also so important for humans, energy, mood, methylation cycles, which is how our cells communicate. So I have sort of come around to, as someone who's such a food as medicine person, as someone who eats food as medicine, when I ran B12 and folate on myself, I was like, my levels are not optimal. And just as a sidebar, a lot of time the levels that you're seeing on labs, they also are not. If I see someone with a B below 200, rather than 300, I'm like, oh, no, you're probably having nervous system problems. And the normal range on that lab for LabCorp is like 250, and that's way too low, in my opinion. So I have come around to the fact of, well, our soil health sort of sucks, so I guess we might need a multivitamin to actually get people to have the micronutrients that they need. So a multivitamin like this one, where it has the things that I wanted, it has the Bs, it has the vitamin E, it has the vitamin A. Just think about the world where I don't have to sort of think that this is a baseline need for a lot of people because of our soil health, because our soil health is actually now so good. I would love to see that world. And people, they don't want to be on pills of any sort. And I know that as a naturopath, even if it's a green supplement, it still is a pill for an ill. And so I am still trying to get to a place where, how can I no longer be saying, sort of most people, myself included, might need a multivitamin. And by the way, this company, Pure Encapsulations, they are third-party verified, which I appreciate, but they're owned by Nestle. So that sort of conglomeration is also happening within the supplement industry as well, and is something that we all should be taking account on. This is work that just came out in February of this year, which talked about an ultra-processed diet or minimally processed, looking at basically weight and cardiometabolic health data. This came out of Dr. Chris Van Tilliken's lab again. And their primary outcome they were looking for was the participant difference in weight change. But when I was going through this study, I came across this table of adverse effects by diet. Minimally processed is on the left, ultra processed is on the right. In case you can't see these numbers, it is a little blurry. Let me get over on this side. The one thing that was more was diarrhea in the minimally processed foods, because that's probably going from eating less fiber to more fiber. But the amount of reflux was 29 versus 36. Fatigue, brain fog, tiredness was 4 versus 16 in the ultra-processed diet. Sleep was 1, meaning they had less sleeping, or had sleepiness, had poor sleep, 1 versus 7. Acne, 2 versus 4. COVID infections, 8 versus 15. Like, this is the data I really care about as a physician with clinically meaningful outcomes, is basically all of the adverse effects were so much less. So really emphasizing this data is something that I care about and I want to be seen talked more about in clinical circles, not just weight gain and cardiometabolic effects. So all these people are here today, which is why I wanted to give a shout out to like what they're working on. I'm really looking forward to this data of from Audacious, 1000 Farms, Fresh RX. All these people are doing really important data-driven things. They're going to help to make my patients care more, that what I have to say is what you put into your mouth matters. And one link that I notice is missing as a physician is just what we were talking about of soil health, nutrient density, and nutrient density to human health. Unfortunately, I think that, you know, the way in which I'm practicing currently one-on-one with patients, I won't see the benefits of food as medicine movement until the next generation or beyond, because it's such a slow-moving machine. To be able to see the effects of, hey, we have less cancer now versus more. We have less neurodegenerative disease versus before. Those are the things that make me care about food as medicine, is that long-term chronic health burden and those people who walk into my office. And we may not be seeing that immediate quick data because those conditions are also not immediate. So in the end, trying to really figure out how to connect people to their why. What brought you here, that eureka moment that made you care that food is medicine for you. I was recently listening to this book by Will Harris, who's a regenerative cattle rancher down in Georgia, A Bold Return to Giving a Damn. And so it was a great listen and read. And he talks about in there as a farmer, his why of why he decides to swim upstream, create his own system in order to provide some high quality beef in his area. So for me, even as a naturopath practicing in North Idaho, I was sitting behind my desk having these one-on-one conversations with patients. I love my patient relationships, but I was like, man, I can never quite get to the regenerative piece with any of my patients in this visit. I'm starting so far outside of that target that we looked at, and I want to be able to get people a bit more into the bullseye and maybe create an experience where they can have their eureka moment. I was also missing I still volunteer on our local farm once a week during the summertime, but I wanted to be able to create an experience where people could come to basically meet their farmer, see their farm, and understand their farmer's why. So I created this initiative called Food as Pharmacy, where I quite literally just pick a regenerative farmer in the North Idaho or Spokane area, say, can you host 20 to 50 people, and would you be willing to give a tour of your farm and basically explain your why? I want you at the table. I don't want this to be a farm-to-table meal where you don't get to meet the farmer. I want you as a centerpiece of it. And so I've been doing this for the last 2 years. I've had about 250 people come through and enjoy an experience with their local farmer. And so that way, we might, as clinicians, need to be taking things outside of the clinical visit. It might not be enough just to have that 15 to 40 minutes with your patient. It might take more of really connecting with a farmer that you respect and hold their practices in high regard, and try and synergize on an event where they can meet their consumer and the consumer can meet their farmer, and therefore we also all gather on the same table and are able to have a meal together, because we've talked about that sense of community is also so important. So within this whole work, thinking about if we're putting patient health or human health at the center, the patient does have a role in this. I think we're talking so much externally, but like policy needs to change and farming practices need to change. That's all true, but we need to have a consumer who's educated enough and willing to make change enough to be hungry for that food. We need doctors to be more involved and just asking the question, hey, what are you eating today? We need farmers to be on board for like making that conversion to more nutritious food, and ones that won't be so cancer causing. And then we need policy to also support everything else in this. So just thinking about the supply chains that we have, and those have a start and the end, how can we start to create more of a circle between all of these players and components? And so things that I have as hopes, dreams, thoughts of maybe how doctors and physicians can get involved. What if my clinic were to be a pickup for a local CSA? Like, that would be a pretty strong message of, hey, food is medicine. Come and get your food from, where you might get other medical advice. Thinking about would I have an engaged enough clinic to have people who want to do a book club? and read A Bold Return to Giving the Dam or Omnivore's Dilemma or, gosh, you name, I mean, there's so many, Pharmacology by Daphne, like so many great books out there. Watch a documentary together. I give my patients recipes, and I've had patients bring recipes back to me of like, or bring their kimchi to me of like, here, try this kimchi that I made. And then one sort of long-term goal that I've always had my eye on since I was an undergrad is changing the food served in hospitals. It's just so tragic when you go into hospitals and you see what's served. How can we be practicing medicine if that's what's served? So just some like small ways to big ways that I think that we can all maybe think about getting that going. It truly does take a community effort. This is a picture of the farm to table dinner for the Foodist Pharmacy I just had in Spokane, October 4th of this year. Everyone gathered around, and that's sort of the farmer you can see at the head of the table there. Those are my citations, and just a thank you for your attention. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Thank you to my patients who I learned so much from. I thank all the farmers, Laura Lee being one of them here that I work with, and to Think Regeneration for all of your really important work and trying to synergize so many forces together, because it really does take a community. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And I don't know if we have time for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carr. We actually don't have time for questions right now, but Dr. Carr has one of the roundtable sessions, so please take your questions to her then. Thank you. We have a little break here now, so just real quick, it is 2 o'clock. We are going to break until 2:20, when we will then hear from Dr. Jonathan Lundgren. I would recommend, we're going to try to start right at 2:20. So if you don't want to miss any of his talk, and trust me, you don't want to miss any of it, who here knows about the 1,000 Farms Initiative? Raise your hand. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you guys know what's going on and how much data he has to share, and this is going to be incredible. So maybe try to be back in your chairs by like 2:15 or 16 or 17 at least, and we will see everybody back then. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. You guys get to eat first next time. Okay, everybody, please, we're in the home stretch. I know these conversations, like we measure our success by the buzz in the room, so it's totally counterintuitive to then shut down the buzz every couple hours. So, again, my name is Ryan Slabaugh. We're Think Regeneration. We're in the home stretch here. We've got about one more presentation to go. Again, go ahead and wrap up those conversations in the back, please. All right, they saw Denise coming, so yeah, we're going to go ahead and let me introduce you to our next speaker. We started the day by talking about being multiple things at once, and that's just the nature of being human. We talked about being in shape, but we get a cold sometimes, or we talk about being out of shape and feeling great. It's complex when we talk about health, and I think by where we've gotten today, where you've heard so much information, I don't think anybody's probably going to argue with that point. Right? There's not a single indication of how we create health, which is why we need all these networks in place. Before we get started, I want to kind of give a real-life example of being multiple things at once. And it involves our sponsor today. Our sponsor is, believe it or not, our top sponsor. We could not have done this at all without the USDA. And that might sound counterintuitive to a lot of folks in the room. The USDA sponsored this. We brought this to our partners at the Organic Crop Improvement Association, who are partnering with USDA TOPP program. And we said we wanted to do a food as medicine program. And they said, what the heck does that have to do with organics? Right? And the OCIA stuck up for us. And they said, we're going to figure this out. And so we really appreciate them sticking their neck out, going, just give them some faith. And when we told them that we had 200 people in the room, they told us that was the biggest event in the TOPP program in the entire Great Plains. So thank you. You helped us validate this. And you could be multiple things at once because the USDA is a complex organization, and they also had challenges with research, and we all know this. And Jonathan Lundgren, our next speaker, was at the front lines of that. When he was asking questions about pesticides, and he was asking questions about bees, he was asked to leave the agency, right? So we can be multiple things at once. We can be one thing and trying to change, right, and get better. And that's our great hope, is that together we can create the institutional case for this big wholesale change. And the guy that we depend on when we get asked what is regenerative agriculture is the guy that's going to be speaking next. Because he explains it in a way that's systemic, that's connected, that thinks about the entire ecosystem and the entire world. And so that's why I'm so glad to introduce you today to Dr. Jonathan Lundgren.
All right. Well, if I start dozing off or anything, kind of shake me. You guys all get the same. They give me the afternoon slot. That lunch is hitting, but we're doing great. We're doing great. Very, very good to be here. I have no clicker. I should use a clicker. Nobody wants me to do charades. All right. And hey, there it is. Okay, so let's see here. There's my little laser. I'm John. I'm a beekeeper. I'm a farmer. We do a little science. And we're talking about that science today called the 1,000 Farms Initiative. I was down in Florida, right? We just heard about a lot of oranges, didn't we? Florida's whole identity is oranges. There's an orange on the license plate, right? And isn't it interesting how food becomes a part of our identity in so many ways on a cultural level? What we don't know or often hear about is that Florida is currently at about 4% of the production of citrus that it was 20 years ago. It's dropped by 96%. It's dead. They cannot grow oranges conventionally in Florida anymore. And the remaining trees that are there each have a can of antibiotics that's injected directly into the stems. Yeah, that's the answer that they're getting, the last remaining orchards. They're calling it a disease problem, but I think if they really want to get to the root of this, they're going to have to look a little deeper in the mirror. Okay? Because they're farming in beach sand. It wasn't beach sand when they started. Okay? And diseases and other problems present themselves. Even if they solve citrus greening tomorrow, the citrus industry in Florida would still be wiped out. I was talking with one of my conventional producers, and I was explaining to him, he's like, John, the tree's roots they're anemic. They just don't know what to do anymore. And I explained to him, because I'm not a citrus producer, right? But we visited about 50 citrus producers so far in Florida, the last of them. And I said the ones that are actually surviving, the ones that are bringing their orchards back to life, they're sharing one thing. They're growing vegetation from trunk to trunk. Okay? And he said, if that's true, then that flies in the face of everything that I'm being told by the Citrus Board and by the universities down in Florida. And I asked him, how's the advice working? And he thought about it for a second. And he said, yeah, you're right. They're not looking out for us anymore, are they? I think we all need to ask that question of how's it working? Okay? How's it working? Back in 2022, a little bit before that, maybe 21, regenerative ag was just starting to get noticed. There were farmers that were making bold claims as far as what was possible with their farms in terms of solving some of these planetary scale problems. Things like climate chaos, things like, they were growing, they were doing things that science said couldn't happen. And if what they were saying was real, then there was global food policies and tremendous financial investment that was poised to react. But why on earth would they trust a farmer? Right? Why would they? Because it's their word, right? Is what they're experiencing on that farm scalable and transferable? And I was on my farm with Christina, and the idea came up, well, maybe science has a role to play here. Maybe we could take and scale some of this stuff. And that's where 1,000 Farms was born. Because there was significant trouble, right? These problems are very real. This is down the road from my house. 2 years ago, they call it a derecho, right? Next day, they were out tilling the soil again. The dust storms, the likes of which we have not seen since the 1930s. This one wiped out several towns nearby. Fires up in Canada, right? This is all a part of this culture of land management that we're experiencing. The Pretty Prairie, town of Pretty Prairie in Kansas, huh? Where'd that go? And of course, the bees are continuing to die, right? We're losing, this last year was the worst bee die-off in human history. Yeah. As part of 1,000 Farms, I started to ask questions, of farmers. I asked them, have you experienced any of these autoimmune diseases and other, likewise, allergies, asthma, anxiety, depression, mental health issues. And the farmers answered, there was 1% of them that had allergies. A quarter of them had self-reported clinical depression. And then we looked at, so this is just croppers, okay? This is the folks growing especially row crops, corn, beans, wheat, stuff. And then we looked at national averages for each of those things, right? This is like the general population. 200% increase. They have 3 times the depression rate. our croppers do. They have twice the asthma rate. And then I asked those croppers whether they had experienced any Parkinson's or cancer. This is the national averages. 2,000% increase in Parkinson's in our croppers. We're killing our farmers. We're killing our farmers for corporate greed. I used to think that that was okay if we just made it a little better. If we took this broken system and maybe we reduced insecticide use by once or twice. Because the farmers told me we can't grow food without agrochemicals. We have to have these. The farmers, the regenerative farmers, were telling me something else. I was at, let's walk this one out. Let's walk this one out a couple of moves down the chessboard. I was at Napa Green. This was some of the richest people on earth, and they own land in Napa Valley, right? Vineyards, $1 million an acre for mature vines in Napa. One of the gals, one of the farmers, she did a study on her farm, which was wonderful. We love to see that. She had compared for vegetation management, she had compared grazing that vegetation with mowing and glyphosate, Roundup, okay, in order to control and manage that. And she said all of them worked equally well. These were all very effective at managing the vegetation in her vineyards. But the Roundup was so much cheaper that it justifies, we probably need to go that route to save money. And then they gave me 5 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, well, to hell with that. Here we go. And I said, imagine you're at the end of your life. And you have to look your spouse in the eye. And you have to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, I thought it was my job to save money. That was my metric of success. And I had heard about the impacts, but I didn't believe it, right? It never affected me. And now our grandkids are sick or not even here. And I'm sorry. Does that cut it? What's your grandkids worth? How much money? I think we're prioritizing the wrong metrics of success, the wrong currencies a lot of times. Meanwhile, amidst all of these problems, back in 2022, regenerative agriculture was starting to gain attention. Question that we had is it real? Is it scalable? Is it big enough? We thought science could help. And so we as a staff at Ecdysis had the chance to sit down and ask the question of, okay, if we needed to actually back this up, this regenerative ag thing up, what would an experiment look like? The answer is that it had to be big. Simultaneously, we had to address all food systems on the continent. We had to cross all ecoregions. We had to look at farmer-developed best management practices. So this had to be on-farm research. We had to measure simultaneously all regenerative outcomes from the system. That's big. There's a reason nobody's ever tried this before. It's crazy. If I had proposed 1,000 farms, I'd have been laughed out of a granting agency, okay? And then we had to ask who the best people for the job is. Well, we ain't the smartest, and we aren't the prettiest. We're not the richest, that's for sure. But for some reason, Ecdysis Foundation and Blue Dasher Farm attract driven, motivated, wonderful people. And so I decided, let's take this group of mavericks and make them scientists and do the most important scientific research of our generation. And that's what we did. So over the last 4 years, that team of wackos has visited 1,700 farms. We're heading to Georgia, by the way. Next year. And Virginia, we've got a whole cluster. It's already delegated. Lynette, raise your hand. Yeah. Talk to her if you need to get your farm signed up. She'll help you out. So we deploy our scientific teams from our operating regenerative farm here in eastern South Dakota, and this is where we have sent our our scientists to. Each of these dots is a farm, okay? Each of these, at least one. And they represent about 35 different cropping systems in replicate. They also represent about 10 plus livestock systems, okay? So we're really trying to, what we want is at the end of this map is going to be a map of North America's food system. Each dot falls along a continuum from very conventional to wacko regenerative, okay? And we developed a scoring system, all right, in order to assess this. This scoring system is free. It costs us about $1 million to verify, and it's the only system that's out there right now that actually has data behind it, okay, in terms of certifications and whatnot, I would argue. I would argue compellingly. So this is, in 2 minutes, I could put your farm along this continuum, and I can make pretty darn accurate predictions as far as how much carbon you got in your soils, how fast your water's going to infiltrate, how many lady beetles you have on your farm, how happy you are, whether you have Parkinson's in your family. Very, very powerful, very, very effective. It's based on 8 yes or no questions in terms of practices. And that's one of the more dangerous things about this thing, okay? Because everybody wants a box checking exercise. I did this, 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 and this, I'm regenerative. Because these particular practices were extremely representative of a management philosophy. And unless we are basing this whole movement off of that philosophy and not a series of practices, we are going to lose. It's going to become organic. All right? For livestock and ranching, it's simpler or complicated. Essentially, you guys get it. You want lots of animals, you want to move them frequently, and you want to let them rest. And then you also want to get off of the parasiticides. All right? That tends to fall into the regenerative side of this continuum. About 500 ranches is what we've been on so far. The reality is that our perception of regenerative and what is regenerative, especially within ranching systems, is contingent upon where you're sampling, the context, rainfall, light, those are huge. But there's also going to be many other things that we're going to have to factor in here. And such that we have developed one that divides along the 100th meridian the country that's pretty accurate, but I'm feeling that's just the start of this whole process. And our understanding of what regenerative is has got to be based on outcomes. And so if you're just assigning a score without measuring what that score is attaining within your particular environment, we're not going to attain what's possible. And then, on each of those dots, we have to measure all of these outcomes. Regenerative agriculture is supposed to do a lot of things. There's a lot of promises that are made. It's supposed to remedy climate change, climate chaos. It's supposed to reverse desertification. It's supposed to decrease pollution increase money, increase farmer wellness, nutrition, it's supposed to be producing more nutritious foods. But most, and this is what I learned over the last 4 years, first and foremost, what a regenerative farm does is it increases biodiversity. We were in upstate New York, and we were studying an Amish pasture up there. I told the farmer all of the things that we were measuring. We're going to tell you all about the carbon and how deep it goes. We're going to tell you about the water. Yeah, that's all great. And then I said, well, we're also going to count how many microbes and name them all. And he's like, whoa. And then we're also going to name all of the insects and all of the plants and all of the birds. This morning I was on a call with the IUCN, who comes up with red list species, but essentially they're the largest biodiversity organization in the world, and they're like, we've never seen a bioinventory like the one that we see with you. We've generated about 14 to 16,000 different species we have names on from our food system at this point. Okay? That's huge. One of the outcomes of this, so all of these are what regenerative agriculture is supposed to do. And now, after 1,000 farms, I'm going to tell you, does it work? Okay? So all of these different outcomes, does it actually help? Biodiversity. Number one, first and foremost. All right, this is a spider plot. It's so regenerative agriculture. Okay, so each of this is a different organismal group. Okay, I'll tell you more in a second. This is where conventional ranches are in the United States. This is based on about 200 or 300 ranches. This is the percent increase in each of the biological groups. We've got bird species, bird abundance, insects. We've got arbuscular, mycorrhizal fungi in general, all these bacterial groups. Every single one responds positively to to regenerative management. I could show you an identical graph for croplands, okay? I've been an ecologist for a long time. When you go out, one of the worst things you can do as a scientist is try to replicate your experiment, because you go out and you make all of these assertions and then you replicate it and it didn't work the second time and you're like, dang it. I wish I had just stopped when I was ahead of the game. In this case, I've never seen a data set where there was so much consilience amongst all of the different parameters that we're measuring. It's insane, right? And it works. So what I did, and this actually happened to me, I was like, well, I'm going to run this on just the first 150 ranches or something from the first 2 years of the study, and I'm like, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough data to really convince the most skeptical of people, so I'm going to include another 150 observations, and I was like, oh, it was almost identical. These were from new regions, these were from new, it was like, this is real. This is real. We've had to develop entirely new technologies in order to measure that, okay? So Cassandra isn't that technology, but she's working on it, right? So this is BugBox. This is artificial intelligence. What we want is we want farmers to go out there with a sweep net, be able to sweep it all up and take a picture. BugBox is our artificial intelligence system that identifies invertebrates. It's really good. It's kind of crazy good. Essentially what BugBox does is it takes that image, it pixelates it, it plucks out all of the bugs, and then it sends it through the identification algorithm. It can it can identify with about 80 to 90% accuracy several thousand species of insects at this point. We've used it to identify 1.3 million specimens. So you get an idea of why we needed to co-opt. Quite frankly, biodiversity assessments of this scale have never really been done before, in part because we don't have the taxonomic expertise to identify this stuff. Who's got time to identify 1.3 million? Well, BugBox does. We're also putting data recorders. We have about 1,000 sound files that we've recorded from each farm or ranch. And now we've developed a program that will take the bird song off of that and identify it for us, as well as all of the other biological noise. So this is a really important, when you go out to a field, when I go out to a field as a I don't tell the farmers or the staff whether or not that field is regenerative or conventional, but I listen to them, right? There's more laughter. They get more work done on a regenerative farm. It's crazy. It affects us, right? When I go out to a field, I'm bombarded with information, right? My ears are hearing bird songs, and I've got insects bouncing off of me, and I'm smelling plant volatiles, and the green reflectance is hitting my eyes, and all of these senses are being triggered simultaneously, and that information goes into my brain, and it says, you're happy. And as a scientist, I have to try to come up with gizmos in order to put that into quantitative metrics so that somebody who's never experienced that farm before will believe that this is real. Okay. We're also using eDNA. So we have about 1,000 microbial communities. I think there's like 14,000 species that we've identified in those alone, maybe 10, something like that. It's a lot. We have species level names on them, and we're going to develop an algorithm so that you guys can upload your sequence data, and then we'll process it and give it back to you for free. So stay tuned on that. Okay, so yes, regenerative agriculture increases biodiversity. Does it help to correct climate change? All right, this paper's almost published. Peer review process is a long one, especially when you're trying to overturn the apple cart. Okay, so this is a complicated graph here. What I want, this is carbon levels, total carbon in the soil. This is a soil column from conventional row crop farms, corn, wheat, soy. This is one from regenerative. Okay, so step one thing that I want you to get out of this, there's more carbon in that regenerative soil. That's important, okay? That's plants taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and putting it back down into the soil where it belongs. For a long time, we used to think that regenerative agriculture and agriculture in general, our management, only affected the top 15 centimeters of the soil because that's where most of the biological activity is. What this data shows is that all the way down 60 centimeters deep, we're getting significant increases on regenerative croplands. That's huge because that's old carbon. That's carbon that sticks around. What happens when you till this up? Whoosh, right? All that carbon goes back up. That's huge. When we extrapolate this out, what we have learned from 200 plus row crop farms, we can double that now. If we were to turn our crops over to fully regenerative practices, it would store 2 times the annual emissions that the current U.S. currently produces. When you look at any other carbon capture and storage scheme that's out there right now, the results are laughable compared to what our food system can do. We also did this on rangelands. If we were to convert rangelands over to fully regenerative, we would have 4.5 years worth of annual emissions while producing healthier beef, right? While increasing rural resilience, while reversing desertification. This is the answer to so many issues. Does it reduce pollution? Okay, on some of these farms, we actually revisited them. We went to them multiple times over several years. These are cash grain wheat producers in Washington, the Palouse area, as well as up in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and North Dakota. After the 3-year transition, 2/3 of these farmers, the regenerative ones, had eliminated all synthetic fertilizers and all herbicides. 90% of them had eliminated all insecticides and fungicides. They didn't need them anymore. Why would they pay money for something they don't need? If they went down to the coop and asked the crop advisor, what should I be putting on my fields right now? They would not be getting that answer, would they? No. We decided, because there's consequences to this, right? There's a lot of consequences. I could give you many presentations about it that would scare the crap out of you. There's a lot of consequences to that use. One of my graduate students, Dan Pachenka, just submitted one of his thesis chapters, and he looked at each of these different regenerative practices. This is what populates that score. And he looked at whether or not what relative impact they had on foliar invertebrate abundance, so bugs in the plants, right? And he also looked in the soil. We could show you many other graphs. So conclusions from that is that insecticides in wheat actually kills insects, right? So by reducing insecticide use, you reduce you increase the amount of insects out there. But if you really want to kill insects, use chemical fertilizers and herbicides. That wasn't supposed to happen, right? Nobody's regulating chemical fertilizers and their impacts on invertebrate communities, are they? Right? They're a better insecticide than insecticides are. They don't exist in a vacuum. Your decisions do not exist in a vacuum. And this is why we have prioritized within our system this component right here. Is so important. All of these artificial amendments that we think we need are making us addicts. The more you use, the more you need. And we got to get off of that. Because there's only one person that's winning. Who wins in a drug pusher situation, right? It ain't the addict. It's the one selling the drugs. Does it improve water cycling? Can regenerative agriculture reverse desertification? We were working in the Central Valley of California, almonds. This was our flagship project from day one of 1,000 farms. Farm 1 was an almond orchard. And what we found is that they're turning the spigots off, right? Okay, this is very similar to Florida. Except a little bit earlier in the catastrophicism of the whole situation, where the Central Valley of California used to be a wetland and they made it a desert through their farming practices. Every nut, every almond that you grow requires 2 gallons of water to grow it. Every nut. That's crazy, okay? So they've drained their aquifers, they no longer have water, and they're turning the spigots off. They're telling farmers you can't farm anymore. You're going to have to fallow something like 30% or something like that is sigma. And so what we've shown is that regenerative producers, number one, they increase their infiltration by 22-fold, something like this. I mean, the water is just suddenly, the soil is just accepting that water again. And the water holding capacity, the evapotranspiration, by getting covers onto that orchard floor, they're resetting these micro water cycles so that you're not losing it all to evaporation. Okay. What we found is that the regenerative producers are reducing water use by 50 to 70% without harming yields. That's a game changer right there. That's a game changer. Does regenerative agriculture help with nutrition? Remember those wheat fields that we studied up in Washington? This is some of the nutritional. We've got, okay, so we're partnering with PTFI, Periodic Table of Food Initiative, as well as Edacious. We're running arguably one of the largest nutritional studies that's ever been done. With PTFI, we're quantifying 16,000 phytonutrients It's nuts. I just got the database back. I don't know how the hell we're going to analyze this thing. But it's also extremely comprehensive. Of those nutrients, I think we can only put names on maybe 1,200 or something like this. It's a crazy amount. Our ability to identify the chemical profiles of plants has far exceeded our capabilities of knowing what these nutrients are or what their functions are. And so we're kind of in this weird situation of being able to generate massive quantities of data, but now we have to figure out what to do with it. Well, we did some preliminary analysis, just quick punt. Wheat on the regen, wheat had twice the protein. And out of the different micronutrients that we had initially just surveyed quickly, half of them were significantly increased. And that's what Thousand Farms is doing right now, okay? We're generating lots and lots of information. But the nutrition world, and I think we got that from Stephan's talk a little bit this morning too, the nutrition world is kind of at a place of what is a nutritious food, right? I mean, how much copper do I need to eat? Isn't it in a ratio with how much other things are in there? It gets very complicated very quickly. But what Thousand Farms is going to be able to do is it's going to be able to say, okay, when we decide, culturally, socially, nutritionally, whatever, that this is enough of that nutrient, we can show you how to get there, all right? The production side of it and how we can produce that nutrient profile. The only way we're going to get there, and that's one of the things about regenerative ag, is we're so focused on nutrition, right, that we forget about anti-nutrients. And so if we are generating high nutrient profiles with agrochemicals, then those agrochemicals are actually reducing the bioavailable nutrients to us. And so we have to be measuring those other things in the food if we're going to get a real picture of what nutritious food is. So in this case, we've got fertilizers here and no fertilizers here. We find that potassium in wheat grain is substantially higher when you're not using fertilizers. Does it increase profit? Well, first off, regenerative corn, wheat, soy equals national averages in terms of productivity. Okay, we can feed the world using regenerative ag, assuming that we eat corn and soybeans. Conventional producers, because this was best management practices, conventional producers actually had higher yields, okay, but they paid a lot more to get them, such that the net profitability was equal between regenerative and conventional systems. Okay, that's not part of the dialogue that you often hear, is it? I can't grow regen and make money. You'll never feed the world going regenerative. I would do it as long as, but I don't think I can actually produce the food that way, right? The agronomy isn't there. What Thousand Farms shows is that those cop-outs, those are not supported by the data. And that's not to say that there aren't challenges associated with going to regen. I mean, that's farming, okay? But there are farmers that are overcoming each of those challenges within your community. That community has to be an essential part of this. We had a discussion with a sociologist, was at our field day. A couple of them actually. And we decided to focus our field day on change. What are the barriers to change? Because if those normal things that people cite as those those are not actual barriers. So what is? And what we discovered was that the chief barrier to change within regenerative agriculture is we're asking farmers to change their identity. You're asking them to change their entire culture, their worldview, their idea of what a good farmer is. That's really hard, especially when you don't have support. If you're doing this by yourself, we aren't going to get there. And so events like this that Denise and Ryan have put together are really important in bringing that community together. Okay? And that's how we're going to move this forward. We were in North Carolina. And I like North Carolina. For some reason, whenever I leave there, I always have a lot of stories. And we were working with a veteran. And last year, we visited his farm, and he had a pistol on his belt. I'm like, what's going to happen here? Are you going to shoot us? I don't understand what's going on. This year, he was so excited to visit. And he's an organic regenerative. Everything on that farm was neat as a pin, right? I mean, he was growing muscadines and blueberries, and I was eating handfuls of his blueberries, right? They're just delicious. And I asked him, I'm like, what's this like? What's this like for you? To sell your blueberries at the market. And he hadn't had to articulate it before. He hadn't had to put it into words. And he's like, it just feels so good to be able to share what I'm producing here with people, with families, and to be able to tell those families that it's safe, that there isn't a bunch of agrochemicals on these grapes or these blueberries, right? That's important right there, right? There's a lot to unpack with that story. How these veterans were using food to help heal in a lot of ways, to help reintegrate. But also that sharing food is so important. There was a farmer up in Vermont who articulated it really well. Who the hell came up with the idea that we should ever commoditize something as sacred as food? Right? We left that farm and we went over to a neighboring farm, and it was run by this artist lady, and she raised cooney pigs. And for those of you that don't know, they're small furry pigs that are adorable. And she's like, we raised them. We have piglets for sale. And she's like, these were raised in New Zealand. They were selected for in New Zealand to live in villages. They weren't fenced there. And so she took away the fences. And it was a magical place where 75 coonies, when she wanted to move them, she would feed them in different areas of the farm. What an interesting juxtaposition of two farms that were both attaining regenerative outcomes in completely different ways, right? And I think that that's part of the beauty of what regenerative agriculture is. By focusing on those outcomes, it allows us to be a reflection of our farm, and our farm to be a reflection of who we are. Because guess what? Those cash grain producers are a reflection of their farms too. I mean, I don't want to, I'll say it. The most miserable farmers that we met across the country are cash grain producers. Every year they borrow $850,000 to make $50,000. And they stopped asking the question of where'd that $800,000 go. They're taking on all of the risk so that these corporations can make money and mine them for everything that they're worth. That's sick. That's sick. One of our metrics of success as being farmers is, did I accumulate that next quarter, right? That neighboring piece of ground. Because if I'm a good farmer, I'm growing. And Grandpa and Dad were real good at that. And now we're sitting on farms that are, 2, 5, 10,000 acres in size. And what the hell are you supposed to grow there? except for cash grains. These farmers are trapped right now. Totally trapped. So is it real? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It delivers on all of those things. 1,000 Farms shows. We're publishing it in the peer-reviewed literature. But most importantly is I've experienced it. I've felt these farms. It's real. It is real. But it's not what we thought it was. It's not a box-checking exercise. This is my definition of what regenerative ag is now. Regenerative farms grow smaller and better, not bigger and simpler. Okay? That's huge. That changes. There's a lot to unpack there. That means that we need a lot more farmers on the ground. That means that we need to be changing our identities and our metrics of success. We're not... It's okay to stack enterprises, to diversify your farm rather than to accumulate more land to do the same thing that you're doing on a very, just scaling it up, right? That's a good thing. Human feet touch every acre of their farm. Another farmer introduced that one to me as a human shadow touches every acre of his farm, which I think is a little darker, but same idea, right? Same idea. We were driving by, me and one of my scientists were driving by a soybean field near his house, and he pointed at the field. He said, that field right there, John, that field was tilled. It was sprayed with herbicide. It was planted. It had a neonic and a fungicide on the seed. It had herbicide sprayed. It was had a fly-on of herbicide or fungicides and insecticides. It was harvested. It was tilled, and it was sprayed again. Human feet haven't touched that piece of ground. That ain't farming. That's mining. Right? That level of connection is so important in food production. So important. They grow food, not commodities, for their families and their communities, because family, community, and connection to the natural world are essential in the definition of regenerative ag. But first and foremost is that they celebrate life. In all of its facets, they celebrate life on their farms. What's coming next? We did it, right? Game over. I can cash in and sit and farm for a while. There's a lot of days. Now we are starting to examine what these social drivers of change are, and we're starting to think about how ecdysis has accumulated 80 geographic clusters of farms that are doing things out there, okay? These are, how can we use this tremendous tool? We have actual relationships with these farmers. How can we use this tool and these groups of farms as levers for changing the country? Okay. We're going to do this through community development. So I think that this is really essential. It gets back to that identity change and being able to help change, help support farmers as they're going through this process. Number one is we're going to give the keys to the scientific kingdom over to the farmers themselves. So we will send kits of tools out to farming communities around the U.S. and beyond, and allow them to measure their own operations. We'll provide trainings, curricula, and support as much as we can in order to do that, and also an interface, such that once you submit your data or your samples, it'll take that, it'll analyze it, it'll tell you what we found, but then it'll also say, this is what other farms that are growing the same thing in your community are generating, and this is how they're getting there. So it'll help to contextualize it and hopefully be able to use that tool to bring folks together, right? Data is an equalizer. There's also other potential opportunities to bring these communities together, and ecdysis is really starting to dig in and explore those different opportunities this winter. And then we're also looking at, okay, we've focused on where we're at with regenerative ag. Where are we going? If row cropping isn't the answer, then growing row crops a little better doesn't seem like it's going to move the needle where we need it. But how can we transition row crops over to perennial systems or to rangeland systems in order to help increase the resilience of farmers, especially in arid areas? So Ignite is going to be looking at testing our perception of regenerative agriculture throughout the world at this point. We're going to globalize what it is that we're doing. Christina and I are heading to Ireland next week to start exploring over there. We have a team headed to Puerto Rico in, 8 weeks or something like that. And then looking at these most innovative farms that we can. And then, yes, taking over the world. There we are, still crazy after all these years. And with that, maybe we could open it up for questions or dialogue or discussion. What do you think, Ryan? Thank you. We're getting there.
I'm sure nobody has questions. Who's got questions?
That was excellent information. Thank you for that.
Yes.
What contexts or environments do you think are most appropriate for annual agriculture versus perennial?
Annual agriculture versus perennial. I think integrating annual with perennial is the ultimate answer. Yeah. In terms of larger scale, I think you got to have more rainfall for annual stuff. So the 100th meridian is a pretty good line. It's going further and further east. For those of you that aren't familiar with this, the transition between the tall grass prairie in North America and the short grass prairie fell along what's called the 100th meridian. And oddly enough, our grazing recommendations in terms of regenerative production also fell along that 100th meridian. It was really strongly produced. You have to change how you manage depending on rainfall. And light is the other aspect of that. But yeah, I think ultimately we really need to be thinking integration.
Great question. Who's next? Thanks.
I have a question about climate chaos and carbon sequestration.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate that you're showing that the organic system or regenerative systems have increased carbon sequestration, recycling.
Yeah.
I've also heard kind of the counter to that is that the yield may not be as much, and therefore the overall effective from organics may be on par with conventional. Is that fair?
No, that's BS. So
that's what BS it is?
Yes, I believe
okay.
so. Yes.
Let's hear it.
Bare soil. The new dirty word. Let's see. So our data suggests that so all of the data that I showed in terms of carbon within this were all from the same fields. And so we've got the yield data, the economic data, and the carbon data, as well as biodiversity data that shows that, number one, regen yields equates to like national averages. So it seems like we can still maintain this. What's interesting, though, within the regenerative space is that, so if you're farming conventionally, usually you produce a mean with very tiny error bars, okay? The system is really dialed in. With regenerative, you tend to produce a mean that's in a better direction, but there's really big error bars. That variability is going to be really important if you're the farmer on the ground, right? If half of them are going to be below that line and half of them are going to be way above that line, We need to figure out how to get all of the farmers above that line. And I think that that's just an inherent place of where we're at within this movement, is that farmers are developing these successful systems in different ways. And they're also motivated by much different things. So like conventional farmers, when we ask them what motivates their management, they explain to us that oftentimes economic currencies are some of the most important motivators, drivers. So profitability, land accumulation, yield, those kinds of things. And those are important to the regenerative producers too, but one of their top ones, and it's disproportionately greater, is that one of their primary motivators of regenerative is the health and mental wellness of their families. And so that's a currency, right? It's not necessarily, it's not overvalued or it's not valued very highly within a capitalistic society, but here we are, right? How's it working? So it's a good question. I think that our data refutes that, but there is room for understanding that variability still. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Corey.
For those of us that are kind of wacko regeneratives,
my
amongst a sea of conventional farmers, what can we do to, what are the incremental steps maybe our conventional neighbors can take that we can encourage them to do that isn't an attack on their identity?
Yeah. Let's see. So, I don't know. Persistence. I think that's a big part of it. I mean, my neighbor to the north, every year he threatens my life. And he's a very conventional farmer, but this year he planted a cover crop on his bean field in that field. And he planted soybeans into standing cover. I'm like, whoa. And he's not talking to me about it, right? But I think he's watching everything that happens. And he'll talk to Christina all day long. He loves her, but me, whatever.
All right, we got time for a few more questions. Yeah, in the back here.
I really enjoyed your talk.
Oh, thank you.
This is kind of a weird, complicated question, so give me a second to...
Weird and complicated are my middle names.
Perfect. Okay. I am becoming a wacko regenerative farmer, herb farmer.
Nice.
And I'm very much in the learning process. And I'm also working on under a grant to work with area farmers on diversification, basically including medicinal herbs as part of their crops as a way of diversifying and that sort of thing. And this is all kind of a local sort of thing.
That's awesome.
And I'm very, very interested in local and regional food systems.
Yeah.
Which I think regenerative farming supports very well.
I think it does too.
How does or can regenerative farming be worked into the larger food system at a larger scale? Because one of the things that my husband and I were talking about the other night is that if we go to a totally local system, we lose a lot of the foods that we've become spoiled to.
Right.
So, like I said, that's a weird, complicated question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it is, but that's a central one, isn't it? And I think that a part of this, a little bit, is aggregation with conscience. And so knitting farming communities together again is going to give them more of a market space, but we've still got to have aggregators that are not going to be squeezing these farmers for everything they're worth. And I don't know how to do that yet. There are examples of Marty Travis, where are you at? Everybody should talk to him. We were so impressed with what he was building out there that was not dominated by greed. How quickly it becomes that, you know? So farming communities working together again would be a huge step forward, and give a lot more opportunities. Did I effectively dodge all of the other elements of your question? Thank you. Okay.
To piggyback on her question, Jonathan, and we've talked a couple of times. I've been to South Dakota and visited your farm, and started the Farm Hero television series about 2 years ago. I've evolved from that to not only talk about farm heroes, but food heroes and healthcare heroes, all of the people that are in this room. And I think we're in the perfect storm to bring those sectors, if you will, industrial sectors together. And I think you are the perfect spokesperson to make this happen because, one, you're willing to call a spade, and you're willing to address the real issues. And I think you're also willing to go from 1,700 farms to, maybe 17 million farms or whatever, which is where we need to go. So working with Ryan and a number of other organizations that I have been working with over the last few years, before you leave, want to explore a couple of ideas because we've got some major funding that we're looking at. Don't have it in the bank yet. But it's pledged, it's committed because they realize that if we don't solve this problem, this is the foundation of what America needs to move to in the next 250 years or whatever we're going to end up with. So I'm going to connect with you before you leave, and we'll explore some ideas and a way to connect. But this is the perfect storm. We're in it, and you're telling the story about it, and thank you very much.
It is the test of our generation. It is the test of our generation. Our future, our progeny are going to look back and with critical eyes of what we've done in this moment. So now is the time, right? Now is the time.
Hey, Jonathan, can you comment on the findings from 1,000 Farms, how that compares to the findings that you and the scientific team with Peter Bick's Roots So Deep, how those kind of compare and contrast, and then maybe just share a little bit about Roots So Deep for people who aren't familiar with that, and the powerful social part of that you guys discovered when comparing that regenerative rancher to the conventional.
Yeah. So Roots So Deep was a project that we sampled 9 pairs of ranches down in the southeast, and tried to put data behind it. Peter Bick was the filmmaker, and he put a story behind this, right? And so he kind of followed the conventional ranchers alongside this journey and showed the data and how important the data was in influencing that farmer's behavior. And so, it's interesting how important science is right now in terms of helping to level the playing field. Because everybody says that they want data, right? And we can provide data, but there's still this question. I mean, we're inundated with data every day, all day long, right? What's lacking is somebody that we trust, and in order to help interpret that. And yeah, within the media, I mean, who did we listen to for how many generations? I mean, does anybody remember the news anchor of your day that helped to police that information, right? I mean, we had somebody that we trusted, that we went to every night, right? The scientific community used to do that with the data too, but we got lost. We decided to do science for other scientists instead of for the farmers that we were meant to be serving. We decided we were the experts instead of servants. And scientists were never meant to be experts. We were meant to be the servants. And so, we're currently faced it's a terrifying time because many of us, we've been hurt. We've been hurt by the current system. That system let us down. I was, and our reaction so often is to kick it down, right? Tear the walls down. And we'll have to rebuild everything from scratch. And it'll be so much better. But the reality is that it doesn't work that way. Okay? Because just because an idea is new doesn't mean it's right. And we have to apply the same level of critical thinking skills to these new ideas as we did with the old. There's a lot of pseudoscience that's coming on real strong within the regenerative movement right now. A lot of wacko, like airy-fairy alien involvement and City of Atlantis BS, right? That's not made up. I just listened to it. And people are gobbling this crap up. And I'm like, no. We need to be executing critical thinking skills, and the scientific method can help with that, okay? That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be accepting or evaluating new ideas, but it also means that there's good with the old too. And let's build off of that basis. Regenerative ag actually, I think, does that, right? You know, our great-grandfathers or grandfathers, depending on how old you are, their farming style, it failed, okay? It failed because it didn't keep the kids on the ground, right? There were good elements of it, but it was replaced by the Green Revolution and this industrialized system that we're currently in. That's failed. We're at the end of it. But there's good parts of that too. And so what regenerative agriculture does is it fuses the best of all of these different worlds into something that is a new generation. That's my soapbox. Yeah.
All right, we got maybe one more question.
Jonathan, yeah, you know, there's this institution you went to in Champaign-Urbana.
Yeah, I remember it, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember one time you said, you know, I said, Jonathan, I was in Champaign, and I said I saw your statue there. And what I want to ask you, you know, that system's been around since Abe, and there's a lot of people that are in this room have probably been, you know, through land grants in different parts of the country. How would you change that system, you know, when they have their over 50% going to grants, et cetera, you know, for the overhead? How would you change that system right now? Because, I mean, I mean, it seems like, you know, with your team, God bless you, you got the Lundgren University.
Yeah. You know, the business model of universities has changed, right? It's become dependent on federal research funds and external sources of funds. I shouldn't just say federal research funds, because a lot of that's industry. In fact, the majority of it is industry, and that influences the questions that these scientists ask. In really bad cases, it influences the interpretation of the data that's produced. University systems still are really important parts of our development, right? I still think that they're excellent teaching opportunities and exposing people to new ideas when they're done correctly. The research model, I don't know anymore. You know, Abraham Lincoln was a brilliant guy. Whenever I'm in D.C., I always go to the memorial there. Have you been there? Who's been to the Lincoln Memorial? Man, I don't care how busy that place is. When you go in there, it's silent. Have you noticed that? It's a magical place. One of the things he did, amidst many wonderful things, was he established the land-grant university system. He said the universities are meant to do high-risk research. and not be beholden to external sources of funds, and we're going to give them the means in order to do that. Most of that land grant is now funneled into bureaucracy, and the faculty get smaller and smaller portions of it, and they have to depend on external, relationships with corporations in order to try to get that money. It's not a valid system. What is the solution? Until the land grant system remembers what its identity is, I think small punchy organizations like ICDISIS are going to have to step in and do the job. So here we are.
Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you. Okay, we are now it's time to put all this to action. So I'd like to invite Erin Martin on stage with me to help bring us the discussion home and help turn this into a little bit more of an individual enterprise and challenge you all to find the speakers that you need to hear from and to really create your action plan, to fill in the gaps. I'm sure all of you guys have gaps in like, how do I start this? How do I continue this? How do I build this? Wherever you're at in the spectrum. So real quick, I want everybody raise your hands. Who here, there's 3 types of folks we like to work with when we work in food systems. There's the dreamers who come up with these crazy ideas. There's the enablers who can organize. All right, we're back. That was quick. All right. So we have dreamers in the room. You come up with crazy ideas. We have enablers in the room who are organizers. And then we have the doers who are like, give me a checklist and get the heck out of my way. So quick survey. Who here considers themselves a dreamer? Awesome. We need you. Who here is an enabler? Who organizes stuff? Awesome. Who's a doer? Who's probably a combination of 1 or 2 of them, right? Yeah, everybody, right? Amazing. Know your place, right? And that's, I think, one of the things that holds back the movement is the dreamers hold on too long to the digital enterprise and they don't hand it over to the enablers and the doers to get stuff done and grow this stuff. So I'm guilty of that, something I work on. Actually, I'm going to take a step back. We started the day by doing a moment of silence and putting a thought of joy and starting the day with this. And so I wanted to follow up on that. And when we did that, when we closed our eyes, we all went to all these different places. We went to 200 different places in the universe, right? So I want to do a mental exercise where we all go to the same place before we go out and we put our action plans and we think about how we do this. So real quick, about 30 seconds, I promise it's not going to be torture. But I want us all to go forward. Let's not go back in time. Let's time travel forward. Let's go ahead about 10 years. And let's think about where we are. And let's think about the changes that have happened on our farms, in our communities, and in our food supply. And I want you guys to be wildly optimistic here. Because what we hope to achieve is directly correlated to your ability to envision it and get it done. So let's take about 30 seconds and think about that. Are we thriving? Can we thrive? Can we get there? Can we do this? I think we can. So before we wrap and we send you guys out to the round tables, I want to introduce an amazing partner of our organization, Erin Martin. You've heard from her today, but she was the brainchild behind this. A few years ago, we did a small workshop, in Oklahoma, and they looked at us in the eye and said, we can do this. And we saw what FreshRx was doing on the ground to source food from farmers, getting farmers paid, and connecting these dots in the system, and we thought, oh, crap, now that we've seen it, we can't unsee it, right? Now we have to take this around the country and figure out how we get this done. So without further ado, I just want to thank Erin for her leadership in this space and her bravery, and let her bring us home today.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, they told me I was crazy. They told me I couldn't do it. There was no way. They say that regenerative ag isn't scalable. They say chronic disease isn't reversible, but it is. I think we made all of that clear, that none of that is true, and that we have been told things that are conflicting with that for different various reasons, and none of that really matters. What matters is that we can fix it, and we are. And people told us we were crazy. Jonathan had a crazy idea 4 years ago. I had a crazy idea 4 years ago. And look where we are today in 4 years. And what we've proven just with regenerative ag is that we don't have to take 50 years to restore what we destroyed in 50 years. It can be restored in like 3 years. And we can do the same with our health. We had people who have chronic disease for 10 years who healed themselves in 6 months. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. So we're going to do that, and we're going to go to some awesome roundtables. And I just want to thank you all for being willing to see so many people here today. We did 2 of these last year, and they sold out, and it was about half the size. We doubled in size this year and sold out, and people were still texting me last minute begging me to get here. And what that just means is that this is taking off, and this is a movement. The movement always starts small. We didn't have smartphones, not too long ago. There are movements that happen, and we can all do that together. And it just takes understanding it here and understanding it here. And so it takes courage to speak the truth and to say, those things you're saying we can't do, we actually are doing on 1,700 farms and many farms across the world, and in hospitals and clinics, and it's all happening. And so it just takes that courage to speak the truth and to help people understand that this reality, this dream that we might have, it is reality, and it's already happening, and we just want to invite more people to come along with us. So thanks everyone for having that courage, and Denise will share about how we will come to action steps for the doers that want to have a checklist. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, do we have a slide for the roundtables? Okay, awesome. Okay, so hopefully if you can snap a picture of this, it might help you. Here's what we're going to do. So we've talked about getting to action. We invited you all here. I don't know if you realize this or not. This is called Advancing Food as Medicine. This does not mean Think Regeneration is advancing food as medicine, although we are, hopefully. This means you all are advancing food as medicine. So hopefully you've got some ideas about how to do that now. And we really want to take that seriously, and that takes individual actions from each of you. So over the last hour and 15 minutes that we have here, you have access to some of the most brilliant minds in this movement. And you're going to get to sit with them in small groups and ask them questions so that you can leave here with an action plan. So think about, what do you want to do, and what do you need to learn yet in order to understand how to do that. That might just get you to the first step of what you want to do, and that's okay. We have to think about what's feasible for each of us. So, we hope that you'll really enjoy this time. We want you to also grab a note card, as I talked about earlier, from your table. There are note cards on everyone's table. And there should be enough for everyone to take at least one there. We want to know what y'all are up to. It's so inspiring to us, and we want to be able to share that back with the group as well. So if you would take that note card with you through the roundtables, as you're learning and thinking about what you're going to do, write down what action you are going to take based on what you've learned today. What is your next step? and then leave that either with one of the Think Regeneration team members or one of the speakers. Yeah, let us know what you're gonna do. So we hope you have fun with this. Essentially how this is gonna work is we have 7 different stations. So Marty Travis and Jenna Moore will be at the front entrance. We've got Sherry Hess over on the lawn, which is like right behind the projector here. There's actually a chapel. I don't know if anybody saw that. That's where Dr. Van Vliet is gonna be. We've got Herb Young and Shelby Byer and Kevin Marshall will be kind of in this green area here. Dr. Lundgren will be, it says in the gazebo, the chairs are actually set up behind the gazebo. You'll find them when you wander out there. And then Casey Carr will just be on that. And we've got Dr. Alban and Erin Martin and Dr. Chen out kind of on the lawn in front of the gazebo. We're gonna have 4 kind of rotations. So I know the math doesn't work out. There's 7 stations and 4 rotations. We're not gonna be policing anybody. If you want to go to each station, that's fine. But we're gonna provide cues every 15 minutes. So if you do want to go around to a few different stations, you'll know when that is. The cue that we're gonna give you, I don't know if anybody heard it earlier, there's a really loud bell outside. So at 4 o'clock and 4:20, 4:40 and 5 o'clock, we're gonna ring that bell and that'll kind of be your cue that it's, you know, time to go to another station if you want to. Please just be mindful too, if there are a lot of people at one station and you've been there for a while, maybe make space for someone else to pop in and ask some questions. And then we are not gonna come back in here. At 5 o'clock, you all will be dismissed to go. We're asking each of our speakers to just maybe take the last 5 minutes, so from about 4:55 to 5 o'clock, to kind of close things out and dismiss you. And yeah, we are so grateful for everyone coming here and are really looking forward to this. Did I miss anything here? Yes, yeah, it's totally fine to leave your stuff in here if you want, but you are free to go at 5 o'clock. And yeah, and we'll want to wrap up too. I know some of our speakers have to leave to catch airplanes pretty quickly, so we'd ask for your help to just be mindful of that as well. All right, thanks everyone. We will get to it. Thank you.